Hey, hey, SBG solution-based gang, like, share, subscribe. Say no to rim, brothers, Manosphere and sell no good suckers. Hype him up, hype him up. Shouts out, showroom, Bracy in the wildest. Wake up morning, show salute, big dog, shout out to the lure. PH, Diva, salute, Brownsville, SBG solution-based gang.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. How are we doing today? Yesterday, damn, I overslept. If you wonder what happened, I overslept. I'm sorry. That's what happened. I didn't mean to, but that's what happened. I'll make it up. I will make it up. I will make it up to you, I promise. What's been going on, good people? You know how I like to start the day. When I say good day to you, make sure you say back, because I can feel that great productive energy. So good day, everyone. How you doing on this beautiful day? It's awesome over here. Hopefully you're having a good time. Hopefully the weather is beautiful. Hopefully your day is starting off properly. Hopefully I can get you moving in the right direction. What up, Chris? Good day to you, Chris. It's a lot of things going on, and I just want to review some things. I'm going to invite some people up and drop the link so you could come and join me so we could have a discussion. We could just wild out, because I missed Wild Out Wednesday because I was up for like 30 hours. I said, you know what? I'm going to take a nap, and that nap turned into today. My bad. But you know, when the body asks for that sleep, you can't deny it. Then I was up trying to find this particular part in this video because I got sent the email, but I couldn't find the original video. It's yeah. And then I also my God said, nah, I ain't trying to hear that you sleepy. I don't want to hear none of that. Wake your ass up.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to he says, no, we beefing later. Don't worry about it. I got you. Oh. Thank you, Pat. I appreciate that, Pat. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody appreciate me doing it, but I do my best, man. I do my best to fight the good fight, goddammit. Because there's way too many brainwashed people. I got Jay Prince sending me a clip of a video that somebody interviewed him. We're gonna check it out too. We're gonna see what that's all about. We're gonna see if it's any good, any bad. We're gonna check it out. It's about a guy by the name of Trey Smooth. Trey Chew the Fat with Chew the Fat with Trey Smooth. He did an interview with Jay Prince for president. Jay Prince sent it to me. I guess we'll check it out. We're going to see what it's all about, Corinne. Good day to you. What up, Anthony? You know what I'm saying? We're going to check it out. We're going to start it off light. We're going to see, you know what? Let's start it off, since everybody is up in arms about this beautiful young Black woman interracially dating and possibly deleted by her spouse or her fiance. Most likely that's what the case is. We don't know for a fact yet. He hasn't been charged. I don't know. We're going to go and show you how, even though people on the internet love, even though I am in one, people love to have conversations about interracial dating. But in reality, it happens at a very small situation. Somewhere around like the 5% rate or something like that. And, you know, we have a lot of Black brothers all up in arms and excited and happy that this young, beautiful Black woman has passed away, because they feel as if she was talking down on Black men. even though I haven't seen or heard the proof of this beautiful black woman talking down on black men, saying black man is XYZ. However, on my show the other day, we had a bunch of black men talking down on black men. Shout out to Titan Wilds for telling you. You feel what I'm saying, Angie? It was a bunch of black men 2 days in a row talking down on black men. I was trying to hold us black brothers. Dang. The GOAT said they allegedly have him detained. And hopefully they can get down to that. You know, it's a tragic situation. And if he did it, I hope they lock his ass up and put him underground. However, in reality, even though this young sister, you know, she dated outside her race, there's a few people that do date outside their race. I think it's a very small percentage. However, majority of black women, it is awesome, Kula. I'm working on the other channel. You know me, I be all over the place. I'm sorry. Shout out to Kulu. Shout out to the GOAT. Love is wisdom. Good day to you. What up, Southern Charm? So I started. So the other channel that I have was going to be a backup channel, but now I'm going to turn into in real life. So I'll start off with how my day started, how my trip started. It started with the New York Auto Show. And from the New York Auto Show, we went to Korea. And then for Korea, we went to what Kulu was asking me. I don't want to say the name on live. It's looking like it's a beautiful thing out here. I'll tell you that, Kulu. It's beautiful. It's not what I thought. It's way more advanced than I thought. It's awesome. So I'm going to put in real life content on that channel. So we need 50 more subs so we can get monetized. So if y'all can help me out, give me some likes and shares on the other channel. It's pinned to the top, goddammit. You like the robots dancing? That shit was wild. It was crazy. So I'm going to keep on building that up as well. Keep on putting in real life content on that channel. And however, now we can get back to what I was originally saying. It is a very small minority of black folks that are dating outside the race and especially marrying outside their race. And majority of black women, they are staying down. They are the main ones that said they ain't going outside their race. They are staying loyal. No matter how much problems they getting, no matter how many pookies, no matter how much these brothers would get online and argue with me and tell me how they don't need education. They was arguing with me down. Shadow, KT, etc., saying, hey, we don't need no education. That's the white man's way to get some money. They was arguing me down. Sharon, we don't want to make $100,000. We are good at $56,000. Sharon, we black. I was like, what the? That's what they were telling me. I don't know. Even though we have the black men conservatives saying how, you know, our culture is trash, the black women are staying down. They are rocking with us no matter what. You don't believe me? I'm going to show you some proof. Let me pull up a video. Hold on. What up, Uda? Thank you. I appreciate that. You see, I'm attempting. I'm working as much as I possibly can, Uda. I'm attempting, goddammit. Thank you. I appreciate you. Let me see. Let me go like that. Let me do it like that. Let's see what Kendra G talking about.
The white man. I can't. I've been to Africa. This is personal Kendra G. And I want to say this to all my black women who date outside their race. I support you because I understand it. But in Kendra G's personal manner, I've been to Africa. I've been to Ghana. I've been to the Elmina Castle. And I took the tours. And it's one thing to read about slavery. It's another thing to really, and if you go, you will understand what I'm talking about. You can still feel our ancestors in these caves. And they give you, there's a church upstairs while women are being raped. And there's one part of Elmina Castle that it was like the slave masters would be at top and then the black women will come and they would pick out which one they wanted to have sex with. And so for me, I can't, like I said,
unsee that.
I can't unsee that.
Unfeel that.
And the wealthiest man ever that has ever tried to court me. And I knew that I still could never have sex with him just because of my ancestors. Like, I am doing this for Black. Like, everything I'm doing is to put it in the Black category. I live in Beverly Hills and I'm Black as hell. Like, I act very Black and I do it on purpose because we belong in every space. You're not going to take us out of anything. And as a Black woman, that just, like, it's really important to me. I can't have sex with a white man.
There you go. What's up, Wanda? And this is something that a lot of Black women say, in my opinion. A lot of Black women, they would have jokes about, hey, that thing is pink, and all those type of jokes. And and when you listen to these red pill spaces and all these different brothers in the manosphere, they always talking down on Black women. But in reality, the Black woman is the most loyal to their race. What up, SD? I'm trying to. Listen to other world. Oh no. I think it's loyalty. Our Black sisters are loyal to Black men, and I think Black men need to stop disrespecting that loyalty by talking down on them and trying to make them feel bad, by saying how they are unworthy, by calling them fours, calling them below average. It's ridiculous. Uh-oh. I'm about to drop the link already. Oh my goodness. I'm about to drop the link. What you talking about, Diva? Yeah, SD, that's true too. Superman is a Republican now. Shout out to the GOAT. Ain't nothing wrong with her being Republican. People switch parties all the time. But one thing for sure, our beautiful Black women, they ain't switch sides on us, but our Black men, they would talk down on Black women all the time. I could find another clip real quick, real easy. Let me see. Let me check this one out. Let's check this one out. Because I couldn't believe my eyes and ears when I seen this clip here. Hold on. What up, Ola? Let me see. Let's do this. Let's check out this clip right here.
In a room of 300 men, how many of them would you think find you attractive? Any number y'all want to give?
Out of 100?
300.
300.
Yeah, okay. I agree.
I don't know. Unless they got money.
There's no way you a Bearilla asking for anything. Delusion of grandeur is an understatement. I hated the other chick popping her neck and all that. She average. She about a 4 just like me. Come on, man. This shit getting out of hand and it's unnecessary. Fellas, stop hitting shit like that, bro. I'm out the game. Stop hitting shit like that. That's the reason why she thinking that. Now, she probably go home and cry herself to sleep, but that's besides the point. While she outside, she acting like a shit don't stink, and that's the thing that need to be corrected. She turned to stone when the sun come out, and you need money for her. Put her in the fucking bathroom, man.
In a room of
Yo. Oh shit. That is crazy. That's crazy. What? Excuse me? That's crazy. Well, this is what and these said that's real tough, but this is what our black brothers do to our sisters. Who are you to say what other men like? Just because you don't like it doesn't mean another man won't. You have no right to say that because you think she's ugly, that she don't have the right to demand whatever her standard is, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. Jay Miller, what's there to talk about? That shit was crazy. The nerve of another person saying what you deserve because you think that they are ugly or they are what he called a barilla. That's crazy talk. So she's supposed to have less confidence in herself because you think she's a gargoyle and she's going to turn to stone when the sun turns up? That's crazy. That's crazy. Shut up, Ola. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know. That's just wild. But that goes to show that we see a black sister talking about how she is loyal to black men by default because of history and all these other things. And then on the other hand, that quickly, we can see a black brother talking down on some black woman just because he don't think that she's aesthetically pleasing. He wants to talk about her neck popping and all that. Yes, Diva, that is DJ Ham. Calling that beautiful, those two beautiful black women, he's telling them to humble themselves. Nah, that's crazy talk. That's insane. Ain't nobody gonna tell me that. Hey, listen, if it's a room full of 300 women, all 300 gonna like me. I don't care what nobody think. I don't care who think I'm average. I don't care who think I'm a 2, 3, 4, or 10. That's crazy. I understand we gotta say some wild stuff for content, but to try to humble somebody, especially humble somebody in the opposite sex, saying that men should not even sleep with either one of those women at all, that's crazy. Yeah, y'all can talk all that talk on my show, but y'all be over there loving them. I don't want to hear that. Y'all can talk all that stuff on my channel all you want, CJ, but y'all be on that channel loving them. Y'all be what y'all be calling them? Hampy Wampy? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Hey, say that's what it is. That ain't the first time saying that, punks. That ain't the first time. Maybe that's what. Maybe I need to start doing those type of. Maybe I got to start talking down. Shout out to Mr. Brown. He said the truth is the truth. He's saying that those black women need to be humble. Hey, I don't know. That just sounds crazy. Not all the time about you Googling Fantastic Four. But this humbleization of black women just need, and it has to stop. I don't know why it's such a fixation on humbling them. Talking about their weed, talking about their neck, talking about their weight, talk about it's okay for any woman to love themselves. I don't give a fuck. She look like Leslie Jones. Y'all keep trying to say that woman is ugly. Leslie Jones is not an ugly woman. She ain't. I don't get it. Y'all try to act like Whoopi's an ugly man. I don't get it. She's not ugly. Y'all try to act like my girl Viola Davis is ugly. I don't get it. She ain't ugly. I don't understand it. Y'all got to stop trying to humbling our beautiful black women just because you black or just because you're conservative or just because you're part of the Manosphere Reddit spills. I don't know what that is. I don't understand it. I don't understand for the life of me. It's crazy. But, you know, I get beat up every day because I be trying to hold my black brothers down. I'm trying to hold my black women down. I get beat up either way I go. I'm going to be the one to get my ass whooped. It is what it is. I don't know why it's like that. And you know, and it's just sad because we see all the time that my brothers, they always complaining about is no women out there that are willing to make more money and take care of their man and stuff like that. But if we was just to go into real life, we see what they saying is just not true. All right, we'll see it all the time. I think the problem is most people are not just dealing in real life and real facts of what is actually happening out there in the world. Majority of the time, the women, when they are dating a man, they are usually, is a good portion of the time, they are much further ahead than the man that they're dating. It's just what it is, especially in today's time. And men need an ego check. And just deal in reality. The same way how it was brothers in the chat just now saying that those two women that DJ Hant was trying to humble, he said the truth is the truth. However, when it comes to men dealing in their truth, all of a sudden it's okay to be delusional. It's okay to have a blind eye to what is actually happening. Majority of your men be homeless. Majority of men need a woman to get you into your first apartment. Majority of y'all need your woman to hold you down so you can get a job, so you can start actually contributing to the relationship. See, we got Cajun Dog Fry saying, hey, stop faking and perpetrating, bro. What you mean? The ugly guy. You can hit the link, or you gonna hit the link? Shadow the Time Wild says that is wild. Okay. Let me see if I can find the video for you, Shadow. Now I'm wild. Let me see. Let's play this.
To date a man for money.
A man for money? No, actually, I was gonna be funny. No.
But you're an attractive woman. So if you could land a millionaire, why not do it?
I mean, money can't buy happiness. You see a lot of people that have a ton of money and they're still missing something, so.
So where does happiness come from?
Now you're being really trivial. I don't know.
Connection with your partner.
If you're single?
Comes from within. Learning to love yourself, understanding who you are as a person.
Are you single currently?
No, I'm dating him.
How long you guys been together?
Over 3 years.
But between the two of you, who makes more money?
She does.
I do.
You're the breadwinner. Have you always been the breadwinner?
Yes.
Do you think that being the breadwinner as a woman changes the dynamic in a relationship with a man?
No, I mean, I see other couples struggle with it, but not necessarily us. Like, I don't care. I mean, I make more, but it's our money. Like, what mine is his and vice versa.
How do you feel as the man, being that your woman makes more money?
Well, there's a season for everything. It's at a time where she was able to carry us while I was figuring out job, life, with school, moved around, figuring out my passion and my path. She was a lot more stable than I was. At some point, the tide is going to change where the goal is for her to stop working at some point, and then she would take time to focus on other things that she wants to. So it doesn't make me feel any type of way. There's no ego. There's no demasculating or emasculating me.
Why do you think so many men feel emasculated being in a position that you're in now?
Society, the pressure they put on you to do what a man does, or you're not doing anything if you don't act like what the definition of a man is. And in that way, they are living to please other people and not themselves.
Do you guys split the bills 50-50, or does your man cover everything?
We have a joint account.
Even though you're not married?
Yeah, we have a house account that we both pour into, and it covers like our bills, and then we each have our own fund money.
So if you make more, why not just cover everything?
I mean, we're kind of doing life together at this point. Like, it's not worth anything for him to have to like struggle and not have any experiences just because I make more. At the end of the day, we're both like trying to achieve the same thing. So it just seems silly.
Hey, excuse me, miss. Do you think it's okay?
That's what's really happening in the world. That's what's really happening. That's how things is actually moving in today's society. The other stuff is just talking points. 100%.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Wanda. Thank you so much for the collection plate. Sharon, keep talking the truth. I'm going to do my best, Wanda. That's the only thing I really know how to do. I don't know how to do nothing else. Shout out to Corinne Mackey with the 199. She said, I love you so much. I love you more. God damn it. Put that crown on. Thank you, baby. Always remind me to put that crown on. I appreciate you so much. Thank y'all for all that you do. Now all of a sudden, that's how women supposed to. That's how women been doing it for y'all for a very long time. What's up, Marie? I don't know why y'all try to act like y'all don't know that this is happening. How many times Cajun Dogfire? The person that you hang, stop. Y'all know y'all brothers be getting loans from their girlfriends. And they ain't pay them back. Y'all know it's a lot of men, they ain't had no business until they wound up marrying a woman that was a nurse, and then she was the one that helped them out. And then now he's moving in the right direction. Majority of the married women that is in these spaces to these men that is talking, they talk, majority of the women is the reason why they was able to level up in life. It's crazy. Why y'all be trying to be acting tough? Is your ego is that fragile that you got a lot.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Time Watches the Five Boss says, love the show, but you're lying. Please explain to me what I'm lying about. Please explain to me what I'm lying about. See, and here go the problem, Ogun, is that they would say it's because she's white, Sharon, but we know it ain't true. If I go to any ghetto near you, where I ask the ladies, who's doing what? Most likely, the young lady is doing what she's supposed to do. I don't know why we're trying to act like we don't know that. We know who's trying to flip those goddamn tax returns. We know who's trying to flip the tax returns. So I don't know why we try to act like we don't understand. It's just crazy to me. Hold on, let me see. Let me check this out. Hold on. Shout out to the cat said, this is for the water. You sparkling on these fools. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Let me drink some of that water. It's delicious too. Thank you. Thank you so much, beautiful. I'm not going to say your name. I'm not sure you want me to say it, but I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Seriously, it does. It really does.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to the Catch App, and also shout out to Otis, who ain't nobody's come to speak to you, Otis, with the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. What's up, Genesis? How you feeling today? And this is just the truth. A lot of men, we even understand that majority of men that are in the middle classes because they woman is attached to them, because it's a family situation. So this whole idea that men are just moving with their egos and acting like they are the leader of majority households and that they gotta run the money, last word goes with them, and they ain't put in the work, is just BS, and it needs to stop. This whole idea that just because this woman is a lighter skin, Spanish, white, or whatever she is, like this only happened because she's, no, that's BS. It is plenty of women that's working in the MTA. It's plenty of women that's working as nurses. It is plenty of women that are working, and there's some dude that's talking about he's gonna flip her taxes. Why is he flipping her taxes and not his own? Because his ass ain't got no job. Stop playing. But of course, y'all gonna act like I'm the one capping. It's me. It's me. If you say so. Before we get to the Jay Prince video, and man, I need my brothers I just need y'all to stop acting like I'll be saying some shit that is just not true. And good day, Renee. And you know, watching these videos sometimes, like just watching these videos that people send me, and then you know, we had Hamp saying that how the girl, she can't demand no money and all these things, and how he's a four and the girls are four, which is crazy that a man is comparing himself to a woman on any level. He said we both fours. That is crazy work to me. That's crazy. It doesn't matter because it doesn't really matter. You know, I'm gonna just leave that one there. Let's check this out. Because, you know, the men be looking at me like, hey, Sharon, you be capping. Sharon, you be lying on us. You calling us rim bros and all this other thing. All these red pill incel Manosphere, these no good suckers. You need to get lust from the top of your value system. This is what you need to do. Because the ladies are going to start exposing y'all. Go ahead and talk to them, lady.
Exposing my son's 7th grade basketball coach, Coach Cleveland. Hey, how you doing? Yep, it's me. You wouldn't answer my fucking phone calls. You blocked me. I call you from text now. No answer.
Damn.
I'm finna expose you. I'm thinking about exposing you, right? So if you don't return my call, the whole world finna know, even your wife, Michelle Cleveland, that's a fucking library lady downtown. She finna know too. The damn library ain't finna be quiet no more. All right. So Michelle, I'm gonna give you proof to let you know that I done sucked and ate your husband's ass out. Okay? But hold on. Now back to Coach Cleveland. You promised me that if I sucked and ate your ass, my son will make the basketball team. I'm thinking about exposing my son's 7th grade basketball coach, Coach Cleveland. Hey, how you doing?
Y'all heard all right?
Now you done blocked me. I'm calling from text now. No response. My only resort is right here. So if you don't respond back to me, the whole world finna know. All right? So, Michelle, your husband, to prove to you that I didn't ate your husband's ass, what's tatted on his ass? It says on his ass, be patient, bigger things are to come.
And boom.
Boom. Now you know. Yeah. Get back with me within 24 hours. If not, it's going up.
God damn, Coach Cleveland. What you got tattooed on your ass? Nah, bro. Say this is so Coach Cleveland. And then see, this who they be trying to blame me. They be trying to say I be lying on these brothers. It don't got nothing to do with me. What did she do to that man? What did she do to that man? Why do you have a tattoo that says what? It says what is going to happen? Bigger things is coming to you that for those who wait. That is crazy, bruh. Oh, that is wild work right there. Shout out to that. Pause. Oh man, bigger things. Bigger things come to those who wait. Why would listen? Yo, Kinfolk. Look, Coach Cleveland, you should have put that young man on the goddamn team. He should have played all 30 minutes of the game. He should have. That little boy should have played all 30 minutes of the game. She really want her little baby boy on a basketball team. And this is just 7th grade basketball. So imagine when, he go to the next level. Shit. God damn. It's going down. It's going down. You should have answered your damn phone. You should have answered your phone, Coach Cleveland. Now look at you. Everybody know you got a tattoo on your ass. He should have been captain way before this video came out. Nobody would have known nothing. And then all the brothers would have been like, hey, Sharon, you lying on all these men. You lying, Sharon. These men don't be asking their girlfriend to put a thumb up someplace where the sun don't shine. These men don't got these crazy tattoos on their ass talking about bigger things is coming. It's crazy. And then they say my hands is jazzy. Oh, yo, sit your silly ass out. Who the hell you think you is? Yeah, I know. Yeah, the ladies be telling on y'all. All right. Now we done this acted a fool, you know what I'm saying? Warmed everything up. We laughing, we joking, we having a good time. Make sure you're hitting that like it and share button. You know what it is. I got me a nap. Kim East know what she be doing. Oh man. See, then they gonna say it's me. TV Chuck saying it's me. It don't got nothing to do with me. Just because I'm exposing it doesn't have anything to do with me. Angie Bay with the $2. She even for Forrest Gump mama cared about him. Goddamn. I don't know. What up, Roxy? I don't know what TV tried. It ain't my fault. Did I do that? It ain't my fault. All right, let me go into man. Let's go and check out what is happening with this whole J Prince situation. Let's see what this video is about. Lord have mercy. It's called I Debated the World's Biggest Pooky. Let's see. I don't know. And by the way, J Prince is the one that sent this to me. So hopefully he doesn't come up later telling me how how all they do is review me and all this other crazy shit that he be trying to say. You know what I mean? Like he be trying to act like, you know. So hopefully he don't do that to me. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? I'm just reviewing it. That's all I'm doing. I ain't forget. I ain't forget nothing, goddamn. God damn. I have to whoop my ass. What did I do? I ain't do nothing. I ain't do it. Hold on, why I can't? God, let me press play.
We're going to discuss some things. We do allow our guests to introduce themselves. It's no different here when you're talking to True the Fat. So go ahead and go.
Well, where do I look? What camera with that?
Oh, that's you.
Oh, I'm Jay Prince for president of United Negro Nation of the Black House. And I'm so glad for this interview.
All right.
I'm Delicia. I'm here for this interview. Yes, I do. What's the what I do?
Should be nice.
Okay, so I do OnlyFans.
Oh,
and
shit.
I'm a hairstylist.
Oh, shit.
Also, I'm a reality TV star. Yeah.
Okay. And they set me up again. I wasn't aware that he straight sent me an OF girl, but appreciate you. We're gonna have some fun today. It's on. Yeah, I shouldn't have did that. So, the reason why I wanted to have this discussion in the first place is because your homeboy Jay Prince. I've seen this man go 6v1 and hold his own. He's a real life pooky and will hold his own and own it. No one really does that. We don't have a physical representation of a person who actually admits to being the ultimate pooky. So we'd love to know how this came about. So first of all, did you grow up in Milwaukee altogether?
Yep, born and raised in Milwaukee.
Born and raised in Milwaukee. Okay, cool. How was your family life? Like as a child, were you?
Well,
you had a lot of siblings?
Yeah, so my dad, he got 14 kids.
Your dad has 14 kids?
Yeah, he got 14.
How many baby mamas?
He got 5 baby mamas. Now, me, my 2 little sisters not supposed to be here.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
I grew up into I was born into some foul play. Like my dad was with another woman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He was like, that was like wifey.
Okay.
Every time he had kids with her, he was having kids. My mama was the side.
Oh, your mama was the side.
Yeah, so he ended up having
That's crazy.
3 kids with my mama.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so you never really had an opportunity to have a father figure full time.
No.
Do you think that has some type of an impact on your life right now? Do you think it was detrimental to you?
I think my dad was the most masculine man, and I think that's dope because men in general he's supposed to be out there making more babies and having multiple women,
but not fathering.
Damn. And this is the beginning of the show. And we do have a issue with men believing that is masculine to just go out and create children out of wedlock with no guidance of the children that they are creating. It's a big problem. What up, Pop Out? That's a big problem that the failing men of our society is looked at as masculine. It's crazy. Let's see the follow-up question, how he answers that, because it seems like he's about to ask a very good follow-up question. That was crazy. His daddy, the man, that's his daddy.
He's supposed to be out there making more babies and having multiple women,
but not fathering the children.
I don't think men is designed in essence to father the children like that. I think that's a woman.
What up, Crown? He don't believe that men are designed to father children. So if that is the case, if men are not supposed to father children, good day to you. What you thought this was. then why are so many men in the manosphere, the rim bros, the red pill inside the manosphere, the no good sucker space, are complaining that women are doing what they are supposed to do and nurturing the children without these goddamn fathers who are clearly, as you would say, Jay Prince, naturally not supposed to be fathers. And see, even though people would look at it and say, why are you listening to Jay Prince? Why is anybody listening to Jay Prince? The reason why is because he is saying the very secret, quiet thing out loud. Jay Prince is just stupid enough to say it out loud. But it is a lot of men out there in the world that has this ridiculous ideology. So nobody's actually listening to Jay Prince. However, what we are witnessing is the quiet part out loud. The thing that these degenerate brothers think about and never would say to anybody because they keep it to themselves. They just want to create children, but they never in their life had an idea to take care of any child that they create. They just want to create the baby. So when I need people to understand that when we hear things like this, it is not about if anybody's listening to them. It's about that it is a degenerate behavior out there that is, they have this one consciousness of degeneracy. And they believe the degenerates before them, they give them more praise to keep on following the legacy of degeneracy. That's the main thing that they leaving behind. This is why, you know, the less intelligent brothers is, you know, they are the ones that's mainly having children. They don't give a damn. They have this mentality. They even prey on women that are a little less, you know, proper up there in the head so they could go ahead and create children with them. That's what's really happening. Let me shout out to my girl.
About to be a situation. Hey, hey, hey.
Shout out to Conversation with Andrew. The Tempo says, good day, Sharon. It's not even Friday, and the shenanigans are starting early. Hit the damn like button. Thank you so much, beautiful. I appreciate you. Shit. That is crazy.
Job. That's why they born with breast milk. I mean, that's why when they give babies, they able to have breast milk because in essence they supposed to take care of the kids. Men supposed to just go out there and create them.
God damn, that man hair grew so fast. He just had his hair was just as long as Shadow the Tiny Wives just a week ago. How did his hair grow so quick? How the hell Jay Prince hair grew so quick? His hair was just as long as Shadow the Titan Wives. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. That's crazy. That Bubba. Let me leave him alone. God damn it. I'm always bothering Jay Prince. Let me leave him alone. It's unbelievable.
Okay, so there's a lot of people, including myself, who believe that the discipline and structure aspect of the man is what makes fatherhood. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I disagree that the discipline and structure is to that's mainly preferably for Black people and especially for Black boys. Discipline is to obey the authorities.
Goddamn.
And when you think about the Black fathers only going to teach you to obey. That's why, even though I talk bad about our mamas, Black women, but Black women gave us that gangsterism in us. They put that bravery to challenge authority.
This is crazy. So he is saying that the Black men, the black fathers. I don't know, Odessa. What up, Shicey Bob? He's saying the black fathers are out there teaching young black boys how to be submissive, and the black women are the ones that are showing young men how to be bravehearts. Very interesting rhetoric, to say the least. Craziness. Because they sent it to me, Shiesty.
Would you describe gangsterism? I'm sorry, I don't mean
Gangsterism,
Yeah,
you know,
I never heard. Is that an actual like Webster's term, or is that something?
it's just something. It's
Gangsterism.
Yeah, it's just something we grew up. You know, it basically is like a lawless. You know,
Okay.
you operate, even though we lawless, but we still have laws within our own community.
Okay.
Like the no snitching rules.
Yeah. Do you believe in no snitching?
Yeah, absolutely.
Would you snitch on a PDF file, or no? Or would you just let it rock?
I will not snitch on her. I rather do some, handle it a different way.
Okay. So no matter what, you ain't snitching.
I don't believe in snitching.
Okay.
Because I feel like my ego in a way, because I'm going to say, fuck the police. Fuck the laws, but then got to go run to them. So what I tends to do is, let's just say if I commit a crime, I pick and choose the crime I commit. So if I do a bank robbery, that ain't gonna do. I could do 2-3 years in prison.
That's all you're gonna get for a bank robbery?
Yeah, if it's your first time.
Oh, okay.
As long if you come in there with a note,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying. That's gonna be about like 2 or 3 years. Now if you do armed robbery, you know what I'm saying. Now you're getting up to 10 or 15 years.
Right.
Then it also depends on your criminal history.
Got it. You know a lot about that. That's what's up. Okay.
Yeah. That is not what's up. That is not what's up. He's giving bad advice. You go ahead and slide a note in that goddamn bank you want to. You ain't coming home no 2 to 3 days. Or 2 to 3 years. This is insanity. However, this is what the Rim Bros, the Red Pill and man, for the no good suckers. This is the main thing that they want to be out there in the world. It is what it is. A lot of these Red Pill and Manosphere, man, these no good suckers, these Rim Bros, they are infatuated with men like Jay Prince. They are absolutely infatuated with men like that. They fall asleep thinking about them. It's crazy. We could continue.
Depends on your criminal history. Like my criminal history is shot, so it's a lot of stuff I can't do.
Wait, what does that mean?
I've been arrested 36 times.
Say what?
Yeah.
You've been arrested 36 times?
Yep, 36 times.
Would you like to include some of those charges?
Why is she smiling? Hold on.
Well, 36 times?
Yep, 36.
Would you like to include some of those charges? 36 times?
Yep, 36.
Would you like to include some of those charges?
Oh, Lord.
Well, my first
times?
Yep, 36.
Would you like to include
on.
some of those charges?
This is the first
You've
time
been
I see her
arrested
smile.
36 times?
Yep, 36.
Would you like to include some of those charges?
Well, my first case was a dope case.
How old were you?
Look,
I was 18, 19 years old.
Oh, so as soon as you became an adult, you just was out here. Okay.
I went to
She said, yeah, baby, you a thug? This one for the thugs. I ain't never seen a thug with a hairpiece. I thought the piece supposed to be steel. I didn't know you had to have a hairpiece too. What is going on? Yo, I thought the piece was supposed to be steel. But no, my man got a hairpiece and she started smiling. She said, ooh. She said, oh, you've been arrested how many times? That's the first time she smiled, Renee. Renee, the first time she smiles when he said 36 times I've been arrested, she smiled and gave him that head bop. That is crazy work. We know what her OnlyFans look like.
Jail. I went to jail from I was selling dope in high school. I went to Vincent High School.
Okay.
And then I got kicked out of Vincent High School. Then I went to like a Vincent Outpost. That's like an alternative school.
Okay.
I got kicked out of there for allegedly robbery.
Okay.
And then I went to MATC. And MATC, when I went to MATC, I was selling drugs. Then I started going to jail from there.
Damn. So how much of your life do you think you've wasted in jail?
You know, it was just mainly jail. It'd be like 3 months here, 6 months there. So if you add all that stuff out all the time
Collectively.
I would say small shit about 3 years.
Damn. Yeah, if I had to waste 3 years of my life in jail,
I mean,
some
probably
type
a
of
little
way.
bit more. I would give it max at 5, probably.
Oh, you never really calculated it. It's just like,
I never really calculated it. But it'd be like 3 months here, 6 months there. But the women, they love that shit. You know, you love them.
How do you feel about that?
Well, jail.
You know they love it. She started smiling right away. This one for the thugs. Oh my goodness. Clearly, Uda, they both bought the hairpiece from the same lady. The same Chinese lady sold them the same hairpiece. He just braided his. That's the only difference. Lord, have mercy. What up, Venus? Let's get it. 40 more likes. Thank you, Maya Reed. Let's see. She finally gets to talk. Let's see.
Yeah.
I don't even like it for like one of the person I'm talking to now. He just went to jail, and
You can't make this shit up. You can't make this shit up. Man. Goddamn. Damn, that's crazy. Nah, he just went to jail. That is just wild shit.
I don't know how to feel about that because my dad, he was in jail when I was younger.
God damn. Daddy, where have you been? Wow. And the issue is that I don't think a lot of brothers understand what they are doing to their children when they are getting locked up. You know what I'm saying? Like this young lady, I know if her daddy never got locked up and he was around doing the right things, not drinking and drugging and having degeneracy at the top of his goddamn value system, this young lady had a promising future. Not to say that she can't change anything. Not to say her OnlyFans is not going to make her millions of dollars. I don't know. But man, her daddy went to jail, so now her latest boyfriend is in the same goddamn place. It's crazy work.
Now it explains it. Keep going.
We got
Yeah, he went to jail when I was 3 years old. He got out when I was 16. But I said I was to go deal like with the jail stuff, like paying money on the phone and stuff like that. Like I don't want to do.
You're supposed to do that. You're supposed to.
Oh, but that's not something that I did. My mom didn't do that for my dad, so why do I have to do that for another man? So that just makes. But I get it. I got to support him and got to be there for him. I'm there for him, but I don't like it. But yeah.
This is why I say that you have to do that. Because at the end of the day, we gonna be the niggas y'all call, right? So all y'all black women be saying, I'm gonna call such and such and when we pull up, what do you think we going? We gonna go, either we gonna die or we going to prison. So when y'all say that y'all got this is why I feel as though y'all supposed to support us in these indifferences, because we be the niggas that's gonna, when y'all want to call, that's all. We pull up and then either we gonna die or go to jail. So you gotta pay for that. That's your security. We your security. So we get booked.
Come on, girl.
Why not put money on our books? At least make it. We don't want to be there.
Come on.
But a lot of times, most niggas is in prison and jail because of a chick.
Come on, girl. Say something.
Outside of the, the other shit.
All right, Jay.
So,
But the thing is,
what's the thing?
he don't believe in like one person. Like, I feel like you gotta have multiple females, and it's just
wow. So not only that you got to worry about your man going to jail, also your man that is in jail, he has multiple females. It is, I'm telling you, like, I know people look at it like, why are we listening to it's not Jay Prince. This is something that a lot of men really believe. This ain't just a Jay Prince situation. There's a lot of degenerate men that have the same mentality as Jay Prince, never spoke to Jay Prince in their life, don't know what this man is or who he is, but they got the same exact mentality. She herself is dating another version of Jay Prince. He's in jail right now. He got multiple women right now, and she got to make sure the only way he could call home is if she was to put money on his books. This is wild.
so I feel like, and I'm the youngest, so I feel like you should have these other girls do it. Why do I have to pay?
You're all supposed to do it.
Oh, they can do it. I don't have to do anything because I'm supposed to be the youngest. I'm supposed to be just working on me, myself, and I. They supposed to be doing the stuff, not me.
See,
that's how I feel. And plus, because we only been talking for 2 months, I don't feel like I should be doing all of this at 2 months. Like,
oh damn, you've been together for 2 months and you gotta like put money on the books and all that. So let me ask you this: even though homeboy wasn't in jail when you met him, I feel like there is a type that typically ends up in jail. Are you attracted to homeboys that end up in jail? Is that what preheats the oven for you? You sure? Nah, you can't even keep your face straight. I see teeth slipping.
to jail back then, so I already know.
So you might go again, homeboy. Look, Jay Prince just told you he got arrested 36 times.
But like it would happen for him.
Fix it.
So another female. That's how he got put up in jail. So, I don't know. It just was.
You see how females.
But I'm here though. I'm here for him. I'm here to support him. Like tomorrow, I'm supposed to go to music. Like I'm here, but I don't feel like I should be doing this. I feel like, well, at 2 months and being the youngest, you want to have multiple females. I feel like I should be doing the things that I'm doing.
But at the end of the day, a man's supposed to have multiple females.
See,
I think that.
I don't like that.
Well, because
then they make it to like y'all have multiple females and we can't have multiple niggas. Even though I don't have sex with multiple niggas.
Double standards out here for real.
But, shoot, I just feel like we both do this.
I think it's feminine for a man to be with one woman.
Oh damn!
I think.
Nah, this ain't for real. Nah. That's crazy. That's crazy. He said, I think it is feminine for a man to be with just one female. That shit is crazy.
A man that ends up with one woman is feminine.
Okay, so for all of the married men who decided to make an honest woman out of their wives or are thinking about that, you think they're feminine?
I think they're gay.
You think they're
Otis who? Why are you gay? Otis who? Oh man. No, it ain't. Angry Mr. Snowman, no, it ain't. No, it's not. This is your people, god damn it. You and Jay Prince are the ones that went to jail all those times, god damn it. Not me. Oh shit.
Not gay, but not like not that they less of a man to me.
Okay. Wait.
men talk to multiple females could be gay only because to like protect themselves from.
You think it's like fear? Okay. No. I understand that part of it. So yeah, I completely disagree. I'm not saying that men should or shouldn't be monogamous, right? There's no one who can substantiate what's right or wrong, right? But I don't think that any particular archetype is just like monolithic. Like all dudes who decide to have a wife and their family are less masculine. Some people would say that that's the most masculine thing you can do is to protect and support your family and build on your legacy.
What make you a man is your dick. And who determines that is the nature. Your nature. When you look at it, you get, let's say you like old girl. Once you, let's say I like you.
Okay.
I pipe you down. Okay, eventually I'm gonna want another woman. And if and let's say you bring another woman that looks good as you. Yeah, I do want to fuck both of y'all.
Damn.
So I think that we was created with 3 million of sperm.
Wow.
Right? How one woman gonna take all that dick? Is you cool? Unless you could.
Yeah, King Alpha. The Pookie logic is crazy. He said a man got 3 million sperms, and then he goes to say, how's she supposed to take all that peen? What do your peen and the 3 million sperm got anything to do with each other? That's number one. Your 3 million sperm doesn't have anything to do with this man is. Hey, I'm sorry, fellas. But this is who y'all be propping up. Y'all love to prop up men that communicate like this. It's just that a lot of the other ones, the red pill incel men for the no good suckers, they do it in a more fake way. At least Jay Piss is doing it 100% raw. Majority of men, they feel just like him that they should have multiple women, and that if you're not having multiple women, that you are not man enough to have multiple. A lot of these men, they attempt to say it in a more elegant way, but they have the same thought pattern as Jay Prince. It ain't no difference. They think that women are supposed to be beneath a man, and that she's supposed to just accept whatever he says to her. That shit crazy. So a lot of people could say, hey, why are we watching Jay Prince? It's because he's the only one honest enough to actually say what is on these men's mind, the things that they really be talking about, the things that they really think about, the degeneracy. It's not about actually listening to Jay Prince or listen to any other of those Rembrandts. It's about people starting to recognize the degeneracy that has happened day to day. And we could get more brothers to understand that it is degenerate. And maybe we could get some of them to start moving in a more productive light. Because this is just insanity. And there's a lot of brothers out there that think like him. She herself never met Jay Prince, and somehow she is also dating a Jay Prince as well. We know what Diva said. Diva said, who got the best what?
Could take it. But that's like if I'm addicted to you, then yeah, I could take it too.
No, I would get tired of hitting you the same time. Like men would get tired.
It could get I don't know how, because I'm fun. I can do different positions, all type of stuff. Y'all
I don't believe. I don't believe. All y'all be. How we make it, boy? I would never believe.
So I do agree with Jay Prince.
Not she about to prove it. You saw that next step. Not she about to prove it to Jay. Not she about to prove how she could do it in all these different positions. God damn. Not she about to prove it. She like, look, I could show you better than I could tell you. This is an issue. But one thing I can say is that men like Jay Prince, all the Rembros out there, all the red pill inside the Manosphere men, all these no good suckers, they can recognize a young lady like this from far away. right? We could all see that, you know, she ain't the smartest person up there. We could kind of see that she's indoctrinated the same way Jay Prince is indoctrinated. She didn't want to show Jay Prince right now all the positions she could do. No, Papa TV. He drove or flew to Jay Prince. Wherever this man Trey Smooth is from, he went out to Milwaukee. So because Jay Prince did not want to hop on an airplane or on a bus or whatever to leave his city. So he went to Jay Prince. He flew to Jay Prince. It's all good. It's all good. It's crazy. I wonder if we got to did we make it to our 100 likes? We still need 40 likes. We got 150 people watching. We need some more likes, please, and thank you. I appreciate y'all.
That most females think that their kitty is superior. However, it's generally mid. Almost always just mid. Like that's about the best you're gonna get. There's females who really think that they have that slay. Nah, not really. That's a common misconception amongst females. They think that they overvalue many things, and their kitty is one of the main things that they overvalue. And
I told you, it ain't just Jay Prince that think like this, right? So even though they both he would consider himself not a pooky or whatever, and that he's a good high value dude, this man also said the same very thing that Jay Prince is saying, that yeah, y'all women ain't putting it in the bed, y'all ain't doing this, and she gotta go and jump up and fix her face and say, what? I'll be doing all types of positions, and then she gotta try to prove it. It's crazy. And this is why I tell Shadow all the time, ain't no way I want any girl of mine to be kind to any man, because you be kind to him when they start talking like this. No, you can't talk to no man. God damn it. These men are goddamn degenerates. They say any stupid old thing. And then they will all be in agreement. Whether they are degenerate or so-called not degenerate, they still say the same degenerate BS. It's insane.
I've seen them fumble a lot of situations based on either the actual value of when a dude gets it, or they fumble it by miscalculating what they'll be able to leverage for it. Those are both something that females need to understand, that even though men really
just really think about, like, out of all the things that Jay Prince said so far, he wants to focus on that women are mid in the bedroom. They want to try to find some way to take it off all the male degenerate thinking and put it on that one thing that she said about, hey, first of all, she's a young lady. Number two, she is giving men a chance. Even though the man that she gave a chance is going his ass to jail, he also have multiple women. And then the main thing they want to focus on was that she may or may not be mid in the bedroom. Whatever, Black Beauty Gaming. Damn. This is crazy. Somehow, some way, the brothers want to take the focus off the men and put it on the woman. Even though the other day we were just having a conversation that, hey, listen, a woman that is dating a dude, she is going to be a multiplier. So she wound up dating, she gives a man a chance because he's funny or whatever the case is. She gives him a chance and she multiplies what he is, and she becomes a degenerate because she laid down with a degenerate. They want to focus on this woman being a degenerate. Where not only Jay Prince is talking this nonsense, Jay Prince's daddy was talking that nonsense, and the man standing next to him, across from him, is talking that nonsense. Black Beauty, I'm gonna send you some ginger ale. God damn it. But this is the thing: we got Jay Prince Daddy a degenerate. We got Jay Prince a degenerate, and also Trey Smooth. He's starting to talk like a degenerate now that he's starting to open up his mouth now. And y'all want to focus on the lady. We got 3 men examples, and you want to focus on that one girl. But if I show you another girl that took care of her man, while she make more money, she's the breadwinner, and she is still the breadwinner, help her build her man up, you would say I'm the crazy one for putting out that one video. That's crazy to me. Why we even attempt to focus on the young lady? To say that she's a degenerate too. Who cares? At this moment, it doesn't make no sense to focus on the minority when the majority of the problem is Jay Prince Daddy, Jay Prince, and now it seems like as Trey is talking, he's a problem too. The link is there. Yeah, all right.
Enjoy pounding. What they want more is a female who's not annoying, a female who doesn't nag, a female who understands when I need alone time, a female that will support me instead of compete with me. That's what men typically desire from women. Confusing, I know, but look, I'm just telling you this. Yeah, but this how you win. This how you win. Men typically will stay with them for a while if a kitty's great because it's hard to find, that goodness like that. But after a while,
and look how that man just double talk. You think that young lady is competing with them? You think she's trying to go to jail more than her boyfriend? What is she trying to compete with her boy? Do you believe that this young lady is trying to compete with her man by going to jail too? What competition she's in with him? And now all of a sudden we got men, they willing to stay with anyone because they kitty so good, but also most women kitty is mid. Boy, if you don't sit your silly ass down, who the hell you think you is? These men are, hey, but you want me to focus on the young lady. What's up, Shatera? But you want me to focus on the young lady. And this is crazy. That's wild.
You do get acclimated to it. So the female has to offer a lot more to keep that attention.
Yeah. Because eventually, I'm going to be picturing your cousin on that sex with you.
See, why would you want to do that? Like, that's so disrespectful.
Because it's mainly because I'm tired of hearing it. And you bring your family around.
So you go want to hit my cousin.
Absolutely. Don't bring about it. Don't bring her around.
Wow.
Now, that is crazy right there.
So you mean to tell me niggas don't be hitting cousins and sisters?
That's like me going to your best friend or something. Or
how
would you feel?
Well, I ain't gonna lie.
What you feel?
You gonna get pocket. Well, you can't do what I do. That's the problem. But there's certain stuff that you can do that I cannot do.
That's gonna break up me and my family relationship. Like
there's absolutely a double standard, right? There's
double standard.
There's absolutely a double standard, but it's there for a reason. I think that just like men are expected to be chivalrous, and females are not. There is no female version of chivalry. We're expected to be providers, for most part, right? There are some females who are going to do things like when it comes to shoveling snow, mowing grass, fixing stuff at the house. We just do that, right? We don't expect women to do certain things.
That's a lot. He's absolutely a menace because this is they always bring up this mow the lawn, fix up the house, and all these things that barely happens. And then they want to talk about women, like why you compare. Man, listen. It doesn't matter if they're a pooky or a so-called upstanding man, they both degenerate. He's saying the same degenerate things. He's talking about mowing the grass. When you live in a certain type of neighborhood, ain't no man is mowing the grass. They pay somebody to mow the goddamn grass. And the other people that mow their own goddamn grass, it ain't never mowed. Oh, shit. I'm over here just running my goddamn mouth. My bad. I'm over here running my mouth.
It's okay. It's okay. You was in the spirit. You was in the spirit. You ain't say nothing wrong. You ain't say nothing wrong. Okay. Good morning.
Good day to you. Oh, my bad. I was over here just running my mouth. And hopefully you wasn't there too long.
It's okay. No worries.
What's up with you, baby girl? How you feeling today? Sheesh.
Good. I clicked in like, well, this is interesting.
Oh, shit. I had no idea y'all was back there. Not even a little bit. Lord have mercy.
That's okay.
What's your thoughts so far? God damn.
Me?
Did you see this video before?
No, I never seen any of that. What I think is, I agree with you. I think it's a good thing to see because you know what I was just thinking? In real time, we are seeing how women get manipulated into certain things, right? Because clearly she doesn't have any guidance. Like you said, anybody can see that. And so I'm looking at like somebody convince her in real time, like you should pay for the commissary and you should accept the fact that I want other women and you should we're seeing in real time how vulnerable women get like conditioned into these situations.
And as the conversation progressed, now the other gentleman is added on to it as well, saying that it is okay, that this is how men think. And you know, it is a double standard. And we got to do all these things. We got to be providers and mow the lawn and fix things in the house. And you know, those things barely ever happen. But you got to take all this goddamn abuse because you are not worthy of a man that is more than what you see in front of you.
You know what I was thinking too? They always say like black women are over sexualized, right? But look at this conversation. There's two men who are older than her, right? And what are they talking to her about? What are they telling her the value is in? Sex, right? So then they kind of create women. They spend all their time telling women your value to me is mainly sexual, right? And then the women adapt and think, okay, I have to be like this to have value to this man. And then they're overly sexual, and then it's she's a hoe. Like, why?
She's mid. Like, I just mid anyway.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then 2 seconds later to say, yeah, some men can't leave a girl alone because the kitty cat is so good. What? Like, how you?
It just makes me kind of sad because it makes me kind of sad because it's like she's young, but the fact that she doesn't have enough sense to like understand this whole thing is wrong. Like the conversation is wrong, the situation is wrong, like everything is wrong. Like you shouldn't even.
The whole thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing is wrong. And the so-called good guy, Trey, because he would act as if he's the good person or he's better than Jay Prince. And, you know, there's a lot of men that would say they are better than Jay Prince, but they got the same remedial rhetoric as him. The only difference is you didn't go to jail 36 times. When you think like him, you also
I figured it out, Sharon. That's why they like him. He will say their innermost, deepest, darkest thoughts. I get it now. So for them, I got to keep up a facade. You know, I'm classy, I'm educated, I got a career. But you notice they don't have much pushback for him either, right? So it's like he's gonna be the one crazy enough to say it. These are my inner thoughts anyway. Shoot, let him say it.
We're gonna use you to say what I'm feeling. So this way they can't say I actually said it. And they could always have that deniability. But you let them talk long enough, you let them conjugate long enough, they wind up saying the same thing. Yeah, you know, men, they want to, you know, they want to do this a little bit too. They want to have a woman on their side too. They want to be degenerate too. And plus, you know, your vagina ain't really that good. So, you know, some crazy.
And you saw her reaction, so I could prove it. You see what I'm saying?
That was so wild, Venus.
And but
like she did the whole like jump back, size them up, and like, what you mean I can't do all these different positions? You want to see? That was the only part that we was missing, right? You want to see?
You think men like him don't know that? You think men like him don't know that? Like they can't spot like that type of girl and do exactly that? Like, girl, please, you're not even good in bed, because he knows, like, okay, this is someone who has something to prove. I already convinced her that the only value to me is sex. So what you gonna do? You want to prove that you're valuable to me, right?
Mm-hmm. And it's kind of important to see how these things happen in real time, because a lot of times we don't get a chance to see that. Because this is what happens when they have the ghetto hood parties, when they just drinking, watching, listening to music in the car. Like that's how it happens. If people trying to figure out how it happens, that's how it happens. A woman that's not so sure of herself, she already brought up the fact that, you know, her daddy went to jail at 3 years old. She knows that, and that he ain't come out to 16. All those words mean a lot. Soon as Jay Prince heard that, he already knew. Those all his signals to start acting the way how he acts. He knew exactly what he could say and what he cannot say to that young lady. And the other dude, you know, he didn't care whatsoever. He just kept on letting this shit happen.
That's kind of crazy to me, because this is a real life depiction of what happens when you have these older men in a room with a younger woman. Listen to the conversation.
They will not try to guide her in a proper mentality at all.
Not at all.
Because what Trey was supposed to be, the title of the show is like, I debated the biggest pooky out there, and he not realizing that he ain't debate him on not one topic yet. He's actually agreeing with Jay Prince on every topic so far. Even though he's claiming that, well, I wouldn't say that about the feminine part. That's the only thing that he disagreed about. But he didn't debate him on nothing yet. He just said, I disagree. He didn't expound on the ideology. He didn't debate him on it and try to disprove or prove none of that. It is not a debate. Clearly, zero tolerance. Trey also is in that same mindset as Jay Prince. Let me welcome into the show. Let's see. Hopefully, he don't got a lot of noise in the background. Welcome to the show, Shadow the Titan Boss. What is your thoughts?
Trying to figure out the most polite way to say what I'm trying to say. First and foremost, I think the conversation as a whole is kind of crazy regarding, I guess, this younger woman. I think you're gassing up a lot of bullshit, but I'm gonna leave that at that.
You better start pinpointing.
I'm about to. If you really want me to, I will, sir. So
yes, pinpoint them.
So number one, you're trying to play the game as if a majority of men do the same thing these goofy ass dudes do. Which, again, even if you look at employment rates, the amount of money people make on average, what you're saying is just wild. Saying that if the average man can't afford to live by himself, then a lot of women wouldn't be living with dudes. I don't know why you keep saying that. It's not even a majority of a thing, but you say it as if it is. That's wild to me. And I believe something Venus said that sat with me a little strange. She made a good point about the over-sexualization of girls. But there becomes an issue whenever she missed a crucial step in it. While if this girl is saying that her value is in sex, then the follow-up to that should be, and you need to discern who you disseminate it to. But that keeps getting missed in these conversations. It's not just the fact that, hey, they're putting value in you because of your sex. But you still get to determine who you're having sex with, so don't have sex with everybody. If you feel like this man isn't
have to do
Sorry, what were you saying?
No, go ahead. I don't understand what that has to do with me, but go ahead.
No, you had mentioned it when you said, well, yeah, men are over-sexualizing women, but then you did a hard stop there without adding the fact that at some point, because you did mention that then they keep being over-sexualized and then they engage in a lot of sex. I'm like, yeah, but that's where the problem also begins. Because we also have the conversation about women having too many sexual partners. So there's a weird gray area that we never really touch on, and I'm not sure why.
You confusing me. I don't understand.
Somebody can say you're over-sexualized, but unless you actually engage in it, it doesn't matter.
We just watched a clear
you still make
example.
You still have to make the choice.
We just watched a clear example of a woman literally being I don't know what the word is, convinced. This is what we value, right? This is what we like. This is what we want in a woman. So I'm confused about what am I supposed to do now?
Answer. Just because the men are saying this is what we're valuing in a woman does not immediately equate to the fact that a woman should then sleep with every man she's engaging with. Like there has to be a discernment somewhere.
When did anybody say she should sleep with everybody?
Not the over-sexualization linked directly to then engaging in a lot of sex, then being devalued. I thought that's what you said. I might have just misheard you.
Over-sexualization doesn't mean you gotta be having sex. I can sexualize somebody by looking at him and making it all sexual when it's nothing to do with sex. Doesn't mean you have to sleep with everybody because somebody decides to over-sexualize or just the way you present, right? It's not always you slept with every single person. But I
agree with that. No. I agree with that.
I don't know why why you want to defend. I really don't understand what you're doing. I don't get it.
I'm trying to understand why every time we have this conversation, not me and you specifically, but every time this conversation is brought up, we mention that men are over-sexualizing women and girls, right? Which I agree with. But y'all are also skipping the crucial crux that unless she's actually engaging in or acknowledging that over-sexualization, then nothing changes about her. It's when she submits to that over-sexualization that a problem comes in, which you actually mentioned guidance earlier, which I thought was actually the right answer. But I don't think it's men who need to guide young girls. I think it's women.
Insane. Let me also welcome into the show the beautiful MJ. Good day. How you doing? What is your thoughts?
What's up? Hello, panel. Yeah, so if it's women that need to guide her, then I don't want to hear about we need men in the home to help guide these girls, because one of the men that's on the panel is a father of 3 girls talking like this to a younger girl that eventually his daughters is going to be that age. So you see where the mindset comes from? You see where the conditioning comes from? If you have a father who has a mindset about women in that way, you think that that's not going to be impressionable on you if he's like that in your household? He will set you up for failure to be around these same goofy ass ninjas who will say and do that, and you're going to think it's okay because it's something that you adapted in your household. So no, just having a father or having a man in the house don't mean a goddamn thing. It's the character of man. This is why when people complain and talk about, well, why are you not with your baby father, or why are you not with your ex, whatever not, and it be these reasons, these type of reasons why the women are not with the man anymore, and why she decide, okay, if you want to do for your child, but the relationship or the foundation of a family can't happen because your character, you don't want to change. Your mindset is toxic. You're messy. You're a degenerate. And then sometimes if it's really that bad, he's not a good fit for any child. male or female.
And I want to ask Shadow a question because somebody said something really good in the chat. And this, because he loves to try to always put some shit back on a woman. Okay, in this scenario, who's the youngest person in the room, Shadow? Who's the youngest
young
person?
girl.
The girl.
Young girl, obviously. Yeah.
Who's also outnumbered in the room, the men or the women?
Also, same question. Same answer.
So younger woman, outnumbered, who also admitted that my dad was in jail since I was 3. So clearly we know there's no male guidance there. Who was that person?
So yeah, okay. So all 3 answers are the same. What is that supposed to display though?
What it's supposed to display is we can identify the person in the room who is clearly outmatched mentally, okay? Also admitted to lacking any guidance and outnumbered. There's no woman in the room. There's a younger girl and 2 older men. Why would I be focusing on her in this scenario with all the information I just gave you? Why would I be doing that?
Great point.
No, that is a great point. Here's why. Because if I remember correctly, Sharon had made the comment that men need to teach boys how to be men, right? How to walk men away from being lustful degenerates. I would say we all can agree to that. In this case, she clearly doesn't have male guidance in her life, which, as y'all just said, may not have helped her anyway. But female guidance telling her not to be in a room like this may have helped. Because if men are over-sexualizing her, she could have been like, look, I don't like the way y'all are speaking. And she could choose to get up and leave. Is that a fair statement?
No, it's not a fair statement.
No, because it's not.
Great.
That's not what's going on. Like we know obviously if she had better guidance, she wouldn't be there. We know that. What does that do with what we're looking at and analyzing in real time exactly what we're seeing? I don't and you always try to like create these imaginary parts and make some things make sense that don't make sense. I don't know. Because you just always want to like reverse it on women. It's okay to acknowledge when a man is wrong. And in this case, these 2 men are dead ass wrong. It's simple.
No, that's fine. And I can swallow that pill. But here's the thing. Y'all seem to have an issue with saying that sermon actually matters. Because it does.
If she had discernment, would she be... Wait, Shadow. If she had discernment, would she be there?
Right.
Again, hold on.
So
to be fair, we don't understand.
Hold
on. To be fair, we don't understand why she's there. She could be there for any number of reasons. But again, she has the ability to listen to what's being said because by these quote unquote degenerates, as y'all just said, and throw it out her ear as if it didn't matter. That's a level of discernment that she has to be taught. Or that she should already understand.
Let me do this. Shadow, before I pass it to Bomb Cherry, I want you and Venus to finish out this conversation. Hopefully it don't turn into a full-blown argument. Do you believe if it was a young man sitting there, he's 25 years old and he's listening to these things, would you be saying that young man should get up and leave?
A young man listening to these 2? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think any young man should ever be in a room. Well, I thought the first dude might have been okay. Apparently not. Yeah, he shouldn't be in a room at all.
And you would say, why did young man then just get up and leave?
Hey, y'all are teaching me something that goes against my principles. I'm walking away.
He don't have no principles yet. He wasn't taught any principles.
So are these people who are just going to instill the principles?
His daddy went to jail at 3.
Okay.
His daddy went to jail at 3. His dad didn't get out of jail until he was 16. And so now he's in a room with these 2 gentlemen and they are telling him all these things. Are you going to really think and say, hey, that young man should have got up and left because he need to have this?
No, but I'd be concerned for his future if this is all he has to look for.
Okay, so why you saying that this girl should leave instead of saying I'm concerned about young ladies that get groomed the way how she is getting groomed?
I mean, I don't think those 2 things are mutually exclusive. I think one, I can be concerned for her over because we can all agree that she's not in a good position right now. especially with what's being said. I don't think I ever said otherwise. If I did, then let me clarify. I believe she should not be in that room at all.
And then
Especially
that's what
considering the people that are there.
on. But the focus should be on what is being said, not what she should or should not be doing, because she's barely saying anything. The two brothers are the ones that are saying something, and that's what we need to focus on, because we can see in real time that they are overpowering her and she is changing her mind in real time.
Yeah, she's actively being. I wouldn't use the word grooming because that usually requires time. I understand what y'all are saying, but like, here's what I'm saying. Because I'm assuming she's a whole adult now. If she's listening to this and understanding that this isn't what she's supposed to really think about, then even if she's taking the information just as information, she can then choose to utilize it one way or the other. Y'all keep taking agency away from women. I don't understand why that is a thing. She can be like, hey, these niggas are crazy.
Because the reason is that you are negating what is happening and you are turning it into something else. We are watching what is happening in real time, and you turn it into she should be Bomb Cherry, MJ, and Venus that have this strong mind will to get up and leave and recognize that these men, both sides, the one that's been to jail 36 times and the other one that's portraying himself as a good law-abiding citizen, and to have all this wisdom by the age of whatever she is.
Even thinking as Bomb, MJ, and Venus, because those are in fact strong women. I've had conversations with all three. But again, y'all are also refusing to acknowledge the fact that this young woman still has the agency to realize, hey, something these men are saying don't sound right. Hey, just because they're saying my whole value isn't sexualization doesn't mean I have to be sexualized.
Oh my God. And you are missing a point that obviously, given the upbringing that she spoke about, we can clearly see she does not have those things. We know this already. That's why I'm confused about it's like you saying the sky is blue. We know she should have it. She doesn't though. We know that. Like I'm really lost. I'm like, what?
Because nobody knows this young woman from Eve. Y'all don't know if this woman is just listening to this and then gonna run off. She's not gonna leave. Y'all act like she's gonna leave the set and go sleep with some random dude because her value is in sex. Like I said, at some point she's still thinking about what's going on.
Shadow,
yes,
this is the reason why we're trying to keep the conversation focused on the behavior of the men, the adult men in the room, and not her, because it's like you said, you didn't want to call it grooming, but it is a conditioning that is occurring. Even things that you can tell that she feels conflicted about it. She's starting to change inside to some of the things that they're saying due to her being in an environment where she feels that she has to agree or be pleasable to these men on a panel and their views and opinion. So this is why we want to keep the conversation about the environment that is being set up for, individuals who can be gullible, naive, or because of whatever experience they have in life, they don't have that type of discernment, right? Why we're going to focus on, well, she should have discernment. We already established that she's young. We established that she didn't have a father in the home. We established that she's already dealing with a pooky and that she's only been dealing with him for 2 months, and conversations about her putting money on his what's the name in prison and taking care of him, and she's young and he already has numerous of women. We already established there's a lot of things that is not working in her benefit and that is not good for her that's going on right now before even getting into this interview with these two men. We have to understand why this type of environment keeps on occurring, especially when these are supposed to be the adult men, the quote-unquote leaders, and the quote-unquote guidance that children, male or female, is supposed to be having in the household to correct this, right?
That's fair. You know what? So I can see that. You're right.
Yeah. So if I could interject, Because Sharon's never going to introduce me.
Before you go on Wall Street, let me open the door for Bomb Cherry first. Bomb Cherry, would you like to have something to say at this particular moment?
No, I'll go up to because I know he gonna say something crazy, but I'll go up to him.
Okay, go ahead, Wall Street Willie, interject.
Yeah, so this is the thing for me, right? The group that has the least discernment in this conversation is the viewer, right? If you look at anything JP is on and see the representation of a leader or a man, that is a you problem. That means you're not around men like Chicago Rilla. You're not around men like Brownsville, Shadow, every day, AR, right? So if you're around these men and you know this is the real representation of manhood, more so than anything JP's ever done in his whole life, because again, I'm on record saying I think JP's daughters would be better off in the system, right? That's how serious, and I'm not even playing when I say that, right? I'm not going to wait till we all find out about something to call it out. Yeah, nah, those girls aren't even safe with him. I've never given him the credit for just being there, right? That it seems like he gets to live off of. So the people with the least discernment, right, are the people that have these conversations about men using either one of these two morons on the panel, right? The reality at the end of the day is it's a room full of retards. It's a room full of stupid people. And the reason they create these rooms is because of you, the viewer. Habaragani.
Sharon, can I just say one thing?
Yes. You got it, Venus. Maybe she got a phone call right at the same time.
Okay. Until Venus come back, can I be heard?
Yes.
Y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Good day to everybody in the chat and on the panel. Good conversation. Now I'm just waking up, so I didn't hear everything in the interview, but I do know that's Jay Prince, so we can only take that, what it is. I want to say that Wall Street, the idea that you say that anybody would be better in the system, that is crazy work. But you might not be too far off, though. Okay, because we don't know. Okay, but so the young lady, right?
Do we find out their parents abuse their children?
I'm talking.
Well, you were talking to me. You brought up my name.
No, listen, I'm still
wish
talking.
Y'all would just make y'all point.
What
like I
is
never
wrong with
said
this
Bomb
dude?
Cherry nothing.
Hey,
So
Willie.
if you bring
Hey,
up
Willie.
my name, I'm gonna respond.
Hold on. Wall Street Willie. Wall Street, did you get a chance to finish your full thought without being interrupted?
I also didn't call nobody's name. Right.
That's a very true statement.
I'm just saying,
did
if you
get
call
it?
my name, I'm
That
gonna
is a
respond.
very true statement.
Thank
But but was you able to finish your full statement? Okay, so even if your name is called, it doesn't mean that you cannot finish your full statement. Let Bomb Cherry finish her full statement. Thank you.
And I
Go
didn't
ahead,
call his name. I mentioned his name, and I mentioned something you said. That's all. Okay, but anyway, wow. So the young lady, right? I'm looking. I rewind so I can see who we talking about. She's sitting there with two old middle-aged men, right? They in their 40s. She looked like a baby up there. I'm gonna be honest. She still got the braces. She hasn't even figured out how to even style herself yet. That's how young she looked to me. She looked. She might be in her late teens, maybe very early 20s, and trying to figure it out. So I give her grace. The men, of course, they don't want to give her grace. They say she got to have discernment, right? But what about those two men up there? Where is their discernment, who are 40-something years old, speaking to a young girl? Now, she's young. So when everybody's young, even the young men, young women, we think we could conquer the world. She went on a podcast, y'all. That's what she's at. She's thinking, hey, I'm going to go and have some fun. And she's thinking that maybe these older men, black men, are going to take care of her. But they're not taking care of her, right? They're giving her information that will harm her. Of course, they're going to sexualize her because that's all the men think of when it comes to women they don't know or love. That's all they think about is sex. I'm not understanding. Well, we know how Josh think, but sexualizing someone doesn't mean she gonna have sex with them, right? And even if she say, hey, I can show you, right? That's young women and men talk when they're young. And they be like, I'm good at this. You know, the thing that they realize in the room, she knows that her sex is valuable to them because they keep mentioning it. They mention it to her. She wants to prove that she's a valuable person. And it's unfortunate because she's still young. She's just saying, hey, I'm good at that. And you know, it's the music fault. It's the society's fault. You know what I mean? If you listen to the music, how we talk about, I use my tongue. You can put it down to deep and touch that thing in the middle of my throat. You know what I mean? That kind of thing. And so our kids are growing up with that, and they think that's their value. And she's sitting with two real grown men for real, who are kind of telling her that, that is your value.
It's literally like bringing Suki Hana and Jasmine Hernandez on a platform and saying they're the representation of women, right? These aren't two real men, right? They're two fools with a penis. But if you think these are real men, see, I start judging people by their responses, right? When you say she's on a panel with two real men, either, right, you don't have real men in your life, right? Or you have nefarious motives for making the comments you're making. You want to paint men in the light of the most degenerate human being God has ever placed on earth, Jay Prince. I don't even understand how y'all use the term man, right? I tell every time I get him on a panel, I remind him he's not a man. Every chance I get. So that's the offense I take when people say he is a representation of manhood in any way. He is not. It's like me putting Suki Hana and the other broad that's running around swallowing bananas and all of that on a panel and saying, this is a representation of the black woman. You see how that works? It's dumb.
Yeah, nobody called him a real man. I know Venus wanted to say something real quick.
You just said that. She literally, word for word. Real
nobody
men.
said a real
She's
man.
on the panel with two real men. That's what she said. I listen well.
No, you misunderstood.
I said grown men.
You said grown, not real. So maybe you just misheard.
Again, I have a problem with the word man even being used because I know what a man is.
That's what they
JP's
are.
not a man. So once we understand that, then we can
but
realize.
we do understand man means adult man.
I'm gonna let you say.
Hold on.
I gotta drop off anyway. I got a meeting coming up at about 11:30. But yeah,
but we do understand that man means adult male.
To you maybe. To you maybe. That's not what a man means to me. That's just a male. That's just a male.
Okay.
A lot of grown males never become
I said
men.
okay.
Right.
I said okay. All right. Go ahead, Venus. I know you.
Yeah, it's just interesting that these men always, I notice, try to like deflect away from the conversation, and he just kind of revealed why. It's because they cannot separate them from other men. So anytime you shine a light on something negative that a man is doing, people like Shadow and Wall Street want to come and deflect and do all this other stuff. You're making the conversation personal when it don't need to be. It's not about what me or Bomb or MJ think is a real man or who we're around in real life or who you don't like. The conversation is not about that. We are analyzing the video and what's happening in the video. That is all. Anything else you want to talk about? I'm not interested. Like, I'm not here to define what a real man is to you and who I'm around. Like, dude, this is dumb. And y'all always do this deflective stuff. Like, if you can't tolerate,
That's not deflective.
I'm not done. Excuse me, I'm not done. If you can't tolerate people criticizing men when they're wrong, then don't hit the panel. But like, I'm tired of y'all deflecting all the time and making it personal when it's not. It's not about you and who you like. I don't like him either, and I didn't even mention that. It's not about that right now.
All right. So here's what I'm saying, right? You are very much a red pill woman, right? Y'all all do the same thing, right? Those red pill men will use the lowest tier woman with 5 babies from 5 different baby daddies and say that is women, right? And that's what you're trying to do right now. That's why I'm defining the difference, that all grown males aren't men.
When
And
did we say
if
this
we
was
could
all? When
actually,
did we
hold on,
say
I'm
this
not
was all
finished.
men?
I'm not
This is
finished. As you
manipulation. When
guys
did
say,
we say
I'm
it?
not finished.
When did we
I'm
say it
not
was all
finished.
men? When did
I'm
we
not
say that?
finished. I'm
No,
not
because you're
finished.
lying.
I'm
I don't
not
want you to
finished.
continue on a lie.
Yeah, I bet.
When did
I
we
bet.
say it was all men? Again, you don't know how to
You're
separate
saying
yourself.
it's
You
a
don't know
representation
how
of men,
it
correct?
is a representation of men. Sorry to cut it to you, but it is.
How is that not a generalization? See, I thought you were going to actually make a valid point when going against Willie just now. And then you did the very thing he said y'all keep doing.
I
And that's the
didn't say
reason why
it
we
was
come up and do what we do.
well, here's
Because
the
in
reality.
general, y'all have a tendency of
Here's the
generalizing
reality.
men based on niggas like him.
No, we could say based on people like you too, right? I could say based on people like him too, right? I've heard you all speak. He does represent men. He does represent men. And we said it earlier. There's a reason why other men, like the gentleman who's in the video with him, who we would assume are better, do not tend to disagree when he speaks, do they? Because he represents them too.
So, and again, on course with what Willie was saying, the reason why we're so quick to stand up and fight back is because almost on record, y'all regularly, including Sharon, have a tendency of grouping men together in contexts like this.
So
men, hold up, men.
When you come up and defend them, who you think you're grouping yourself with, genius? When you come up and do this,
I didn't know.
who you think
I didn't
you
know I
fit
was
in
done with
with?
my sentence. I didn't know I was
You
done with
looking
my
like
point.
you fit in with
My bad.
them. The need to fight for them like you're doing a grouping your damn self.
I didn't know I finished what I was saying.
Mention his past and what he said he's done with women and things like that. But he's gonna forget that, right? You may have grown out of
again,
that.
we can keep talking about the past now, but we can also talk about everybody
it was something
else's
you
past.
done. It was something you done, right?
Bomb, with all due respect, if we really put it in true perspective, no, actually, I'm gonna leave that one alone because different conversation. But you know what? Apparently, since we can talk, if we're gonna talk about past and act as if nobody's past matters, I'm just more open about mine because I've moved past it. But I can admit that where I was worse and where I've gotten better. But who I was in my 20s and who I am at damn near 40 are not the same person.
And how old
But
is
again,
she?
I'm not trying to personalize it.
No, I know
Again,
that. No, listen, I wasn't trying to attack you. I was making the point that you just made, that you just conceded to. You can look at her and tell she's in her 20s, very early 20s. Those men are up there in their 40s, right?
I agree with
and
that.
So you want to concede that we can make mistakes when we're younger, but except the women can't. She got to have discernment that she don't have yet because she ain't lived life long enough yet. She have to have that discernment. How you get discernment, baby? Isn't it through your experiences?
No, you actually have to. I mean, I grew up being taught discernment through my parents. I just used my discernment and went against what they said. So I used my discernment incorrectly, which a lot of people do when they decide to walk down the path of degeneracy.
No, you don't.
A lot of people are actually told.
You get discernment through
experience. You are absolutely taught discernment, how to learn right from wrong, not just through experience, because you can learn through other people's experiences. It's one of the courses of teaching.
Okay, so Shadow, why is it that when Bomb, MJ, or Venus would say men do X, Y, and Z, I never feel offended, and you do? What is that?
After he admitted he did it himself.
And no, I'll tell you. Nope, I'll tell you because, and I quote, Sharon, you have the same belief and you say the same thing. Why would you get offended by something that you're also preaching?
So, therefore, you feel offended because you feel like you are that man that they are talking about?
No, I get offended because they generalize all men in that conversation. In some of the conversations that they're having, I did or do fit at one point or another, but that's not why I have an issue with it. My issue is and I quote, overgeneralization of men that y'all are consistently doing. And Sharon, you keep asking me to give you examples, and every time I do, you're like, well, I just mean these men. And then you'll start specifying it then. But a 20-year-old listening to you hears you say, hey, all these brothers, all these men do this. And if I never knew you and I heard you for the first time saying, well, men only use women and have to have women in their life in order to get anywhere. If I heard you say that for the first time, I would think you're a feminist. I would think you're a feminist preaching only female talking points and against men.
Wait,
but we've had enough conversations that I can see that you try to balance it out, but at times you don't.
Wait, hold
That's
on.
just that.
You're offended at them being the representation of men. But when we look into your past, you literally fit the category. So again, they
Venus,
are.
do you really want to start that? You really want to start that fight?
I'm not done. This is not a fight. It's like you guys are battling with yourself because
no, don't compare apples to oranges because you're not innocent either.
You're battling.
We
with
all
yourself.
have a past. Don't use my past for your argument. It doesn't.
I'm going to have to because listen to why it does. You said don't use them. It's not. I'm not trying to personally fight you. Listen to what I'm saying, Shadow. You said your issue is that we're saying that these men represent other men, and they don't. But then the things you told us about your past, you literally do fit what they represent. You did. So this is where it's like, how are y'all arguing with things we could all see? They do represent men. It's just true.
But, hold on, but if we're gonna use that.
Accepting
if we're gonna use,
I'm
sorry, I thought you were done. My bad.
You want to fight with us because you have a hard time accepting the shit you've done in your life. That's it.
So now I'm gonna go ahead and snipe that because you literally named me. Hold up, no. Let me explain something to you, and I'm gonna explain a big difference. If what you're saying is true, by that moral virtue alone, that means every woman that they talk about, how they group women, because women do. There's a large group of women who actually do move like that. We can use them as actual representations because, again, I'm not saying none of us are innocent, so we're not going to play that game. So if we're going to play that game and we're going to do it right, then that means they're actually correct on how they view women. And I don't even agree with that because that's not a majority of mature people. That's what I'm saying. It's not overly complicated.
Nobody's saying that you're guilty of any. Listen, if you did something, you did it. You probably always let us know that you know something because you literally did it, right? You always do that, in fact. And but then you're saying those men, right? Those men over there. Nobody said that they represent every single man. Nobody mentioned that. In fact, they're the ones who saying that they represent men. They're the ones who saying, yeah, we as men, we do this and we do that. When I came up here, everybody was actually saying that the men were wrong and the young girl was wrong. I'm sorry, y'all. I keep calling her young. Y'all know I'm older up here, so okay. Some of y'all might be even around her age, so y'all don't see it the way I see it. I get that. My perspective is I see her as a young girl. When I was her age, I thought I was grown and I thought I knew what I was doing. I would have probably been on that podcast too. But you know what? Them men shouldn't have her there. Why didn't get a grown woman to represent and have this conversation? Because they got that young girl because they know they can manipulate. They know they can, and make them look good. They like young girls. And the men always say that, and you can't claim they don't. So you may not say that, but a lot of men do.
Bomb, at 1 hour and 37 minutes into this podcast, Venus said those exact words.
What did
that
I say?
He does. You said that they do represent most men. Those were your words at that time.
No, I don't remember if I said most, but they do represent a lot of men. They do. And you don't even know why I said that, right? But you're so emotionally invested because you see yourself in them. That's why this
again,
is
now you're stretching because I gave you clearly why I have an issue. You can't even state what's clear right now because I gave you a specific definition that you're now arguing because I'm pointing back at you.
You and Wall Street.
I'm pointing at what you did.
Hold on. You and Wall Street came up here and made it personally about yourselves, and you know why you did that? Because nobody.
I didn't even make it about me. You did that. You brought my name into it.
No one was talking about your past or what you used to do or what he used to do or what's up. We were literally analyzing the video. You
Did I bring
guys
it up, Venus?
cannot,
Wait.
you guys
Did I bring it up?
cannot just simply watch somebody tell the truth because it hurts you, because it applies to you. That's a personal problem.
That's why I started writing down timestamps, because I like, when we do this, I want to make sure we can actually go back to receipts now. Because again, specifically, you stated that he does represent most men, and I fought you on that. I've been fighting Sharon on this for the same reason.
They do.
And the thing is this, Shadow, every time you fight me on that, time and time again, I disprove you and I show you another man that you never spoke to have the same ideology. Let me just read a couple of these super chats. So this way it can calm down. I'm gonna bring somebody up. Shout out to Elite Bell Zo 1, gifted 5 Wildest Wake Up Show memberships. Thank you so much, everybody that got one. Please maintain it. Shout out to Tato Mills. He became a new member. Thank you so much, Tato. Always holding me down. I appreciate you so much. I really do. Shout out to Aaron Lucas. Let's stop giving all adults plausible deniability. They all are adults and made their decisions. No excuses for those men or that woman. And there go where we start having some issues a little bit. All right. Elite Belzo 1 with the $10. Supporting the stream. Thank you so much, Elite Belzo, for all that you do. I really appreciate it. Shout out to the real Victorious One with the $1.50 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate all that you do. And Elite Belzo 1 with the double up. Elite Belzo 1 with the $3 super sticker. Thank you so much. We almost at 100 likes. We almost at 200 folks. And everybody hit that like and that share. We could probably get to 300 people in the chat. I know we can do it if we work together. I appreciate everybody for having a conversation with me. Seriously. Also, let me welcome into the show. Good day, Brownsville, New York. How you doing today?
Yo, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. First and foremost, Cuzzo, can you hear me? Am I coming through clear?
Absolutely, we get you good.
Yeah, peace and love, man. First of all, Cuzzo, let me take my shoes off before I come into your room. Peace and love to the queens on the panel, man. Bomb, Cherry Juice, peace and love to you. Conversations with MJ, peace and love to you. And the voice of Venus, peace and love to you, man. And let me, share some love with the queens in the chat as well, man. Anya Bracy, the SBG First Lady, Robin M, DB, Shiesty Bum, Rogue C, It's Me, Dr. G, Sexy Red TV, Reese Cup, Miss Jalen, the Boricua Princess, Genesis, Verbal Assassin, Dawn, Renee, Keisha G, Happy, Barry White, Zero Tolerance, Victorious One, Elite Bell, Zoe, Karen, Mackey, Natasha Vincent, Beachy, Fantasy Island Girl, Kim West, all the queens, man, all the queens. I don't want to forget about none of the queens. Every time I hit this platform, I'm making my purpose to lift y'all up, give y'all flowers, and show these men, show these knuckleheads how they should be treating the ladies, the queens, and a woman on the internet, man. And peace and love to the kings as well. Can't forget about the kings. Listen, cuz it's an interesting conversation, and I'm disappointed in my brothers, man. I'm very, very disappointed in my brothers, Josh, Shadow, the Titan Wasp, and also Willie, right? Wall Street Willie. Because, as men, we always talk about discernment, right? And what I find interesting is these brothers didn't show any type of discernment when they hit the panel, right? Because the first thing Shadow, the Titan Wasp, Josh, and Wall Street Willie should have mentioned is what the Queen Bomb Cherry mentioned, right? Because that's the first thing that piqued my interest when I seen this video. I said, oh, Lord, you got these two grown degenerates, right, having a conversation with this young woman who's very, 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 very young, right? That's predatory behavior. So my antennas just went up. I'm like, this is a predatory situation, right? And this woman is in danger. This young lady is in danger. And it's sad that our brothers don't have enough discernment to recognize when a young woman is put in a dangerous position with old degenerate men with nefarious intentions, right? They want to talk about, well, it's not all men, right? You always group in all men, and it's the audience fault. It's everybody's fault, right? And the reality is, it's your fault, Josh, and it's your fault, Wall Street Willie, right? Because y'all don't have enough discernment, and I don't know if it's the lack of discernment or the lack of courage to call predatory behavior out when you see it. That's the first thing you should have did, my brother. But you fell short because you want to argue for all men, right? That's ridiculous. And it's not even about Jay Prince, because we know what he is. It's not even about that other brother who was in the room. I don't even know who he is. But if he's in the room with Jay Prince and he's chopping it up with him like that, and he got this young girl who they are trying to be predators against, then obviously him and Jay Prince are two peas in a pod, right? So we get that. But Shadow the Titan Boss, I know that you was here and Wall Street Willie, my brother. Maybe you need to rewind and see that there was other videos that Cuzzo played before that showed that it's not about the man, it's about the ideology. That even a lot of these men who y'all consider real men, they still have a flawed ideology, which is animalistic against women, which is predatory against women, which is very dangerous against women, right? And their self-confidence. Maybe you miss the whole Mr. Coach Cleveland story, right? This brother is a coach in a school of young men, right? And he got a woman coming online exposing him for one, his infidelity. He was knocking her down. He's married, right? Knocking her down, right? Then after he knocked her down, he didn't want to return her phone calls. He didn't want to return a text. So she said, you know what? You're just not going to do this. So now I'm going to apologize to your wife, but I'm going to expose you, right? Because you got a precarious tattoo on your buttocks, right? Which insinuated that he's a rim brother who loved men to play below his rim. But Shadow the Titan Wasp and Wall Street Willie, they didn't have nothing to say about that, right? I find that very strange, very degenerate, but I'm not surprised by it because it's a lot of these brothers that are Coach Cleveland right here in your chat, Cuzzo. There's a lot of these brothers who are Coach Cleveland who hit these panels, right? See, they pretend to be solid, upstanding brothers about the community, about coaching the kids. But in the meantime, between time, they waiting for something hard to come on their backside. And they tattooing it on their body where nobody else can see. But they want to have women, right, as mask, right? And what we have to plainly speak to is that not only is Coach Cleveland's wife in danger, but all the women around him are in danger because he's not attracted to women. He's attracted to men. And they're in jeopardy of getting HIV, herpes, and all these other types of STDs, right? From Mr. Cleveland's weird appetite. So I got an issue with brothers when y'all want to sit here and y'all want to make it seem like the women are the problem. But yet, Shadow, I heard you call yourself a leader. I heard Wall Street Willie call himself a leader. And leaders hold other leaders accountable and responsible. We don't worry about nothing else that's going on around us, right? And the problem is not the audience, Wall Street Willie. The problem is not the audience, Shadow the Titan Wasp. The problem is not the mothers who are in a situation to where they're not able to, be the mother and father in the situation because God didn't ordain it that way. Matter of fact, life wasn't culminated that way, right? It ain't her fault, the young lady's mother, that the father who impregnated her went to prison when she was 3 years old, and then she had to figure out how to be a mother and a father. That ain't easy, my brother. It ain't her fault. It's that degenerate, no good sucker who laid down with her, but then didn't want to recalibrate his value system for the sake of his own daughter, right? The sad reality, and I'm going to land right here, is that men such as Shadow and Wall Street Willie and other brothers who are fathers, who are husbands, who are doing the right thing, right? They're doing the right thing in their real life, but for some strange reason, they feel no responsibility to call out the sad reality that we live in a society today where degenerate older men are able to have access to endanger, influence, and totally take advantage of young, impressionable, inexperienced young women. Because those fathers who created those young women are degenerates and in prison. Peace and love, man. Y'all can go ahead going with the conversation, but I'm pissed.
Oh man,
that was a good one.
It was good.
I was trying my best not to laugh on the mic. Oh my God, that was so good.
It was the end. Peace and love.
Everybody hates mine. Brownsville, you gotta stop shaming men the way you do. You mean well, but it won't get them to see your point of view. It just caused them to be defensive. Shout out to Elite Belzo with the triple up, with the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you for all that you do. Everybody hates mine. With the $4.99. Shaming doesn't work here. Yes, Brownsville, it feels good. But if the message is never received, you are just getting your ish off and not affecting change.
So what does he suppose he do? Not acknowledge the truth? Because that's what Shadow and Will were trying to do with their deflection tactics. It's like every man wants us to somehow like not acknowledge what's happening. Okay,
correct.
So what would be the alternative? Okay, so if he can't acknowledge it, then what is the alternative? To not acknowledge?
They want you to, they want you to just let it happen. Let it happen, and you just be Super Saiyan, and you can read minds and figure them out, and have all this discernment that you'll know that, oh, I need to run away from these particular type of people. That's pretty much it. They don't want to stop the issue. They don't want to stop the problem. They want the problem to still remain because some people, I don't know, for whatever reason, subconsciously, they just want these type of people to get away with shit like that. And I truly believe they like that because eventually if they want to go back to being degenerate or whatever not, they have a lane for that. That's why they don't want to fix the problem. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I truly believe.
Okay, I'm going to stand on it and double down, Shadow. I thought about it. Yes, they represent most men. This is why you will see men of all different types. You will, the guy in the chat, right? All different walks of life, all in agreement. That's what I noticed. Y'all are all in agreement, all of you. So yeah, I'm gonna stand on it. They do represent most men. Most men sexually desire younger women, obviously. Most men are manipulative and predatory. It is what it is, especially when they see younger, vulnerable women. And that's across the board. It's not a black man thing. It's a man thing.
Right.
It's a man thing. You guys are the reason they have laws, age of consent in the first damn place. So yes, I'm gonna stand on it. Yeah, they do represent most men.
And
And it's crazy because, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You get get and I'll read the super chat and then I'll get KT to go.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I wanted to say that I completely agree with Venus, like earlier when she was talking about how it just seems like when we talk about these particular type of men, and we don't even have to say the word, general, or even if we do hint at that is a majority or is an uptick in this type of behavior that we're seeing in men, and now, things that used to be quote unquote, I guess, locker room discussions, which I never thought that was locker room discussion, but now it's being said in the public. They get triggered and they don't want you to talk about it, and they express it like, well, you don't have these particular type of men, or you don't have examples of men who don't act like this, and this is why you believe that. It's like it's all projection and assumption. But when it comes down to women, is women, we have to see that there are bad women out there, right? But even though they generalize bad, or all women, even the women who are not bad, they will still give them the same type of name and trope as, conducting themselves as these quote unquote bad women, right? And women, is upon women for us to call out the bad women and to disassociate ourselves and, make ourselves separate from the bad ones. But for them, it's like, no, we can't even have a discussion on specifically what was going on in a video, you know what I'm saying? Without it turning into, why is this all men? Why do all men have to carry this cape? And it's just insane to me. And then I want to say one more thing about the discernment, and this is what Bomb Cherry was talking about. We have, women, young women, all have to have all this type of discernment. But when we talk about these young men who are also being groomed by these other men who are bad and degenerate and have a degenerate mindset, and they can admit that when they was in their 20s, they was out here wilding out, losing control before they had things that they valued in their life, like a family, a partner, and kids. Where was the discernment for those young boys? Where was the discernment for you? When you was 18 and 19, nobody was talking about you needed to have discernment and harping on, well, you get what you get. So it's like the double-mindedness is beyond, is beyond repair, pretty much.
Oh, Sharon, this is gonna dead the whole thing right now. You know how they represent all men? Ask men if you had to let somebody babysit your 13-year-old, your 10-year-old daughter, would you choose a man or a woman? What you think most of them gonna say?
They would choose a woman.
Because when you leave it up to them, right? Let's leave it up to men, because men are just these perfect, they don't do anything predatory. They're not like that. But every man, when you ask him, hey, if you had to leave your 10-year-old daughter with a babysitter and you could choose between a man or a woman, they're all going to choose the woman because they know men. But the minute we start talking about men, all of a sudden, men don't do that. Like, knock it off. Knock it off.
They get confused. Shout out to everybody. Hates Month with the $4.99. I tell men this all day. Men tell me it doesn't matter how you speak to women. Fact is fact. I tell them, tailor your message to so she can receive it. Everybody Hates Smart with the $4.99. Leaders don't only communicate, but they communicate harshly when needed, softly when needed, give grace when necessary. The way you speak matters. Wow.
What did Brownsville do that was so wrong? He didn't do anything.
And the fact that you don't understand that explains more than you might understand.
But he didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything wrong.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Y'all aren't understanding why it's messy.
Y'all are used to being coddled.
But then again,
Brownsville knows.
But then again, you just kind of play the game. So don't worry, you believe all men are the same. So it's not like I can actually explain it.
I believe all men are what? What are they?
Are the same.
No, I don't believe that all of them are the same. I believe there's more of you alike though than not. To be honest.
When it comes to certain situations, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you did just make up a whole scenario about why people would choose to leave their 10-year-old with a woman instead of a man, making it predatory, not making it an actual logistic facts. Hey,
Because
women are
men
actually
are
just better.
predatory.
No.
It is
Women are
what it
just
is.
better nurturing.
No, they're
Period.
not.
Like there
Yeah,
are
that's
actual
true.
real facts.
They got.
Listen,
Hey,
if there was an
Even if it ain't
irresponsible
bomb,
woman,
that's what men think.
Y'all make
Men
that up.
think women are
that's
better
crazy.
nurturers.
You know, y'all are
Yeah,
right.
y'all
Y'all got
do
this.
think. But y'all
That's
won't
what I'm
leave
saying.
with a
Even if they
strange
ain't,
man.
men think they are. That's why we're going to give it to the woman. It's nothing predatory. It's not. We just know niggas is rough. You know what I'm saying? You know a dude.
Oh, okay.
He
So
not
they
gonna.
rough.
He not
What that
gonna.
mean? What
Your
you mean?
baby. Your
They gonna
baby.
wrestle?
Okay.
They gonna
No,
wrestle
your
with your
baby could
vagina?
fall outside, scrape his knee, and you may not even clean it up. You good, little bro. You know what I'm saying? But you know, a woman gonna take a little bit more care about it. It ain't nothing about no predatory stuff.
Okay,
And I
you're
just
right.
want to
So
put
let me
this.
ask you
This
about
what
your
makes.
wife. Let me ask you about your wife then. Let's take it to adults. You're right. Men
No,
are
hold
just,
up, stop,
Would you be
because
okay
y'all.
with
No,
leaving?
stop, man. This
Would you be
hold up.
okay with leaving your wife or just around random men? Would that be okay for you? Since it's not about children. You're right. They're great. Let's take it to adults. Are you comfortable with random men being around your wife when you're not there?
I'm not
It's just like
comfortable
saying,
with
are you
any
comfortable with your?
Excuse me,
Yes,
I'm talking to KC.
No, yeah, it doesn't make sense because it's what he said. It's like saying, would you be comfortable with your kids being with a random person? No,
No, I'm asking, are you
any person?
Because men are safe.
We're talking about a
right?
child. We're talking about a child versus an adult. You
No,
already
I'm
made
talking
a
about
statement
adults
thing.
now. I'm talking about adults now. Are you okay?
That's what I'm saying. You're
with
changing it to an
random
adult to try to make it make sense,
attractive
but
men
it's not even a good
being
comparison.
around your wife? If you're not there, are you okay with that?
No, I don't want random women
It's
around
okay
my
to just
wife.
answer. You could just answer the question.
I said
Yes or
no. No,
Okay.
I just said no, and I wouldn't want random women around my wife.
You don't want random women around your wife, so your wife can't go out in the world and around women or men.
No, what sense does that make? That's what I'm saying. Y'all
I get that. Y'all don't understand why y'all believe
the
in what y'all
conversations
believe
y'all
is
be having
crazy.
be getting misled as heck because of y'all. Somebody will say exactly what they be saying, and y'all always be like, "Well, this is what you meant. This is what I got
No,
out
we
of it."
didn't. We
Like
just
y'all
changed the
stop. Hold up.
scenario.
You
No,
literally
Venus,
just
you
did that.
led into a ridiculous
Literally just did
situation.
that.
Okay.
Most women don't want their men around a bunch of pretty ass women. That's fucking stupid, bro. Like you're asking a question you know doesn't
Not
make
because
sense.
they're trying. Wow.
Okay,
No,
hold
calm
on,
down,
hold
Shadow.
on.
Calm
Hold
down.
on, y'all. Hold on. We having a good conversation. Everybody's getting their thoughts out. Let's not turn it into a shout match now. KT, you think that Brownsville is talking too harshly about degenerate men?
No, but I feel like what dude said to a certain extent is it like if you see your approach ain't helpful, maybe you should redirect your approach. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, it is weird here because I thought about it. Right? We're having
What makes men believe that Brownsville approach is not working?
Well, first of all, most men aren't really receptive to it really well because it is a placement of all the faults on you guys, get it together, everything will be fixed, which isn't actual reality. Like we hear it as a talking point. People hear it as a talking point, period. Also, we're on a male improvement show that constantly has more women on the show telling men what they are instead of even how to improve. You get what I'm saying? Like it don't seem like
I don't get
okay, well, how right now this whole thing has become you, and this is what it's always become, right? You men don't want to accept responsibility. All right, cool. I ain't even gonna make the argument. I'm just saying, if y'all really care about them making the improvement, why are we just here talking about like the only focus is y'all don't want to take responsibility? When men come back and say, well, this is a better thing, we think men accept with that in that same light, y'all will be like, that ain't da-da-da-da-da-da-da. And then it's, you know what I'm saying? Y'all not listening to the people y'all criticizing, even those people. Me and Shadow are not the people y'all claim,
We gotta
but
treat
y'all
y'all
will
like
find a
babies.
way.
In other words, men want to be treated like babies from another man so they can accept the truth. What?
See, you see how you came to that? You see how you see how you came to that? Because being a baby isn't nothing about like how somebody says something.
KT, can you show me where men are not spoken to very directly and harshly, and it actually worked?
No, that's nobody talking about whether or not he's speaking harsh or direct. We're saying like the factuality of what he, like the factualness to what he's saying.
No, but I'm asking you a question.
Talking about that. He was talking about how he's.
I'm asking you a question.
And no, that's what I literally respond. I said I don't think he's talking too harshly. I said, but how he's talking is not being received, and he understands that. So if it's not being received, then maybe you should just change your approach. You see, that's like an adult thing to do.
All right. So what about what he's saying is because you're saying that it's not harsh, but at the same time you're saying that
It's the blame game.
So that's too. So also you changed the word from harsh to blame. Okay.
No,
fine.
I said that from the beginning. It's the blame game. That's what I'm saying. Y'all keep dragging it out. I already made these answers and comments.
That's fine. Okay.
Y'all want to lock in and make the conversation go away.
With you. Okay, we blaming men for doing certain things. Where has it ever been that not putting the proper accountability on a person helped the person improve?
If that's true, it does. But what's wrong is you're not. Like y'all just said, and Venus agreed. Hold up. I just said in the crowd and watch Venus and y'all argue that she did not say most men, just for her to come back and then there be like, I did say most men. And what? And everybody was like, yeah, facts.
I said not all. Wait, isn't that accountability? I corrected myself.
I don't want to focus on. It's no need to focus
y'all
on
should
that.
learn how to do.
That's lack of accountability.
Hold on. There's no need to focus on that. I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you, when has it ever been that somebody being held accountable for something, right, doesn't work?
Yeah, when you're holding people accountable for the incorrect actions. You know, like people being falsely in prison.
All right, you're saying the incorrect action. So it's two men on the panel, grown men talking to a woman. Should we not be holding those two men accountable?
That ain't what you're doing. You're literally saying most men or majority of men, or even in some case, all men. So you're taking the basis of two men on the panel and saying, look, this is the representation of everybody.
Hold on. No, what happened was we was having a conversation about those men saying something to this one lady, and then Shadow came up and said, why that young lady don't have discernment, why that young lady don't get up and leave. And then we started bringing into the understanding that, hey, Jay Prince is on one side of the spectrum as being the outright pooky. And then also we got Trade Smooth. He's being the upstanding man. He had the same ideology as Jay Prince.
Right.
Well, okay. What does that have to do with all or most men?
I said
that so those two men are our representation. We could also show other men that hit this panel that has the same mentality. I could bring up another show when is a group of men that
I've
have
said this
mentality.
a billion times, Sharon. There's billions of people in the world. I can give you 10,000 examples of why water isn't good for you.
I can give you examples.
That don't mean most people. If I give you 10,000 examples, that don't make most.
Oh my God.
You know, it's the cognitive dissonance with y'all. Like everybody knows.
This one last time. If I listen,
I heard a word used once, and I keep randomly using it.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Good day to you, Bruiser. What up with you? You're more than welcome. The link is not pinned, but the link is dropped. But so Shadow believes in a lot of the things that was said as well. Clearly, you might believe in some of the things. I'm not sure which part you agree with or not because you didn't get a chance to voice it yet. But we have plenty of conversation where men are agreeing with the same talking point, with the same ideology. So we just calling themselves good men.
So listen, I'm just saying, if I show you a million people doing the same thing, do most people now do it?
No.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. That's not evidence. You have a whole manosphere sector the manosphere sector is built off that logic, right?
Hold on. Your evidence is what? But you don't have no evidence whatsoever.
Yes, it is. It's only a certain amount of people in the manosphere sector.
All right. Slow down, please. Because your evidence is just possibility.
No, it's factual. It's factualness. The biggest manosphere content creator. We went through this already, Sharon.
Hold on. No. Hold on. The only fact that you have is that if I could find 1 million people agreeing on one thing, that's not the majority. You do not have a fact that majority of men are not moving like Jay Prince and Trey Smooth.
No, the fact of the matter is we can prove majority of men on the manosphere. That's on YouTube. I went through this with you already. They have subscribers, right? Hold up. They have subscribers, right?
Hold on. Before you move to the manosphere, right? Hold on. Before you move it to manosphere.
I'm not moving it. That's what I'm saying. Y'all be weird.
You mentioned the manosphere. What the fuck?
So where am I moving the conversation?
Hold on, KT. I need you to understand what you're saying. We talking about men in general, and then now you're moving into manosphere. I'm not talking about.
No, you're using men from the manosphere to say this is men.
I'm trying to get you to understand that we have a man like Jay Prince that is far on the pooky side of things. And then we got a man like Trey Smooth that represent himself that's far away from the pooky situation, and they speak the same. We got people like
both of them are in the manosphere spectrum.
They're not.
Hold on, please, KT, stop interrupting, because we cannot mine out your argument if you just keep interrupting. And we have other men that claim that they are not a part of, they never heard no red pill before, they never heard what the manosphere is, and they say the same thing as well. You go out into the street, they say the same thing as well. So it's not about the manosphere, red pill, incel, none of that at this moment. It is men that are not recognizing the remedial rhetoric that they got indoctrinated with. Jay Pritt's father also, he did the same. He had the same ideology as these men, and he was way before the internet. That's what we are talking about. So it is more evidence of men doing degenerate behavior even before the internet.
Everybody want to play dumb.
So that's what we are talking about, KT.
I ain't even trying to make this argument. It's probably the last thing I'm gonna say. People will force, instead of seeking knowledge or understanding, people will force things into how they already understand them. So what I'm hearing more than anything is this is how we accept things now. So we have to negate history or how it's always been and things of that nature. Y'all accused me the other day of because I've known Art of War. I got it from Manosphere. Things from the Manosphere are made from things that existed prior to the Manosphere. Like, that's what I'm saying. So y'all have to understand how to discern and know that, oh, some of these really are talking points that people, because again, if you're making something that you want people to follow, you're probably going to use popularized ideas, right? Like, you don't build on the basis of nothing. You build off something that people emotionally tune to. I'm just saying, I understand that level. Like, y'all are using, you're using, yeah, okay, I know, intelligence is weird, but you're using manosphere examples and then saying, I'm not talking about man from the manosphere.
Hold on, so this argument is about what you, hold on, so your argument is that you understand things that we don't? That's your argument?
No, my argument is y'all, and I've said this plenty of times, y'all have mindsets. Y'all looking to confirm your mindsets and really actually mine it out and move to a different level.
Okay, so what is it that, all right, so we are not trying to mine it out. What is it that you trying to mine out so we can understand?
Like, I've said it already plenty of times. Again, things I'm repeating. It can't be on just one side of any totem pole. It has to be on both. We both have to do work. We cannot say one side you work, the other side. Yeah, and y'all love talking about somebody bringing up defense, but anytime we bring up even the most negative points, this woman was at a rodeo, cheeks out, and y'all talking about so what? But then y'all swear to God, that ain't no men get up on this panel talking about and why? So, what's wrong with a man wanting to mess with a little young girl? You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't do that.
We talking about a lot of, you're not streamlining your thoughts.
No, I'm literally saying what y'all doing, then giving you the example. Now you're saying I'm doing too much. Like, what? That's what I'm saying. What you?
Right, because I'm trying to understand. I don't understand your argument, so I'm trying to understand your argument. So,
yeah, we're not even on topic no more. Like, oh.
Yeah, we are far away from the topic now.
Hey, Sean, then quick thing. With every negative male representation you put up, if I gave you 2 positive, would you post them at the same rate?
I post myself every day.
Hold on. No. I'm not just talking about you. No, I'm not just talking about you.
Hold on, please.
I'm saying
hold on.
5.
Let me finish saying something. Let me finish saying something. Me being here every day, fighting a good fight for men, is a show of positive men. Brownsville being in this space is another form of me pushing out a positive man every single day. That's every day. But the problem is, it ain't your hero that is out there pushing out positive and productive male content. That's the issue.
I'm not sure what those two. Sharon, I asked a very specific question. I understand where you were coming from with that, and I agree with you. You and Brownsville are great examples. As Dude said, and I said it too, sometimes Brownsville can rub people the wrong way because of the way he's coming at it. But I can also see why he's doing it. Again, we've had that conversation. We don't have to re-delve into it. But I asked a very particular question. If I can give positive examples of black men being the exact opposite of what y'all keep saying. And I don't just mean one black man like Jay Prince or Anton Daniels. I'm not talking about none of these people we keep talking about. I'm talking about individualized examples of black male excellence and fathers. Would you be able to, would you also contend that, hey, maybe what I'm saying isn't the overwhelming majority?
No, I would not be able to say that.
Then that kills the conversation.
No, hold on. No, hold on. You're asking a two-part question. So would I be able to post it? Yes, I'd be able to post it, but I would not be able to say that's the majority because we had a conversation just a day ago about how y'all don't believe that black men should go into education and make $100,000.
Exactly.
So clearly those positive men are not the majority.
It would have been nice if you actually represented what I said. What I said is $100,000 is a lot harder to make. And what black men should do is make what they make and then find ways to supplement their income to reach it. That's what I said 15 times, Sharon. And every time you try to refigure it, this is where my problem is. Because you're painting a narrative that you're not trying to.
Do y'all understand how many different topics y'all talking about in this one scenario just now?
I'm talking about one right now. And I asked a very specific question because, again, since we're using facts to support opinion, now I'm saying if I can factually prove that what you're saying, that if you have 15 videos of Jay Prince, I can give you 30 images, 30 videos of normal black men being great fathers and being great men in general, not including even you in Brownsville, because y'all are here every day. That's only 2 examples I have with that scenario.
Right, but the problem is y'all have an issue with the two black men that is represented every single day in a productive way. Y'all have a problem with that kind of man.
Exactly.
No, you just say y'all positive. Now we're supposed to accept y'all positive.
Hold on. So you don't like the fact that it's me and Brownsville. You want to bring somebody else that we don't know, that we can't verify. You want us to talk about those men. I just want to make sure I understand it.
No, Sharon, you literally. The problem is y'all literally saying like you and Brownsville are positive that people should push as if that's true. That's just not true. You do everything you say somebody shouldn't do. You left a black woman. You ain't with a black person. Like you saying things and not really even doing a lot of that, and then say, "Oh,
wait a minute,
positive role models."
Hold on, KT. How dare you? Because even if he's not with a black woman, he's not dogging black women. You got black men who are married to black women, laid up with black women, and have kids with black women who is talking raggedy and shitty about black women every day. How dare you bring up who he fucking married?
But I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them, and most people on these panels ain't that. But y'all say, because we've done something similar to.
You know that was coming, KT. You should have.
That's bullshit,
Let me understand for the 3 men on the panel. Hey, Shadow, you think that was valid what he did?
KT, you were way out of pocket now.
Hey, Wall Street Willie, you think that was valid what he did?
I refuse to answer under the grounds that may incriminate me.
Right.
So that's
everybody
hates mine. That means yes.
Everybody hates mine. You think it was valid what KT the GOAT just said?
What he said about Brownsville?
No, what he said about that I'm not upholding anything because who I'm married to.
I don't think that it was fair, but I understand why him and I understand why other people pull that card. But I don't think it's fair.
It's not fair. It's bullshit. It's like that goes to that conversation I had about a couple of weeks ago, Sharon, about these black men who be, I date black women. I marry black women. I put babies in black women. And they think that shows that they love them and prefer them higher than anyone else. But they be the same ones that come on panels, the same one who has platforms and podcasts that are dragging black women in general by their fucking hair, by their fucking features, by their fucking skin complexion. Like, what the fuck? Are you fucking dumb?
So if
we're gonna keep it a buck, we don't drag them by their hair.
If you're dating black women, but you're harmful to black women, how does that make you better?
It doesn't.
So it's like, then stop it. Like, it's stop.
I wanted to respond to Brownsville if I could, though, Sharon.
Now, let me just say really quick
Yeah,
though. We going
so
from
we
don't
run that
coddle
order.
men to is that fair?
Wall Street and Willie could go back and forth. I mean, Wall Street, Wall Street and Browns could go back and forth. Then we're gonna bring in Ma got some things he want to say as well, and then KT could clear what he wanted to say. I think he wanted to speak. So go ahead, Wall Street, Willie.
And yeah, it's not even going to be a back and forth, right? Because Brownsville is my Wi-Fi brother, right? I'm just letting him know I was very offended when you attach me to the things that you attach me to as I'm waiting for this meeting and trying to get a boy, white folk love the small talk. I'm just trying to get back on the panel, and that's neither here nor there, right? But I was listening to what you were saying and what you were attaching me to, right? And I made it abundantly clear. The only reason I even have any form of dialogue with JP is to remind him he's not a man. I don't subscribe to nothing he's ever said in life, right? So I'm going to say I don't think you understood my premise when I was saying that the lack of discernment has a lot to do with the audience. Because here's the thing. The only reason that Goofy booked JP was because of this moment right here. That was his goal, right? For it to go viral, for it to get reviewed by everyone. And that is why JP will always be online spewing his rhetoric, because he gets the attention, right? And so now my issue then becomes off top with him. I never want you speaking, attaching yourself to black men at all. So I'm always going to challenge that. And I wouldn't even disagree with my sisters that those problematic brothers do need to be challenged, right? I agree with that 1,000%. But it goes from we weren't talking about all black men to we are talking about most black men to yeah, that's y'all, right? This is what I listen to as I'm listening to y'all go in. But I want to be abundantly clear, right? I'm not even being malicious. This is how I feel in my heart, right? Because as rough as the system can be, it will still be better than an abusive, molesting, I don't know if you can say that word, but a P word, you know what I mean, parent or someone in the home, right? So I've always said them little girls are in danger. So I in no way agree or align with anything that man has ever said. And for you to throw me in that box, you know me better than that, bro. You know I don't co-sign it.
Yeah, so peace and love to you, my brother. And I hear what you're saying, right? And I apologize if you believe that I threw you in the Jay Prince bucket, because I didn't. Maybe you didn't hear it. So let me clarify the reason why I was disappointed in what you had to say when you hit the panel, right? Because I feel like your opinion is misguided, right? You pigeonholed the conversation just to talk about and lament about JP's degeneracy and how he's a bad father and he's a bad man and bad person, and he shouldn't be an example that we vilify and to represent all men. But if you watch the show prior to you hitting the link, you would have seen other men, right, display that same character who is not considered as degenerate as JP is in a general sense, right? You would have saw that there was a coach out there, Coach Cleveland, who he's around young kids. He's given the ability to coach young kids, but yet
He got a
his
tattoo on his butt.
his behavior, right, is very reminiscent of a JP, right? My issue with you though is when you watch that video, the first thing that popped in your mind shouldn't have been JP. The first thing that popped in your mind should have been the welfare and concern for that very young woman, right? Who even admitted to not having guidance, not having a father figure in her life who was not a degenerate, not having people who were willing to protect her from the savages of our community, right? Because you keep trying to pigeonhole, but it's not. We can't do that because Wall Street Willie, I've been coming on my cousin's show now for 3+ years, right? And there's numerous brothers, not named JP, who displayed that same type of ideology, that same type of rhetoric, and that same type of character, right? There was brothers coming online, cussing women out, totally disrespecting women, even disrespecting their own mother, right? There's a brother who was just here the other day, pastor, right? This brother's a traveling nurse, right? Making a good living, right? But yet when he hits a panel, he is vilifying victims of domestic abuse and sexual abuse, right? We had a whole conversation prior to the P. Diddy's indictment to where he was defending P. Diddy and he was saying, hey, no, the issue is the victims, right? Not only him, but numerous brothers. It's too many to even count. I just mentioned him because I just seen him on the panel a day or so ago. The point is, there's very much a problem in our community where men who are who most men would look at as not being as degenerate as JP because they have a good career, maybe they articulate themselves with more intelligence, maybe they're more charismatic, right? And they come across as more professional, right? Even the brother by the name of Savage, right? Now he represents his name as a savage. What do savages do? Savages prey on the weak, right? But yet when he hits the panel, he can articulate himself well. He speaks with a certain level of decorum, right? But it's clear with the way he's willing to represent himself, his ideology is to be a savage and a predator within our community, right? Because he has a certain mindset when it comes to women, right? And here's the issue that I have, and my brother, I'm just gonna say this, right? Because men gotta understand that we shouldn't be in conversations. We shouldn't be, having kid gloves level conversations. When you understand and realize that a man is moving in a degenerate way that is harmful to younger people, then you should have the courage to speak out against that. Say, nah, brother, you shouldn't be thinking like that. You shouldn't be speaking like that. You shouldn't be moving like that. We got to move in a better way because you probably got a mother, you probably got a daughter, you probably got a nieces, nephews, and sons, and different things like that. And we, as men, as Black men, have to be the positive example for what we want the future or our future representation to be. And I hear men come online and talk about how men need to be leaders, right? How we live in this patriarchal society, and as Black men, we have to, live by a certain standard. But yet, when we see that standard being faltered, right, now we got an issue with people calling that out and people calling it out by name and people addressing people by name saying, hey, why are you thinking this way? Why didn't you notice that that woman was in danger, right? And why didn't you speak out on that? Why do we have a society that would stand by and allow a young woman to be in a situation that young woman was in with these two older degenerate men? That's a whole conversation that we need to have, right? Right. And to me, that conversation is more worth having than just talking about how degenerate JP is, because everybody already understands that. And really and truly, the only person that can get him from not being a degenerate is him, right? So most people will say he's probably a lost cause, right? But I think a worthy cause, and I think you would agree with this, Wall Street Willie, a worthy cause would be, hey, let's figure out a way as men how we can limit the access that these degenerate older brothers have with the younger women who are vulnerable in our society. Would you agree with that, Wall Street Willie?
And before you agree with it, Wall Street, let me just check for something real quick. Hold on. Welcome to the show. Okay, I believe this is him now. Yeah, he just welcome to the show. Trey Smooth, that's you?
Yeah, what's up? Can y'all hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you. That sounds like the voice, yeah.
Okay.
Good day. Welcome to the show.
All right. What's happening? So a lot of people were sending me the video, so I figured I'd pull up and answer any. I'm fine with that.
Trev, real quick before you go, I wanted to say, because I had heard the guy he did I think Wall Street, he did call you a goofy. I just wanted to say I thought that wasn't fair. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know Trev's intentions, but I think that we assumed his intentions instead of actually, kind of talking. And I think we should be a little bit less quick to to kind of throw out the ad hominems and stuff like that. That's all.
Yeah, actually. So I appreciate you, bro. And I have a practice where I generally say things that I would say if I'm in the presence of you, and no one's ever did that to me. So that's just how I do it. But either way, we could get past that. All I'm saying is that.
Hold on, before we get past it though, I will.
Go ahead, Trev.
Okay. No, that's fine. I'm just trying to set the precedent here. That's all. So I'm okay with that because y'all don't really know me like that. You can only see what you saw. The video wasn't finished, and I saw some things pulled out of context, and I saw some things that maybe people didn't hear correctly. But I understand it, so I'm here willing to explain whatever it is because I stand 10 toes down on everything I said.
So, peace and love to you, my brother. My name is Brown.
Peace and love.
Right?
Okay.
The issue that I have with what I saw in that video was you and JP both looking like y'all are older men. I don't know exactly how old you are, but it looks to me, will I be correct to surmise that you're over 40 years old?
Yep.
Wait, Sharon, real quick. Is it fair that I go, because Brownsville is long-winded, is it fair that I get my shit off first?
He was waiting a long time.
Well, I don't know how long. This is my first time speaking with Trevmont.
Go ahead, let Mont cook. I mean, if because I thought
it's okay.
I
It's
thought
okay.
you pulled the
I
brother
got you,
up
Browns. I got you, Browns.
so that he can address,
right.
And I just wanted to address him directly with what I said. What concerned me, right, is the predatory nature of the presentation of the video, whereas it's two older men having these sexualized conversations with a young, vulnerable woman, right, who already expressed that she was misguided and her upbringing wasn't one that revolved around protection. So that's the issue that I had with the video. Can you speak on that aspect?
That was to you, Trev.
Can you tell us how old the young lady was? Maybe that no.
Yeah, I'm curious how old
she was. She was in her mid-20s. She was in her mid-20s. Can y'all?
Yeah, we get you now. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she was in her mid-20s.
Was you able to hear Brownsville?
Yeah, I heard everything. I heard everything. Okay. So she was in her mid-20s, and I did have a chat with her afterward, which was much more productive. But I didn't want to get into intimate details over the camera for everyone to see. And she's a grown woman who's already had experiences, right? Not good ones. Nothing that I would recommend for my daughter, right? So understand that. And I think the main part of that video that people missed, and I understand that there was a slight narrative being pushed, was that I said that because the one line that disturbed me was just saying that I said that sex is how you keep a woman. I didn't double talk. I said sex will keep a man around for a while. That is the specific sentence, and that completely changes everything as far as the context is concerned, right? So there, we discussed double standards, we discussed how people are, and I think that if y'all would have got to the end of that video, y'all would have understood. Like, I gave him a lot of pushback, and some of the clips are on my page, or you could watch the entire video at another time. That's fine, but I gave him a lot of pushback. The reason why I even brought Jay Prince over there in the first place was to just expose that this is an archetype that exists, that most people are too afraid or just don't have the means to be able to express. But it's a reality. And I don't have nothing against Jay Prince, but we are not the same. And to try to put us into the same bucket and say that I'm presenting is kind of wild. I think you would need some more info to really see what's going on, because based on a lot of the things that were taken out of context, I can't see how y'all can have an accurate depiction of who it is that I am. And it has nothing to do with me articulating, it has nothing to do with my look. I live my life that way. I put out more positive things than anybody. I've helped so many people do so many things. All I do is try to build people, both men and women. But I'll let somebody else chime in. I don't want to take over the show.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I have a question for you. So you're saying that the whole point of the show was to show this archetype of men out here. Was it also to show an archetype of women out here? Because couldn't you just have interviewed JP by himself? And do you think by putting this type of archetype around a impressionable young woman could have caused some type of conditioning, or making her make more bad choices by being exposed to that?
Well, again, yes, that all the potential for that was there. But again, I did have a conversation with her afterwards as to how things really go. So yeah, you're absolutely right as far as taking it at face value. Correct. She could have perceived that differently. But even as the video plays on, you can kind of see that it didn't go that way. And after the camera, certainly not. Absolutely not. She was not put in any danger. Absolutely not.
I think we context first. Trev, did you set up? Did you get her go there? Did you go? She was there.
No, she was there. I didn't select her. I didn't select her.
Yeah, he didn't select her. He didn't put her there. He didn't know her. He got there, and I think you found out she did OnlyFans as soon as announced she did stuff. So you weren't familiar with the lady.
No, absolutely not.
So now, brother, maybe I'll see it in later parts of the interview.
I think that's important context.
Maybe I'll see it in later parts of the interview, right? But when you say you brought him up there to expose this archetype, right? Then what I'm expecting is for you to cook him, right? For you to protect that young lady on the show and actually show her a different side of what she'll deal with men. I want to be clear. I think you did it for the clicks, right? You knew that this video will be getting reviewed right here today. You knew JP's viral abilities, right? So I don't buy that you were trying to do God's work from what I've seen. Right now, if you cook him later on in the video and I see that, then I could say, okay, I see where the brother was coming from. But the criticism on here of you, right, was that you created this environment where this young lady wasn't safe, where this young lady actually started to acquiesce to JP's goofiness, right? And this is a setting that you facilitated. That was the criticism of you, right? People even said that I was defending you and JP, which I wasn't doing. What I was doing was acknowledging what I know you did, right? You just appealed to the crowd. If you didn't think JP had the ability to get you 100,000 views, you wouldn't have gotten on the Greyhound or in your car, however you got there, and went all the way there to interview this man that you claim you're trying to expose. What say ye?
Okay, so for one, yeah, no, I definitely did not Greyhound there, right? I will pull up. I'll do a lot of flying.
Bro.
No, I dig it, but I see how the crowd has been taking things out of context. I'm jumping on the plane tomorrow. I will pull up. Me jumping on the flight is like me getting in a car. We'll just put it that way. So I don't mind. It wasn't a thing for me to just go over there and pull up on Jay Prince. I was like, I ain't never been to Milwaukee. So I did that, right? To suggest that a 40-minute interview that she didn't take seriously could leave an impression that would outweigh 26 years or however old she is of learning and experiences. That's a stretch, I would say. And again, we did have a talk on that, and I won't deny the fact that I do things for clicks. That's not my entire mission statement. My mission statement is to challenge ideas, right? And to exchange perspectives. That's what it is. I want perspectives of interesting people, right? Whatever they are. I had a dominatrix on there. I had strippers on there. I had different types of people just so people's perspectives could be understood. And that's it. That's my mission statement, is to understand perspectives, right? If I think it sounds outrageous, then I'll challenge it. But I don't challenge it to the point where a person will be bashful about what it is that they're going to say. I let people talk. I let the crowd and reviewers like this channel say what they say. That's what it is. There's no way. I'm not doing God's work. And I would never claim to be doing God's work. I'm a podcaster.
Right.
And that's,
So now
we keep it at that.
So now understand though, the argument was that creating that environment was predatory, and that a man of substance, which I feel like you're claiming you are, wouldn't do, right? First off, hashtag wire, right? Willie is right in entirety, right? Because I knew you did it for the clicks. I appreciate you for admitting that,
Oh my
right?
God. Everybody knew that. Like, you're
This
not
is
saying
where,
anything
give me a
profound.
second. Never mind. Good.
You can finish it.
Right.
Finish it.
Okay,
go ahead.
I do gotta ask, or how do we see this as predatory? I mean, he's saying she's 26.
26-ish.
Right.
Yeah, this
Right.
predatory. Like that. I've been confused because that's why I've been really wanting to know about the whole video thing.
So-
like, how is this girl when y'all present?
And
like,
the crazy
she's
part
grown.
about it is
She's
he
making
came
her
on
own.
the
So
panel.
wait a minute.
Hey,
So
he
we
came
know
on the
that
panel.
Hold on. We're not gonna break down.
Hold
Hold on. Let's not break down the conversation yet. Hold on. So
My bad.
Let's go. All right. So we got KT's thought, but Venus was talking in the midst of really
don't
going
forget you
on.
we skipping mine.
And I also
me.
got Venus, Mont, Bomb,
We
Cherry.
skipping mine.
No,
yeah.
I got Venus. I'm not skipping you. Mont, stop being a troublemaker. I got Venus, Mont, Bomb, Cherry. Go ahead.
Shadow, nigga. I literally. All right.
Y'all got.
All right.
Y'all got. Okay, hold. I got y'all. It's a full panel, y'all.
You just ignored. All right, I got you.
So I do agree with this part, which I was talking about it in the chat before he came. We didn't even get to see most of it because of these attention-seeking ass anyway. But from what I did see, the reason I would view it as predatory, like I said, I'm looking at, just as a viewer, I don't know anything. I'm looking at two men who are clearly over 40 and a girl who's in her mid-20s, right? So already there's two men, there's one woman. I'm listening to a young woman talk about not having her father been in jail since she was 3, not having guidance. And then I'm listening to the words that these older men are saying. And when I hear the words they're saying, one of them is talking to her about why it's appropriate to put money on a man's commissary, and she should do that. And then when I hear you speak, you come in on the sex part of the conversation and talk about vagina and how it's mid and how women will keep you around because of sex. So just to me, a viewer who don't know investment, just looking at it, yes, you both look predatory. That's how it looks. Those are the
All right. So I'll respond to that real quick. So I guess you'll negate everything else that I said in the entire interview, because you're saying that that's when I pulled in was to say sex, right? Sex was mentioned. I didn't bring up sex. Sex was mentioned. And again, people are forgetting the fact that I said that will keep a man for a while. But the idea is to not try to leverage sex. And I listed off a bunch of things that men are actually interested in. I don't see how nobody heard that part. Everything that I mentioned and I said actually interested men and why men would stay with you, that was the whole point. To tell her that you can't leverage sex because sex is temporary. It'll keep a man around for a while. I literally said that, and that's like a direct quote.
If you don't mind, before I pass it to You got a follow-up question, Venus?
I mean, no, it's so good. The only thing I will say is, like I said, I don't know if you heard me. I did say I didn't get to see much of it. I came in late, and then I've been advocating
and then heard the narrative. I got it. Understood.
Right, but also advocating for Sharon to play the video because I don't know, certain people just didn't want to.
What is the things that you said that women should do? Other than
I said men don't like women who are nuisance. Men like for women to uplift them, support them. Those are all things that I mentioned. Those are things that men enjoy. Like he doesn't want a woman who's necessarily going to compete with him. And when I say that, it doesn't mean that where you need to stay at home and sit. No, that's trash. If you feel like you want to support your woman and she's good with that, that's what she wants to do. She wants to be a homemaker, great. But if she wants to work, then you support her in a career. These are things that I've done. I've supported. I've bought books for women to go in school and better themselves. This is the type of person that I am, and that's what I promote. Like for school, that's support. If you're paying tuition and you're paying and you're buying books, that's actually supporting someone.
So what do you mean by not compete with your man?
When I say not compete with your man, there are some women who have envy and want to compete with their man, and that's an absolute problem. And I think when you get into a sausage measuring contest, then it's a problem. I think that you can both get yours without it being a competition. It should be more of a support system for each of you.
Can I say this real quick?
But it was I wanted to keep the line because you go after mine. So go ahead, Mont, and then I got you, Bomb.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah. What's up, y'all? So what's this deal? No, I've been listening for a little bit, and I just like to point out things that's unfair, and I don't want y'all to. If y'all know me, if anybody who watch me, y'all know it ain't never no type of personal thing. Oh, Trev, he know Trev, and that's why he kind of acting like this. I get shit all the time for understanding perspectives of people all the time, and it's typically due to the women. Like they call me the simp all the time, the panderer, because I try to understand perspectives when I'm having conversations, and I point out what's fair and not fair. And niggas try to really, whenever I'm not trying to slam dunk on a girl or I'm not trying to cook somebody, they be like, nah, get up out of here, right? Because you trying to listen. We ain't trying to do all that type of stuff. So when it comes to the Trev interview, we actually we reviewed this last night. And as soon as I saw the girl, I didn't really listen to nothing she said, but as soon as I saw her, I said, yo, she been through a lot. Like you'll see it on the job. I'm like, yo, she been through a lot. I'm looking at her eyes. And even though she may have been older, I saw like a younger girl when I looked at her eyes. I don't know how old she was. I don't know if she was 30. I don't know what it is, but I could see all of that. And the reason that I'm always willing to have a conversation with JP, and y'all know him way better than I do, is because, for example, when Trev was in that interview with him and that girl, because JP would meet a girl like that any given day and try to put her on whatever he on. But her sitting across from him and Trev, she got to see two different archetypes of men. And having that conversation with JP of like, no. So she used to men like JP. I'm telling you, she's used to that. But when you get to see him across from somebody who's actually intelligent, right? You may have the opportunity to be like, you know what he's saying don't make sense. Like when he's telling me all this bullshit, like it don't make sense. And that's why I'm always willing to have that conversation, because my goal is to let somebody see my point of view. Like JP had the same upbringing that she had, right? So he don't think what he's doing is wrong, because he lost his parents, he lost his mom to the streets. I don't know what happened to him, but I know it's deep from what he said. And there's so many people like that, and JP has no idea that what he's doing is wrong and what he's saying is wrong, from my perspective. But that's just kind of what I take from when I listen to him. So that's why I had these conversations, is because hopefully I can get somebody to change. You think so?
Yeah, we know him. We know him.
Okay.
Yeah, we know his history and everything. But I don't think when he was sitting, when the young lady was sitting between these two men, I don't think she saw two different types of men, right?
Absolutely.
So I have a question, because he said he wanted to share a certain type of man that JP is, right? But then he goes and talk to her and tell her that her body will be able to do this, that, and then for a certain period of time, and that she shouldn't compete with men. So it ends up being exactly the same thing that everybody else is doing. When you claim that you were showing off this dude, but you really was there to put her in her place, to explain to her what she can't do, shouldn't do, better not do. And you didn't, and then when you said you spoke to her, it was in the background, privately. So that means you know what you did in public may have not been truthful, and you know, on her behalf, but you took her to the back, and that's when you told her the things that she really need to know. Is that what you were saying, my brother?
Nah, you got that all the way wrong. I would suggest you watch it again just to develop a deeper understanding of it. But for me, I speak to everyone after the show, so it's not like I felt like this wasn't fruitful. No, that's way off too. So when I'm talking to any guest, we have our show. The first thing that I do when we're done, we wrap it up, we go over what the process is, everything else, and we speak. Sometimes for an hour. Some people hang around for 2 hours. It depends. Whatever we discuss. If I think that there's things that they could work on, we talk about it. Sometimes it's networking, everything else, but there's always some type of context. I tell them how the video is going to go, and everything's cool. So I don't see why people will keep harping on the same thing. I hate to be redundant, but I mean, if it's addressed, I'll try to make you understand it too. I know you're talking about, I never said what you better don't do. That's actually threatening, and I don't even speak like that. So this is what I mean with the narrative shifting. We have to be careful, parse our words carefully, because people's name is everything. I would never do that to somebody. I would never say something that they didn't say. I'm not going to tell you that you said something and you didn't say it. I know we want to have an idea of how we feel about a person and everything else, and we want to prove that all men ain't shit and everything, but we should have the ability to look at things objectively. And sometimes I think we really get away from that. We get an idea, just like the last young lady that I spoke to just right before you, she didn't even get to watch it, but she already had an impression of who I was based on a little bit of a narrative that we heard. And we call men dangerous, but this type of rhetoric is dangerous. When we try to push narratives and demonize men for no reason, and nobody's ever called on that. We need to do better as a people.
And I have to challenge that though, because I know.
Hey, Willie, don't jump in front of me. I will pull a bullet on you right now. Sit down.
Y'all gotta relax.
I mean, if you want to say something, that's fine too. I'm just here to kind of offer a perspective. However you run the show, I'm just listening.
You want to address some? You want to address?
Can I just admit I haven't seen it all neither, so that's why I was asking you. You didn't really answer. You just
but everything was a really accusatory tone. You had your idea. I heard your vigor in your voice. You already have an idea and an impression of what you think you're talking to, but you have no idea.
Vigor in my voice. So you don't know me. So you're doing the same thing.
We all heard that. We all heard that.
You heard the vigor in my voice, but
because you were directing it to me.
Right, but to be fair, we don't know each other, right?
Right.
So so first impressions is everything, right? And therefore, what I've seen so far is what I'm judging you on, my brother. The same thing you're doing to me right now. Fair is fair, but I haven't seen you, so I'm being fair.
And also, And also, I want to say nobody painted a narrative. We are judging off of the words that are being used in the video, and we passing judgment on what we are seeing. Nobody is making a narrative about nobody. You said things, Jay Prince said things, and we could see what it is that young lady is being pushed in a certain direction in the conversation.
Got it. So would you like me to explain what I mean by painting a narrative?
Sure.
Okay, so as I've explained, there were some things that if people listen to it again, they'll hear it, right? And some things were taken out of context, like that one line I've addressed already a couple of times, which I won't now. But that was taken out of context. And then when you double down and you say this type of brother is a such and such, which you did at least 4 times that I've counted, right? When you're deliberately putting a name on me or a categorization on me, and you're putting me in the bucket of degenerates, you are absolutely painting a narrative, like it or not. That's the definition of a narrative.
So if I'm walking down the street, I see everybody playing basketball. Is it okay for me to say that they all basketball players?
No, you would say they're all playing basketball, and that's the difference.
Okay.
This is exactly it.
Okay.
This is exactly what I mean.
Perfect.
Now
That's
you get
perfect. So, yeah, that's perfect.
get
So therefore, you was playing degenerate.
And you got to give them the entire clip to understand it. And I'm not going to tell you how to run your show because it's your shit, right? But what I'm saying is, if you want to be, I guess, authentic or a trusted source, it would be great to be objective, right? And that's all I'm saying. I think it's a good idea to be objective. If I literally am an asshole and I do the wrong thing, I get it. Then you go ahead and that's what you give me. That's fine. But from what that video is, and other people watch it and they did not see that, you have reviewed at least one of my other videos before, and yeah, I think that you had the wrong idea about that too, in all honesty. And I think that you're biased. And I'm not mad at you for it, but I just think it should be clear that you have a bias, right? And you truly believe that most men are degenerates. So we have to take that in consideration when we listen to you, that you have a bias. And a bias, never mind. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Nobody interrupted you. You good?
No. But I just want you to know that I feel like you have a bias, and it's against men. And it might be
all right. So now you will have to. So you might feel that way, but you have no proof of that. So, and that's the issue that we have. Is that when I'm just communicating on what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing of somebody saying in real time, they want to say that is a bias when I'm just calling a spade a spade. But you say what you feel about me, but you're not able to pinpoint me saying something that is a lie. And that's the issue. That is a real narrative pain. You saying I'm a bias without any proof of me being biased whatsoever. But you got to be able to point out where I'm lying and how I'm actually being biased for it not to be a narrative. I'm going off what I'm actually seeing, breaking down how I'm receiving the information that is being displayed, and I'm giving commentary on that very video. And so that is the definition of bias, what you are actually doing right now in present time.
No, because my judgment was based on you and how you critique your entire channel. So I saw more than one video of you from you, right? So I saw them and I took it as a totality and I looked at it. And I never mentioned that your archetype is a certain type of individual. The reason I say you have a bias is because you generalize men all the time. That's a bias. You didn't go ahead and say only what I am. You tried to group me into a bucket and then say that all these men. You just said don't be nice to no men. And you saying you don't have a bias? You can't be for real. You just said don't be nice to any men. Did you say that or not? And tell me if that doesn't equate to a bias.
Yeah, when I said it was that I do not want my wife being kind to any men.
Right. That's bias.
And I went what that's not a bias. That's safety. That's safety because
because men are dangerous, right?
Huh?
Because men are dangerous, right?
All men believe that other men are dangerous. And we all know that when we talk to our family members that we love, we would say, hey, be careful of that boy over there because they only want one thing. All men give this advice to their loved ones. When you go out and you go to the club and you wear certain outfits, you got to be careful because this, that, and the third. The danger, nobody's saying the danger is women. So we understand when we in the real world, men are very protective of other men. And they say men are dangerous all the time. But for some reason, when we get on these panels, all of a sudden we got to coddle men. All of a sudden we got to be protective of men. All of a sudden we are not concerned of any other man in the world, but men are the main ones that is doing the degenerate behavior to women and men.
and that's not even up for debate, because every man that I know that has a daughter says, hey, watch out for these boys because they don't want nothing good but that one thing.
I think there's a better way to teach that. I think that if you, because I have a completely different philosophy on how I do that. How I do it is different.
That you might have a different way, but have I lied is the question.
As far as all men being dangerous, yeah, we are. So do you think that no woman should be nice to you?
Absolutely not.
All right. Okay.
She got to get to know who I am. Like, you cannot just be outside being kind. I do not want any woman that is mine, that I consider my wife, my girlfriend, my sister. Don't be kind to no strange man.
Well, you didn't say that before. You said no man. You didn't say strange man. You walk in the back right now. You said no man. Period.
Right, so
you didn't say
you don't know. It does strange. Any man is the same boat.
No man, and then saying strange man is different.
No,
completely different.
So the reason why, because if you don't know him, he's a stranger. So that's why it's a synonym for me personally.
Right, but that's not what you. But no one else recognizes it as that, right? I mean, that's why I say words matter, and we have to be careful what we say, because you just said no man, and that's what everybody took. That's what I heard, and that would absolutely push a narrative. So maybe you just got to be more careful with the language you use. That's all.
No, but for me, it's the same. But for me, it's the same meaning.
But it's not for anyone else, and that's the problem. You're not communicating to yourself.
No, but that's not true. But so you mean to tell me it is men out there that is telling their daughters to be careful of men, or is that something that we teach our young girls?
I say be careful. I say be careful of people in general, because both men and women are harmful. Both men and women are hurt, but by men and women, many different ways on a regular basis.
Who is out of most cases, who is the main perpetrator
of what? Violence?
Yeah.
What kind of domestic violence? Just danger, and what kind of violence are we talking about? Street violence, random attacks?
All violence.
Just depends on what you're talking about.
All
right.
violence.
So if we were gonna say if we're going to say a street attack, then yes, right. If we're going to say domestically, women are inherently more violent, and you can tell by the statistics of woman-on-woman relationships, which are the most violence reported. The problem is that women are, yes, that's a true stat. Go look it up. What I'm going to tell you is that women in women relationships have the highest rate of domestic violence. That's a fact. And what I'm telling you is that women are ineffective at violence in general, which is why it's not normally conducted in that way. So people are dangerous in general. If women were more effective in violence, then they would be more violent.
Okay, so
our green wife was effective when she put them grits on his back.
Hold on. So and again, when you go to the female on female violence, right? It's such a small percentage that it's not even. It doesn't even make sense to even.
We're going per capita.
So
and
again, when we're talking about
per capita.
Right. So and again, when we're talking about who is more violent in humans, it's a clear answer, because men are both dangerous to women and men.
There's no argument there.
Women, and that is the problem, that men want to coddle men and try to act as if that's not a true statement. And that's why when we have loved ones go outside in the street, we say, be careful of these men out here, because majority of them are degenerate. They don't.
You said
care.
majority of men are degenerate.
That's wild, Sean. That's crazy, bro.
Crazy. That's crazy.
Regardless of how, hold on.
That's crazy.
Regardless of your feelings of how wild it is, it doesn't make it untrue.
It does. That's not true. Most men are not degenerates. Most men are not degenerates. I don't know what your circle is, but I don't know. I come from.
So what are most men then? If they're not degenerates, give us some other adjectives. Give us another one. What are most men?
Why do we have to call them anything outside of men?
Oh, okay. So you just won't give them a name.
Why can't we call them loving? Why can't we call them protectors?
Okay, you
What's
could do
wrong with
that.
these
So
terms?
is that true? Are most men loving, caring?
Yes. Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
And I would love to
So
know
when they
how
leave their
dysfunctional some
children
of your
behind,
worlds are where you
when they
have a
leave,
different view
when
like
they
that.
get a woman pregnant, right? Like, remember what you said to that young lady when you said that her sex will keep him for a time. And then what happens
Yes.
when it what happens when it no longer, when it becomes, like y'all said, used to him, it get older? Is that loving when he decides to leave her because the sex has now become old? Is that loving?
Yeah. And I think you're
Oh,
misinterpreting
okay.
the meaning of that, because here's the meaning of that. The meaning of that is that you have to offer other value aside from sex. That's the ticket. That's what we have to understand. That's what women need to understand, that you can keep a man around a while with sex, but that's it. You're gonna have to offer something else.
Right. So
Hey,
Just like if
Cuzzo,
I have money and no substance, right? Just like if I have money and no substance. Just like if I have a certain look, right? Let's say I got the square jawline and I got big shoulders, whatever. I'm 6'7". Then same thing. After a while, you have no substance. It's not going to last you. Same thing for men and women alike.
Go ahead, Brownsville, and then we got PhD as well. Go ahead, Brownsville, New York.
So my brother, so you are aware that according to crime stats data, that 4 out of 5 cases of domestic violence, a man is arrested. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we know that.
Right. So when you paint a narrative that women are more violent in domestic relationships, that's wrong. I mean, you can talk about an individual archetype of a relationship where you say, okay, when women are dating women, then the violence is higher. Okay, you can make that argument. But in totality, right, when it comes to domestic violence, 4 out of 5 of the people who are arrested are men. That's 80%, right? So men are inherently way more violent than women, right? In totality. Now, the issue that I have though, and I want you to address it, right? Because I think the reason why people are coming to the conclusion about you that they're coming to is because of the optics and representation that was created on the video, right? Both you and JP are over 40 years old. We know the degenerate that he is, right? That's well known, right? And you got this young woman who you said that she's in her mid-20s. So obviously she's almost 20 years younger than y'all, right? And she expressed that she comes from a vulnerable background where she wasn't protected, right? And the conversations that y'all was entertaining with her, right, wasn't protecting her, right? So I think any person who watches that video up to the point to where we watched it, and to be fair to you, we didn't see the entire video, right? So that's to be fair to you. But based on what we saw, right, it did look like a predatory situation was cultivated and that woman was in danger. Do you disagree with that?
In danger of what?
In danger of being groomed or being manipulated or being misguided,
used,
right? Being used, right? I mean, she's young and impressionable and inexperienced, right? Compared to the two men she was having a conversation with. And the conversation itself was not helpful to her. Y'all was talking about sex. Y'all was talking about, JP was talking about all different types of degenerate things in terms of putting money on bail and all these kind of crazy things, right? She even expressed that she was in some dangerous relationships herself, revolving around degeneracy, right? So the optics and the representation of the entire conversation, I think any father, because I'm a father, my daughter is going to be 16 this year. I would consider that predatory, right? even if she was 26 in that situation, I would be outraged, right? I think any father who has a daughter that age would be outraged based on what we saw and what we heard at that time. So my question to you, my brother, is, do you think, if you can go back, do you think it would probably be better for the optics and representation if y'all found a woman that was in y'all age bracket who had the same experience as y'all? Because I think if y'all was able to do that, we wouldn't be having a conversation about predatory behavior.
I nominate Shusty Bum. Yeah, it would have been a very different interview.
So I'll answer that. In all honesty, I don't think I would have had any woman, to be honest. I would have really just had a one-on-one. That's normally how I conduct my interviews. I prefer the one-on-one style. That was what was available to me. So that was what it was, right? Again, I didn't select her, but that's what we ended up with. As far as the word predatory for a woman who now we're trying to move the goalpost, because we were saying, okay, your brain isn't fully developed until 25. If she's past the threshold at this point, I mean, the predatory thing, that seems kind of weird. And then we have to also understand that she's currently in these situations. We are not exposing her to anything. She's already in this. What she's really doing is offering a perspective, right? And we could not possibly really do any damage to her within that 40 minutes from what y'all saw. And as far as be a lot of explicit talk, for it to be about not even a minute versus what came out to be pretty much a 40-minute interview, I mean, we're making that the focal point of the discussion. I mean, there were so many other things to
Yeah,
talk
but as a
about. I don't know
man,
what.
when you say your reasoning for doing this interview with him was to expose the type of man, well, now I'm looking at the type of man you are. I'm watching you allow this conversation to happen, right? And not really being this protector of this young lady. If this young lady talks about, oh, I could throw it back to JP, I'm gonna be like, little sis, what's wrong with you? You get what I'm saying? I'm gonna get her right and then challenge him as well. Like, I'm not just gonna let it go down. Like I said, like it was predatory to me because you were just being a predator of the algorithm, right? You knew this would get attention. So to make this claim that you were doing it with good intentions to expose the type of man JP was or whatever, I gotta see you cook him now. Because from what I've seen, right, all you did was kind of gave him a platform. And I could understand why the women and my brothers they took issue with it. I can understand it.
Right. So for one, let's not get it twisted. I'll say it again. I don't claim to have good intentions. I don't know how clear I can make that. I'm a podcaster. If people want to listen to it, they may. They don't have to, right? And that's my stance on it. I'm not here to save anyone or protect anyone per se. If she were in actual danger and I was there in the vicinity, surely, then I'll become a protector when needed. But for this particular situation, she was in no danger. She's made no contact with Jay Prince since, from what I
You
understand.
don't know that.
I've made no attempts to contact her. I said from what I understand, and I've made no contact with her. And to me, for real, I don't even think he's a type of cup of tea anyway. There's a great age disparity. She's not even in the club with him. It's a different ball game. She's going to date younger men that are in trouble.
I'm pretty sure the man that she was dating 2 months ago
was
is
JP
probably close
like.
to J Prince's age. That's probably why he's a jailbird himself. I think I think we gotta be able to pay attention to things that, like, I understand you saying that I'm a biased man, right? But Willie is always
No. I don't know. I don't know about your man. I'm not going to put that on your character. I do know as far as where your show is concerned. Yes, you do offer bias. Absolutely. I don't know if that's really you or not. I can't say that, and I wouldn't put that on you either way.
Yeah, but my
When you
show's
were
not
on
really
the show.
biased. My show's about honest commentary of how I see and hear things. And I think some people they just they don't like to be called a thing. A spade is a
I don't
spade.
want to question you. I don't want to question your integrity because I don't think you're being dishonest, right? Or disingenuous. I think you truly do believe what is it you say. I think you're giving honest takes, but your
Okay,
takes, in my opinion, are biased. I don't think you're lying though. I'm not questioning your integrity. I just think you have a bias.
that's fine. Let me also welcome PH Diva, the supreme vaginal vessel, into the show. Good day. How you doing?
Where my intro? No, I'm just saying. I am wonderful. Hey, Bomb. Oh, Bomb, I was talking trash to you yesterday, but apparently you couldn't hear me.
Where you was at?
I was on the shop. You were on mute or whatever you were sewing, but I don't think you could hear us.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was
Hey,
on another
Diva.
job.
Hey, everybody. Willie. I really don't even know what y'all talking about. I'm trying to get a grasp of it, so I don't have no input right now. But I do think it's interesting that the gentleman said, like at one point when I first came in, he was telling you, like, there's a better way you could be doing whatever it is you're trying to do, Sharon. But when y'all offered him the same pushback, it was like, no, that's not what I'm doing. I just need to do this, that, and the third, And so it's always easier to give feedback and critique than it is to accept it or receive it.
That's fair. And I'm always accepting criticism too. I always be trying to listen to it, and I attempt to move things differently. They say I should do it in real life page. Guess what I started? I started doing a real life page to show what I actually do outside of just streaming. So
I have a question for him.
Because Bomb got a question, and I'm gonna pass it to Eda Man, and then we just have it open. Everybody could get their thoughts, and we're gonna read super chats in just a few.
And then
Okay.
Willie.
Yeah, it's a simple question. Because he mentioned that it's his show, right? But then he didn't have no say in the young lady being there, and or even like you ain't even know. Like, can you explain how that happens? Because maybe
Right. So I don't always source every single guest that's part of the show. In many cases, they're there, and we go with it. That's to answer that question.
No, but you had said that you had preferred one-on-one with him. So if you really wanted just one-on-one with him, it would have just been you and him.
Well, I don't know if you heard how the question was phrased. The question was phrased in retrospect. It wasn't about at the time.
Well, Trev, it's my understanding from watching the video that you traveled to Milwaukee to interview him?
Yeah.
Or to do the conversation?
Yeah.
You traveled to Milwaukee. I'm assuming, did you rent a space or did he source the space? Who sourced the
Yeah, he found a space that the audio was terrible because my shit don't come out like that. But it wasn't his fault. I just went with it. I said, okay, you got mics.
I think that
you got
gives
a space.
context. I think that gives context. If it's not like it was on home court, all that type of stuff. You went to another state.
Yeah, because I can generally vet.
Yeah. So does that give you context, Bob?
Yeah, I think even at the beginning of the video, he said he tried to get Jay Prince to come to him, and Jay Prince had a problem with flying, so he had to kind of adjust in the moment to come to Milwaukee. So I think
But that's you can still, if it's my show and I say I want to talk to Mont, and Mont got some young girl there that I don't know, I could easily say, yo, Mont, this show is a one-on-one. This is going to be for my platform, for me and you to have a conversation.
it sounded like it was more of a collab. Though.
Well,
there's no collab.
That's my
They don't have a
thing.
platform.
Right. So again, I could have done that
for black men to end up in second place in the shit that they run, right? You run it, but somehow you're not able to run it.
You're not listening. I'm gonna say it again.
Shimon, they
Listen.
always throw her the alley.
It's
I'm gonna say it
yours,
again.
Throw her the alley.
and you couldn't run it, right?
No, you're wrong. So listen.
That's what
You
you just
listen to
told
slow.
us.
You listen to slow. Hold on.
You flew out there to where he was because he wouldn't fly, right? Then you show up. He had to find a space. Now the space wasn't even, good for the sound or whatever. but you pressed on. Then it's this other woman there, but you would have preferred just one-on-one, but you still can't even, again, and this is, and I'm only pointing this out because I have
Yeah, I know.
my role
You
on the
pointed
show
out.
is
You pointing it
to
out because you.
hammer black men and show how you all are not really
Throw
effective
her to
leaders.
Alley, she gonna catch it in
Right.
360
I'm gonna dunk that
So,
bitch.
windmill,
I'm gonna
all
put
double
it
right.
between
pump,
my legs and
I'm gonna
come
say
up,
it.
and
slam it
my
on
I'm
her.
gonna say
elbow
it. I'm gonna
still
say
gonna
it
be in the
again.
rim. My elbow gonna be in the
Say
How
it
rim.
do
again.
y'all do this?
I'm gonna state it one more time because you listen to slow. So this is what we got. I went down
No,
there,
you
right?
just
I could
aren't
I can
able to
do.
lead your own show, clearly.
That's what you would like to say, but you don't know
Right.
shit
No,
about what's
that's
going
what it
on with
is. You
that.
just told us.
You
Sir,
How
told
you
us
you
gonna
just
that.
tell me
told
that
us.
you
TJ.
don't even know?
You
You don't
just
know the
told us,
first
sir.
thing
And so
about me.
how is this coming out? It's not something I'm making up. You told us this, sir. I
You
repeated back
No, you're not
exactly what you
listening.
you
said.
You're
didn't
not
come out
listening.
and
You're not
accept
listening.
all
How am I not
responsibility for
listening
how
if I was
everything
able
played out.
to repeat back
Yeah.
everything you
Hold
said?
on, Willie.
Trev, do not let a provocateur provoke you.
No. We
Shut your
good,
ass
but
up,
all I'm saying.
want to be relevant ass bitch.
You want to
Shut
fight?
up.
All
Hey,
right.
So
Hold
look,
on, hold on, guys.
He
I knew,
pussy
I knew.
supremacist.
See,
He
I
pussy
got to
Hold on,
state the
y'all.
supremacist.
mic,
Hold on.
man.
Too
It
many
was on me,
voices make
right?
it too. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Too many voices makes it very difficult. Let Trev get a chance to address what he
no. You know
said.
what? I think everybody else heard it. She just trolling right now, so I'll let. I don't want to be
No, we all heard that you
unproductive.
said you
I'm
couldn't
gonna be unproductive.
control
Right,
anything with your show, my brother. You
right.
said it.
All right. Okay. So I'll say it for the slow listeners. Again, I can do whatever I want on a show. I publish the shows. I edit the shows. I film the shows. I do everything possible. Right. So what I'm saying is
You
that if
couldn't
I
get him to fly
wanted,
out to where you was.
Hold on. Let him finish.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
yeah, you bugging. Contain yourself, please. So this is what we got. When I
Boy,
go out there,
you little shrivel dick
girl,
bastard. You shut your ass up.
Crash out, Diva. Crash out.
she about to get a DM in a
Absolutely.
minute.
So can I just
Anyway,
go ahead?
But y'all, please stop interrupt. If Diva and
yeah,
Trey want to argue, let them argue. We don't need to jump in. It doesn't help when
well,
two people argue and then other people try to join into their argument. Go ahead,
right.
Trev.
So either way, I'm just gonna state it again. Whoever else listened that slow, it's not my fault. But I'll say this: there was a brother who asked me earlier what would I have done in retrospect, and I said exclude her. Right? There's some interviews that I do with people, some that I do with just an individual itself. This particular case, I realized probably would have been better with it one-on-one. At the time, it didn't really matter. So I did the show. I was like, okay, well, maybe she can add a perspective. Right? Fine. And that was that.
So you couldn't
That's
even
it.
protect
It
your own
wasn't,
show, is what you're saying,
I couldn't
right?
protect what?
Oh, maybe you didn't know this woman from a can of paint, right? and you have her on your show on a maybe, and then, but this is your show, your platform, right? And so now you're getting blowback from it. But just learn how to lead more and protect yourself, your own stuff. We're not even asking you to protect the woman. You got to start with you, bruh.
All right. Y'all got somebody else who wants to
Yeah, I'm
speak?
here. And I second
I'll definitely
everything she
I'm
said.
not
Let's
really
talk about, hold on.
I'm not really gonna
And,
address her anymore.
before we move to Wall Street, really,
I
Edelman is
think this is gonna go to I think it's gonna go the
Willie,
wrong
shut
way.
your
So I'm
ass
just gonna
up.
leave it alone.
and
But she's not trying to be productive at this point. She's
I'm
not trying
giving
to
you
come to an
advice on how
understanding.
to protect your show and how to lead your
Lady,
own
you
show.
couldn't advise me
Right,
for
I
anything.
could.
I would
Somebody
never
need
come to you
to.
for advice.
Apparently your daddy didn't because he didn't teach you how to lead and protect. And so maybe
Right.
you need me to step in and teach you at 55 years old. Oh, okay. You wouldn't be the first, baby. You wouldn't
Wait,
be the first.
who's 55?
who's 55?
The dude,
Wait,
Trev, you
so
55, Trev?
he ain't far
No.
off.
I
Oh,
didn't hear you, Trev.
y'all age shaming now?
No, just to clarify.
no,
I'm
as a
nowhere
And so
near
women
we
that.
know
lady,
I'm
but as
nowhere
a
near
underneath
that.
nail.
And I'm nowhere near that.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh. He is near that. You know black men to be 65 years old still thinking they're young.
Yeah, surely I got somebody else more productive than her to keep it going. I see what she's trying to do, but I'm not really here to go that route. That's not the type of conversations I have. She can keep on a low frequency if she wants to, but I'm not going to entertain it
Your
anymore.
whole
So
show was low frequency, sir. And now you worried about being high frequency, but you sat through 40 minutes of a low frequency interview that you ran after. You chased, right? Because, let's reach out, let's do it. Oh, okay, I won't come to you. Oh, okay, well, I come to you. Oh, okay, you got somebody else here? Oh, well, the room ain't really that good, but let's do it anyway, right? So you ran after this. And just because I got good enough sight to be able to see it, I'm actually trying to help you out, but y'all always so resistant to it because you know everything, but ain't never doing shit. So, but I digress. My mic is muted.
Either man, do you got something that you want to address to Trump?
Well, I got a couple questions. I wanted to make sure I understood. Uh, So I guess my question is not just for Trev. It'll be for everybody on the panel, right? 'Cause I think y'all gotta ask them enough questions. So my question is, my first question, because I got a couple. My first question is it an age that a person is no longer groomed at, or do we think people can be groomed their whole lives?
That's a great question. Trev, you want to answer it first?
Yeah, I'll give a quick answer to that. So I think it's arguable, but I think it's very hard to make the argument past 25, right? At some point, you have to accept adulthood. If we go ahead and commit a crime, they're not going to say, oh, well, he was close into it, nah, or he didn't know better. We're accountable for our actions fully at a certain age. At that age, then we just have to understand that at some point, that individual has to take responsibility for themselves.
The way I would answer that.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on,
My second.
E-man.
Okay.
Hold on, I thought you asked that
Right.
to the panel. E.
Yeah, you said
Trevor
to the
was just
panel.
the first one to answer it.
Right.
Trevor was he was the first one to answer it. Either man.
And I'll go last. I'll go last.
And the
All
way,
right, go ahead.
the way
It seems like Brownsville wanted to jump in on that, so let's go.
And
Brownsville.
just after that, after everybody, throw it back to me, please.
Okay, so we got Brownsville,
Pause.
Cherry,
Hey,
Mont.
yo.
Okay. We got Brownsville, Bon Cherry, Mont, Diva, KT, Willie, then Eater Man.
Yeah, so savages go after weak prey, right? And predators do too. So I think, since we live in a patriarchal society, right, where it's dominated by men, and we have men who are experienced to the degree of almost 20 years, you know what I'm saying? And they're in a room, two men in a room with one woman who comes from a vulnerable situation, right? She expressed the fact that her upbringing was troubling and she didn't have protection, right? She articulates herself in a very inexperienced way, or a way lacking discernment, right? That's somebody who I believe a grown man of character would call vulnerable in a room with experienced older men, right? So regardless of if she's 25 or not, right? When you recognize that somebody is vulnerable, whether it's mentally, whether it's physically, whether it's spiritually, right? And they shouldn't be entertaining certain conversations with certain individuals with nefarious intentions, then as a man, a stand-up man, you got to step in and put a stop to it. Peace and love.
Go ahead, Bomb.
Okay, so I think the question was, can an adult be groomed, or is there a certain
no
age
age,
where
right?
you can't? Yeah, so
no age.
Right. So, well, we would say that when the age gap is large and the individual, one of the individuals are young enough to be daughters, and nieces and things like that, then that's when grooming can happen. And so a lot of grooming is happening on the internet, right? And let me give you an example of what I mean by that. So a young lady who have a bad past, right, grew up without a father, and she's going through some things. And an older man interviews her, and they're using her right? That's why they have that young lady there, right? Because they know that women will pull in the views, and they also know that beating up on the young woman who probably don't know that's what's going to happen to her. She's there possibly to promote something, thinking that she's going to get something out of it, but these grown men know that she's not going to get much out of it, but they use her. That's grooming, right? You're using her. You even nudging her in a certain direction in which he thought a woman would be able to get a man, keep a man, and that's what he was doing. He was grooming her.
Sharon, could you drop the link again? I want to switch devices.
All right. I just dropped. So you want to let somebody go while you switching devices?
For sure, that's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna let KT the GOAT go. So while Mont switches devices, KT the GOAT, do you think is an age limit on when somebody can get groomed?
20, like a 20-year an adult, in my opinion. If your parents have been
So
trying
you're saying
to
adults? So I'm asking. We understand that, but can adults be groomed as well?
Nah, I would say it'd probably be a different way. They can be foolish. Like you being groomed as an adult is wild because I mean you're an adult. You're supposed to have discernment at that period. You know what I'm saying?
What if
Especially that's why I
you
kept
have a
saying earlier.
disability? What if you have a disability?
Well, you're slow. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Right.
it is what it is.
But I
that
mean, like
ain't.
even still, it may not necessarily be a cognitive delay, any type of disability, right? So,
Nah, that's making excuses. Because if it ain't cognitive, then you ain't really got no excuse. You know what I'm saying? That means you
you still
understand.
vulnerable,
Not
right?
vulnerable is on you. Listen, vulnerability is on all of us
It
to the extent
is.
that we give
So
out.
I'm
You get what I'm
born
saying?
with
So
no legs, and it's mine. So I'm vulnerable, right?
nah,
But
see,
you see
look,
how
you gotta go to
ridiculous
the
this is.
extreme though.
We're even. No, that's not. It's plenty of people born with no legs. And when we're
Most
talking
people
about
is not.
vulnerable adults, a lot of times they're talking about elderly people who most certainly can be groomed and scammed out of their shit.
For sure. But
Right, and
most
those are
people ain't
adults.
old people.
Those are adults,
And
though.
that also ain't grooming. That's the
It
main
is.
thing.
It
Like
It
can
is
be grooming.
grooming. It is grooming.
All right, so
Okay.
not the one we were talking
go
about. We were
ahead,
talking
go
about
ahead.
like in the sexual manner.
So go ahead,
Wall Street.
Diva. So this way we can have a full circle. So Diva, Mont, and Willie. So Diva, do you believe that is an age limit on grooming?
So I think that people at various ages can be groomed, but it's like circumstance specific. Now, for this young lady, how old was this young lady? 25, y'all said?
26-ish, something like
26.
that.
He said
Right.
mid-20s, yeah.
Mid-20s. The
She looked
thing
younger than that. I can't
with
lie.
so a lot of women want to be agreeable with men, right? So y'all was talking about earlier how she was saying, oh yeah, I could throw it back or whatever, when she probably should have had a different reaction to it, but she was being agreeable. And so part of maturing and learning via experience, because realistically, and I done said it before, that's really the only thing that Black women learn by, and a lot of times the experience don't even teach them. And so they need that experience to slap them in the face and say, hey, stop doing that. It's not going to work out in your best interest. So at that age, I wouldn't consider it grooming, right? If it's an older person or somebody with some type of disability or something, then I would say they could be groomed. But if you just the run-of-the-mill person past, I'm gonna say 25, like, come on. At this point, ladies, it should be kicking in. You should be able to see the lay of the land and conduct yourself accordingly.
Okay. Welcome back, Mont. You good? I don't know if you can.
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mont, so what is your thoughts? Is it an age limit to where you could be groomed?
That's interesting to think about. No, I think that's interesting to think about because most of us never think about that. I think it's majority based on where you are mentally, and the other person's intentions for you. Because if somebody's intention is to groom you, then they're grooming you, right? And if you don't have the mental capacity to understand, then you don't have the mental capacity to understand. So I don't think it probably isn't an age limit.
Okay, I like it. And like you said, Wall Street Willie, you last, and then we can bring it back to Eda Man.
Yeah, so I know my audience, so I try to give my answer in a way that my neighbors can accept without questioning, right? I think my good brother KT could be 70 years old with a good mixtape, and if he gets the chance to sign with Bad Boy, yeah, he can end up with Baby Oil on his back, right? Like I don't put an age limit on grooming. What then starts to happen is the victim's responsibility, right? For being groomed. And that starts to change as age change, it changes with sex and things like that. But yeah, you could be groomed at any time.
Okay. Eda Man.
Yeah, so first I think that for you to be groomed, you can't have a foundation, right? They have to put the foundation there. That's part of the grooming process, right? And then the second thing is, I guess my question to Trey.
Can you clarify that, Eda Man?
I believe if you have a foundation, if I already have a foundation of who I am, I can't be groomed. Can I be vulnerable? Absolutely. But I can't be groomed. The whole point of the grooming process is to put a foundation into that person, but gives them some type of value later on in life. That's why I don't think it's fair to say that Trey groomed this woman in 40 minutes with no intentions of benefits out of it, right? I just don't think that's fair. But my question to Trey is, after you heard, because his face changed when he found out that she was an OnlyFans model, do you feel that you had a green light to have these type conversations because she was an OF model? Trey.
Well, all right. So one thing you do have to, I don't know how familiar y'all are with OnlyFans models. I mean, it's generally sexually explicit content that they are pushing out. So, as far as grooming and trying to influence her as far as sex, she has already had it in her brain that that's what the motive is, right? She has used sex as a tool for monetary gain, right? So there really is, you're correct on that. There's no such grooming that I could have possibly done in that way. And so some people may find it problematic that I talk with her briefly about sexually explicit behavior, and that's fine, right? And I could understand your perspective. That's fine. I disagree. I don't think that just touching on it and telling a woman that sexual value is not something that is going to get you far, then yeah, go ahead. Because I didn't care to bring up positions.
To help you understand my question, if you had a 26-year-old that was not an OF model versus this woman, do you feel like it was a green light to have those type conversations because she disclosed that she was already, I guess, knowledgeable or having conversation about sex?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. If I see, my whole thing is you're right. I would not expose anybody to that type of thing, right? But even with what I said, I don't bring up sex like that with most of the people who I talk to, right? But yeah, to answer your question, I would say no. I would not try to expose a woman to any type of sexual nature who is not already in that life. No. The short answer is no.
And so then I guess I'm gonna throw it back to the whole panel. Do we look at 26-year-olds different? Maybe a one that is in prostitution, OnlyFans versus kind of the question Browns was talking about our daughters. Do we look at those all 26 the same, or do we say that they're not the same?
Wait, okay. Can I go ahead? You want to go first, Sharon? I'll go after you.
Yeah, you can go ahead, Bob.
Because I know a lot about the OnlyFans and all of that, right? And so the problem is, Eda Man is trying to get his man an excuse, right? Because remember, he was already talking to that woman. He said he had no say in who she was. He didn't even know anything about her. But right now, you want to make it seem like, oh, he only spoke like that with her because he knew she was OnlyFans. Okay.
Just
But
for the
even,
record, I don't want to interrupt you, but for the record, she used that as her intro, just so you know.
Yeah, that was her intro. Hey, this is what I do. It's her intro. And his face lit up. That's what made me think that changed the conversation.
Right, but he said no. Okay, but then I don't know what he said, because he said no and then he went to explain that he wouldn't have, right? And yet he wasn't talking about her having sex on OnlyFans. They were talking about like, that's what men think of, highly respect, right? That's what they want, sex. So you mean to tell me just a regular woman, you wouldn't have told her that her sex is valuable, but only up to a certain point? You wouldn't have told her that? Because I didn't hear you, and I didn't see the whole thing. So remember that. I didn't hear you talk about her being on OnlyFans in a certain way, right? You were just speaking to her.
Yeah, I think that's the main problem. You came extremely matter of fact without context, and now you're tripping up. And that's the problem. That's why we got to just chill out, ask questions, ask questions. Yeah, but I think you should have asked.
What is your problem, young man? I am asking questions, right? I'm asking.
Yeah, I think you should have led with that, to be honest, right? And
like, you don't listen. Since you're not 55, I am. Okay, I'm the elder. Listen, I don't know. Maybe because you think you're a man, that you have the right to tell me what to do, what to think, how to think, and everything. But I'm gonna let you know, my penis is larger than yours. Okay,
I believe you.
Be respectful, and I'm gonna pull it out. And I was being respectful.
I'm not gonna argue that.
So I was being fair when I say I did not see it. You know, the ladies are being truthful and honest. We're saying, hey, we didn't get to see everything. We're letting you know that. So you'll know that even if we're wrong, you could correct us. But you don't tell me how to lead. You couldn't even lead your own show, my brother.
Preach.
You're funny.
Shut your ass up, Mark.
So, but I guess my question still is, maybe Sharon can ask this question. Do we look at people that's in the industry or in that type of lifestyle different from the women that are not in that lifestyle?
Let me answer this question, let me answer this question, right? Because to me, it's disingenuous, number one, because it's not about the woman, it's about the man, right? It's about the appetite of this man. Now, me being in now my upper 40s, right? I don't have nothing in common with a woman in terms of relationship that's 20 years my junior, right? We have nothing in common relationship-wise, right? So I wouldn't even entertain those kind of conversations with a woman that could be my daughter, right? That's weird. That's predatory, right? And that's
Brownsville. Can I put a pin in that and ask you a question?
But you don't run a podcast either.
Hold on one second.
Brownsville, do you think that JP has more in common with a 26-year-old than you would?
Do I think JP has more in common? No.
Based on like mentally, no, and also life as far as success.
No, JP is a degenerate, right? JP is a degenerate, right? So he expressed an ideology that he prefers to go after vulnerable, inexperienced women, right? That's his MO. So men who usually are deficient in that way, that's also their MO, right? It's common for men that have deficiencies, right, to go after vulnerable, inexperienced women. That's predatory behavior, right? And to me, I think we got to get beyond the idea that upstanding men need to justify the behaviors of men who are willing to do those kind of things, right? And then you blame it on a woman. Well, why is she on OnlyFans? Why is she this? Why is she that? Right? When you can just speak truth to power and just say, my brother, the only reason why you're interested in entertaining her in a relationship is because you failed in life. And now you have to go down and try to manipulate someone.
Well, just because you say my question disingenuous don't mean that you don't answer it.
I did answer it.
No, you did not. I asked the question, and you said it's disingenuous and started talking about something totally different. My question
Okay,
is,
so
when we
what
look
didn't I
at a
address?
20, okay, I'm gonna ask it again. If I look at a woman that's 26 that's in the
And I
industry,
said no.
Yeah,
You
he
didn't
answered
oh,
hear
that.
they're
that.
That's a
not the
thank you.
same. You said they're not the same. Okay.
I said no. I said I said it because I said it no. And Sharon heard me say this, and I'm sure everybody else on the panel, but you heard me say this. I said
I'm
no
sorry. I'm just saying, what did you say no
because
to? You said
right.
no, they're
I
not
said
the
no.
same.
It's no different. No, I said no. It's no different
Oh yes, they
because
are the same. That's what I said. So
no.
yes, they
What
are
I'm
the same.
So
what I'm
a
saying.
26-year-old and a 26-year-old in the sex industry is the same situation. Actually, I believe the one that's in the industry is probably even easier to manipulate.
Okay,
Right.
so
They're
are
even
they the
more
same or
vulnerable.
not the
Yeah,
same?
so
So
they
it's
different.
about
They the
the
same.
vulnerability. See, that's the thing, right? You're justifying it, and I don't know. It's weird to me, but
I'm not. I'm asking the question.
it's about the idea, right? That men who have this deficiency think that it's okay to take advantage of or manipulate a woman who is vulnerable, right? Whether it's because of the lack of experience, whether it's because of, things that she's going through in her life. Maybe she's mentally, inept or going through something spiritually or physically or whatever. There's men who think that it's okay to prey on those types of women, and then men who don't do that attempt to justify it. That's
No,
that's
I'm
the
not
bigger problem.
justifying anything. I'm just trying to understand. Like, so you and Sharon is saying all 26-year-olds are the same. We should look at them different versus people that 26-year-olds that have been exposed to different things, right?
No, I'm
What do you
saying
mean by look at them
men
different?
Yeah.
Are
As a
you saying
grown man,
offer
he
them a
wanna
different level of respect? Is that what you're
looking
saying?
at them
yes.
at all in terms of a relationship.
No, what I am saying is that.
Did you not understand that?
No, say it again. I apologize. Say it again. Are he going in and out?
I don't hear him. He muted right now.
Yeah,
But
I can't hear. I can't hear him.
but it sounded like what you was asking the men, and so clarify. You was asking, do you handle the 26-year-old on OnlyFans and the 26-year-old who never been on OnlyFans? Do you handle them the same?
Right.
Is that what your question was? And some of y'all too old to be handling 26-year-olds any kind of way, right? If you're talking about in a relationship wise, other than giving her some good advice that might help her, but you're not really trying to help her. You
Well,
just want to judge her.
I like how you said that, Bob. See, I believe men handle hoes different from ladies. I don't think they handle them the same situation. And I get that we want to kind of do this bucket that all women are treated equally, but men typically don't do that.
So which one do they try
Right.
to take?
Hold on.
Which one do they try to take advantage of?
Y'all missing something. He not even talking about taking advantage or not taking advantage. He's saying that men want to treat women with different levels of respect based on that type of thing, whether they in the industry or not.
Yes.
So it ain't even just about grooming. It's about even offering a basic level of respect.
Yes.
And Edelman, so which one doesn't deserve respect? Which one deserve higher levels of respect?
So y'all are overstating his point. I don't think he's saying that. I think he's saying
He
that
just
there's a
agreed
spectrum.
to it. So how you
Hold
gonna
on,
come in and say
hold
you
on.
don't think he's saying that? He
Because
just agreed to it.
Because as a
He
man, there's a
just agreed to it. And so how are
okay.
you to say that we overstating
Gotcha.
his point and what you think he's
No,
saying?
because you
When he
tripped him
just
up.
agreed to
You
it.
tripped him up,
He
right? So he's
just agreed to it. He's smart
so,
enough to understand what's going
so
on. You his
PhD,
translator? You his
PhD. Don't,
translator?
who you think I am? You talking to me like I'm one of them? Stop playing with me.
Who you talking to? Oh, who is you?
You
Who's
talking to me
talking
like
right
I'm one
now?
of them? You know.
Oh yeah, I
Come
already
on.
told you who I think you are.
There you
Mine. I
go.
think you're a whole ass nigga. I already told you that when you were saying we need to kneel lower to the white man. I already told you what I think of you. And so you
My
asking
bad,
me who I'm
Sharon.
talking
My
to?
bad.
I'm talking to you, whole ass nigga.
You showing off.
I'm not showing off. This me all day, every day. You ain't worthy of showing off. And so now
Trev,
what? I told you who
Trev,
I'm talking to.
she
What else?
showing
You
off
got
because
another
you here,
question?
Trev.
Next question. You got
We
another
got guests here,
question?
so she's showing
Oh,
off.
okay. You got another question? Because
Mm-hmm.
I just told you who I'm talking
Go
to.
ahead.
And so
Go
now
ahead.
what?
Ladies first.
Oh, I'm asking. You asked me who I was talking to. I told you. Talking to you,
Mm-hmm.
hoe ass nigga. And so now what? What's the next question?
You showing off a guest.
Oh, okay. 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 But I called you a whole ass nigga the first time you was here when the guest wasn't here, right?
She
Okay.
acting totally different today.
No, ain't nobody acting totally different.
So the point that I was saying is that it's two levels of respect. I'm not saying they get disrespected. They get one level of respect, and ladies get a higher level of respect. Those respects are not the same.
Yeah,
The
but
thing is, the
is
problem is y'all generally disrespectful, right? And so when you make a distinction, then it's gonna be disrespect because that's who y'all are at ground zero anyway.
Nah, that's people. That's what y'all literally be saying. Women gotta have standards, and then y'all make it on the
I was going
basis
to
of
start on just
disrespect.
having a certain level of respect for everyone. I would have saved you from Diva, but no, they don't be one.
Right.
What are you
Right.
talking?
That's a great point.
I gotta stop
And
being
so,
glazed.
the issue is that we see women that have no level of OnlyFans whatsoever, marry, even been with just one man, and they don't get no level of respect. They get treated the same way the so-called hoes get treated. That's the issue that we have. And so this idea that they are treating her a certain way because she is an OnlyFans model, and if she was some lady of a different higher caliber, that they wouldn't treat her the same way. That's just not true. Matter of fact, the other video that I reviewed with Trev, it was a young lady, it was an older woman, beautiful woman, celibate for like a year or something, and she got treated with disrespect as well.
Man, Sharon, in a lot of cases, dudes treat the side chick, the hoe, better than they treat their wife.
So, but what I'm saying is that so the compare, so what either man's trying to point out is that, like, you know, because she's an OnlyFans model, she got treated on a different level. But no, Trev had a beautiful dark-skinned woman. Her and that bill was all over the internet, and everybody was acting like that woman was so disrespectful, and she was not being disrespectful.
She was wild.
No, the point that I'm saying is if you tell me that your job have already exposed you to sexual things, I believe that Trev believed that those conversations was open onto the table. And he admitted that he agreed with
That's what we
that.
trying to tell either man. What we trying to tell you, it doesn't matter what the woman does. Somehow, some way, even in that conversation with that very extremely professional woman, it's still somehow gone to sex.
Can I say something, Edelman? Can I say something? I think in this particular situation, right? This woman was a little bit different to me, right? But I don't hold other men accountable for being as perceptive as me. But I saw life in her. I don't know. I saw something inside of her eyes, and I don't know. But I know the idea that I know the idea
I
that
saw that she was a traumatized. She went through some stuff.
Like I saw humanity in her, right? And I know that a lot of women who go through what she's been through, you can't see that anymore. But I saw that in her, I'm not going to hold somebody accountable for not being as perceptive and being able to see that type of stuff. But I do understand where Edelman is going. But I look at her a little bit differently because I saw a kid in her face. I saw it in her eyes. I don't know.
And that's a great point. And that's the reason why we was looking at that situation as it was type predatory. And we know conversations can be predatory. And it can also insinuate other people to fall into that same kind of category and that same kind of situation because they will relate to her. And then they will make the same mistakes by watching that video.
I got you.
They see a relatable situation. And so we got to be careful, especially us as content creators, to be able to pay attention to that. If Trev is the person that said he was trying to expose the archetype, it was his it should have been important that he was opposite of the archetype. He was not opposite of the archetype. He was complementary to the archetype. He was a more distinguished version of the archetype. He was more clean. He didn't have a weave in his head. They both had glasses on, and he had a nicer jacket. So yeah, he was just a distinguished version of a degenerate in that video.
I hate agreeing with Sharon. I swear I do.
And that's just me watching it for what I see it. You know what I'm saying? Not because I don't like me and Trev don't know each other. He's seen a couple of videos, I've seen a couple of his videos, and we just going off what we see in the moments that we see him.
That makes sense. Like I said, I'm going based off the part that I, like I said, really seen was like the first couple minutes, the introductions. That was the part that I think. Can you hear me? Yeah, you still move, and that's what I was waiting through. And just what I saw from that introduction, it was like they understood kind of what type of conversation. But I do got to take my word for it that if he's still saying, he's explaining innocence. He's still seeing that she had a level of innocence in her eyes. And that's why he's saying from his wisdom, he would have took a different approach. I guess I can respect that too. But I do want to land it here. Is one thing is everybody making it going viral say that we support this behavior. I guess Sharon in Brownsville might not, but it's a large group of people wanted to see this interaction and is enjoying this exact interaction. So I think the public says that this type of behavior is okay.
And that's unfortunate.
I don't know what that means.
I
This
didn't
kind
either,
of
but-
behavior.
Oh.
This behavior. Whose behavior is okay? I don't. You mean Jay Prince behavior?
Absolutely. Jay
Okay,
Prince
let me ask a question, Trevor. If you stood there, do you believe Jay Prince behavior is okay?
No, I don't. I don't believe it's okay. That's what he does. I think there's a different way. I truly believe that if people watch the rest of the video, you'll see a little bit more of us, of where we differentiate, right? Because I think it's terrible to father multiple women. I got one woman pregnant ever in life, and that's my wife who gave me 2 kids, and that's it, right? So that's how I live my entire line. That's the kind of family that I came from. That's the time that my parents came from. So this is what I know. This is what I understand to be functional. That's my normality, right? And I try to continue my legacy. This is what I believe. I believe in pouring into our children, pouring into our youth. And
so I'm curious though, right? Saying those things, what made JP an appealing interview for you? What about him?
Because
did you think needed a platform?
Sure. All right. So there's a perspective, right? My whole thing is just to get other people's perspectives, to gain an understanding of like what's really the purpose. That's why I'll ask questions like, where did you grow up? What was your family life like? Things like that, to kind of understand how a person like this can even be conformed. So we'll have an idea of what not to do, of what to do, and what this type of person looks like, and just an understanding. That's my main focus, is just to get different perspectives. My whole thing.
So we 18 minutes into the show, and we didn't really actually hear you push back yet. So what is it, if you remember, what is it that you actually pushed back on or debated Jay Prince on? Because that was one of the main things I had an issue with so far. It says I debated the world's biggest pooky, and we didn't hear you debate.
Oh yeah. So so my main thing, I hate the fact that he has fathered different women, fathered children by different women. I hate the idea of a remote father. I think it's wildly ineffective. I think that there's a balance. The mother and the father have equal importance, and the data supports it. So not to say that there aren't outliers, because they are, but the overwhelming majority of success stories come from a dual parent household. And I believe in that. I believe you should have 2 parents, right? That's what I believe.
So why didn't you challenge that every time he brought up sex? Like, I feel like at minimum,
because I let people talk. My interviews aren't meant to watch in pieces. If people watch a segment of it, you're not going to get the idea. And I apologize for that, but I don't design my videos like that. I design it so you get something out of watching the whole thing, right? So I let people talk, and I let people get comfortable talking.
Can you give me some examples?
I give way more information. Go ahead.
Real quick, Sharon, because I saw it, right? And in fairness, Trev, I don't think you necessarily did push back at any point. However, is it fair to say that you laid out what you believe, and you like, yo, I don't agree with you, I believe in this, but you allowed him to talk pretty much?
If I say what you do is dangerous, is that a pushback or not?
No.
Well, no, I don't think you did it as a pushback. I think you did. I think you said like, well, what I think what you do is dangerous, and this is why I think it is. And then you allowed him to talk. Y'all had a conversation, but I don't know if it's necessarily pushback, but you did draw a line in the sand of where you stand.
Right, and that's the point of it. It's not. And I call that pushback. Maybe you define it differently, and that's fine too. But my job is not to put people in their place. That's not my
Trev,
job.
Trev, what you doing right now on this show is pushback. You got pushback for me. What you doing today when we going back and forth on our ideology and why bias versus not bias, and this is pushback. We having proper pushback on what we believe you doing, and you are having proper pushback on your version of the situation. That is pushback. It doesn't matter what, you know what I'm saying? So that's pushback. You just say, oh, I disagree, and you move the conversation along. Is more dismissive than pushback. That's the issue that we have.
So I'll say that then. So how y'all define pushback right now? What you're saying, then we're gonna agree that okay, no pushback. But that's not my approach to these interviews. And maybe I don't agree with my style of interviewing, and I can accept that. That's fine. Y'all don't have to like it or agree with it. I get it. Or watch it. I get it. That's fine. If it's not for you, it's not for you. My whole thing is to exchange perspectives, right? That's part of the mission statement. Exchange perspectives. I'm not there to put people in their place. I'm not there to tell people what they need to be doing. The people who I would mentor are people who are close to me or in my proximity that I can help in real life. I can't change Jay Prince, right? Now, your job, you as the reviewer, I think you do a great job of pushing back, and that's cool. And that's what it is that you do. And I don't knock you for it. The only reason why I pulled up is because you're like, yo, man, they shitting on you. I'm like, what? And I hear it, and I'm like, oh, wait, they're getting some things out of context. Maybe I should offer an explanation. That's how I feel about it.
I guess the only issue is that it says I debated the world's biggest pussy, so that's why I thought it was going to be an actual, back and forth actual debate.
It was a clickbait title, though.
Yeah.
It's YouTube. Come on, man.
That's how everybody got their joint.
He's at least honest about that.
No. We're not going to give a seasoned vet the excuse to not deliver on his title. No, he don't get the excuse. He don't get the excuse of clickbait and not deliver. Hey, look, you put it. You gotta do it. You gotta deliver.
Nah, that's YouTube, bro. Most people don't deliver on their titles because.
But it almost kind of sounds like his approach to his channel.
He even
is
said
not
to
really stand on anything or define anything.
He literally trying to get clicks.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, so on my channel, do I not deliver on what I talk about?
No.
Sharon, are you there? Can I ask you a question real quick?
Hold on. Do I not talk about that? Hold on. Do I not talk about the topic at hand that is in the title?
We might start there a little bit. We might start a little bit.
No, you do.
But that's called hold on, sir. That not delivering on the topic. If I talk about the topic, is that delivering?
Yes.
Sharon, you the minority though.
That's fine, but no. I want to. But it's very important how people try to not just give me credit for just the simplest truths, right? You know, like they would say that I'm biased about something. I'm like, hey, you gonna have to put that proof in the pudding and say, hey, this is where you bias at instead of. But did I lie? Is the real question. You know what I'm saying? You can't say I'm biased and I didn't lie. So, and again, it's happening in real time. Thank you, Cody, for staying on camera. I appreciate you, Cody. Shout out to everybody that can be on camera. I really appreciate it because y'all know that makes the show a lot better. So thank you, everybody that can be on camera.
So, since we're talking about truth, can I ask you about one? Did you not say that this man was moving like a predator because of the way it was being conducted without any actual context, and then use that same context to say most men move like this? Was that not like, did I not go back and forth with 3 different people on that same topic this morning?
Yeah, and we also gave examples of why we say it.
Okay.
So it wasn't just an idle statement. So the reason why we even brought it up and it came up because of this interview, because Jay Prince is on a far side of degenerate behavior. And we was looking at Trev saying I debated the world's biggest pookie, that he was going to be on the opposite side of it. But as of right now, with 18 minutes in the video, he didn't actually have no pushback for Jay Prince yet. And Jay Prince said a lot of things that was very degenerate. Also, the young lady, she started to be agreeable, even on things that she didn't really agree with. She started to have an understanding of it. Like, for example, I got 3 million sperms. There's no way you can handle that much dick. But those things don't even have a correlation of those things. But she started to question her own thought. And that's when Trev was supposed to step in as being the opposite of the pookie. but what he did,
Whoa,
he
whoa,
did
whoa,
not
hold up. You
give
said
any
supposed to step
he
in.
didn't give any proper pushback. So we see the Pookie side, and we see the a man that is married. He's now that I know he's a married man,
Stands on
probably married for
something.
many years, 2
Right.
children, and he didn't have the proper perspective of a married man and to get a proper pushback to show this young lady the difference of levels of men.
Well
So
said.
what it sounds like by looking at what he did is he
No,
believed that this young adult
No,
had agency. And that's the thing y'all keep taking from them. And I don't understand that aspect of it.
Okay.
What?
When you
So
go figure
now
it
you wanna
out,
bring it to
come
the
back.
girl. So you want to bring it to hold on. So you want to bring it to the girl again when she's when she was too young to understand how
Bro,
to
she
move.
25.
No, I'm saying a
bro,
grown ass
26.
woman
She
went
is
into a
not too
room full of
young.
people that she knew who was in there, and then y'all are saying, "Well, no, she was being victimized." When she was not only there, she took information. You know what's funny? Everything I said this morning, he proved to be true.
So therefore, you don't believe. So you believe you could grow out the age of being groomed or predatorized, right? So you believe that.
What does that question have to do with anything I just said?
Because you put her age, like that's supposed to mean that she cannot be manipulated in a conversation.
Sharon, I as a
he be
grown man can be manipulated by you in a
manipulation ain't
conversation. That's
yeah,
crazy.
manipulation ain't
Manipulation
grooming,
is not gender specific.
Oh my,
ain't
right,
grooming.
but it's also not age specific
part of
either,
it.
correct?
What, grooming?
Is it age specific to you? Because it's not to me.
No, and you know what? No, that's fine. But get this, you're
Okay, so
explaining the bias that he brought up too.
Okay, hold on.
Sharon,
So
that
now
bias you said you don't have, you're proving in real time.
Hold on. So now that you understand that you keep bringing up the fact that her age, like it's supposed to mean something. She was in a situation where she's kept getting manipulated into not to questioning her own thoughts, even when she had proper pushback to say, no, that's nasty. She started to like understand, oh, you know, I guess, you know, some men just like to put their dick in everything that's moving.
This is what you do, though. This is what I'm saying. People
So
have
wait, so
proper
she
pushback
heard
and
information, compared it to
now
what
your
she
pushback.
believed, and said, you know what, I actually could understand that, which is something that me and you do specifically every day.
No,
Are you
we
saying
do
you're
not.
manipulating me every day?
No, am I manipulating to do
Thank
something
you.
bad?
That's my point. Manipulation is a
Am I manipulating you to do
every
something
day.
bad, negative, or degenerate?
Hey, you see how you have to reframe that sentence?
Yes, it is very important because what we were talking towards was that the manipulation was towards degeneracy. So it's very important to what the manipulation is because manipulation in its word is not a negative thing.
But Shadow, I do get the
But you
point
can
you're
use
trying to make.
manipulation in a negative way.
But Shadow, I do get the point you're
Hold
trying to
on,
make.
Willie. Hold on. I need this to understand so this way men can start understanding what words actually mean. Manipulation itself is not negative, but you can use manipulation in a negative way, and that's what we was talking towards.
Great. So explain to me how Trey, who you said was being predatory, was being predatory.
Hold on. I need to understand. Do you agree?
Yes, I can agree with that easily. That's what words mean. So,
okay, so why
now go back to answer the question I asked you at the beginning, Sharon.
All right, so now what are you confused about? Because you keep bringing her age in it, like she cannot be manipulated because she's at a certain age.
Because Sharon, you're acting as if this girl didn't have the agency to understand what was happening in there. Despite the fact that if you actually listen to her interview, she actually did.
For some reason, you keep misunderstanding that she was being manipulated.
But how the fuck?
Because
Oh, man.
two men that were influencing her was manipulating her mind towards a certain direction, is what we were saying. What is the?
And even if she has agency,
hold on,
she's
Willie. I want to
on a
know what
panel
is the
with men
confusion.
that
Hold
are
on,
2
Willie.
decades older than her.
Willie, hold on, please, because I want to understand where is the confusion about what we are saying. Even Willie is understanding what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand why Shadow's not understanding my point of view. You can argue it, but stop acting like you
To
don't
be
understand.
fair, Willie has a beef with Jay Prince, and so he has a bias in this conversation.
No, that's
Hold
not
on.
what it is.
No,
So,
but you can
so I
hear
got
it
you,
every
Sharon.
time he starts talking. He starts talking about the fact that Jay Prince is the. Stop asking me a fucking question if you don't want me to answer it.
Yes, I need you to answer my question. Don't talk about Jay Prince.
Nobody was talking about him.
Yes,
I was
nobody's talking about
saying,
Jay Prince. We talking about my point of view.
I was saying, even though this young lady is of a certain age, she's
Oh
on
my
a
God,
panel
dude,
with
shut
men
up.
twice her age. That puts her at somewhat of a disadvantage, right? We know older people have older experiences. We know JP is a high level scumbag on the internet, right? So she was in a position where she wasn't evenly matched, right? It's like Hakeem Rahman was a horrible heavyweight boxer, but if you put him up against a lightweight, it's not going to be an even matchup. It's so almost predatory to even set that up. Make sense, Shadow? You like that, right, Shamir? See,
I think we
brother
talking
got it.
past each other. I think the issue is what Shadow was saying there's something there. However, what Sharon is saying, there's something there, right? Age does matter to a degree, right? Typically, it does matter. Typically, a 26-year-old is more mature than a 17-year-old. Typically. However, what Sharon is saying is right also, because based on that woman's experiences and probably being exposed to this early on, she don't know no better. She think this is normal. Right? So it's probably easier for somebody like JP to get her right into his hands and do whatever he want with her because of whatever she went through early on in her life. So y'all both make sense, but I think we talking past each other.
Yeah. And that's why we are critical on Trev, especially now that we know he's a married man.
Cussing.
Yes.
So again, I'm going to ask you, because so we can stop the tap dancing. When did Trev engage in a specific conduct that labeled him as a predatory person, as you did earlier, as you just tried to do again?
Mon just
okay. I heard what Mon said, and I see where Mon came from. Next,
be quiet. You have to be quiet to understand, because if Willie gave a great explanation and Mont gave a great explanation, and again, when Trev did not give the proper pushback to correct the course, it seemed like it was a 2-on-1. Trev was not giving it the proper pushback so she could have a decision to make. Oh, I could either go to the degenerate or I could go to the married man that's been married to one woman and only have one woman that he ever got pregnant in his life. Do you understand now?
Okay, Sean, I understand what they said. Fine. I'll even give y'all all of that. So my follow-up question would be this, to make it super simple. Because he didn't respond the way that y'all would have wanted him to respond, does that make his response, again, degenerate in nature inherently? Yes. Even though he has come up and defended his actual position.
You don't have to. Yes. That is the whole argument. Yes.
And that's where the bias comes in, because you're assuming something.
That is not an assumption. That's what happened.
Hey, don't ask me a question until I finish. I'm not even going to answer that question until I actually finish the statement.
Hold on. That is what happened. It's not an assumption. We all watched it.
So y'all watched this. Y'all want to get groomed?
Hold on. Please explain to me, what are we assuming when we all watch the same thing? So I'm gonna ask you now.
You're assuming that Trev put this.
Let me ask you a question.
You just asked a fucking question, Sharon.
No, I did not. I said a statement. I said we all watched something. I said now let me ask you a question. Did you see Trev give Jay Prince proper pushback?
No, I saw him make his stand on his stance, not proper pushback. Okay.
Okay. So
I've answered your question.
So you watched the same thing we watched. You know what?
Yes. In fact, I finished watching the entire thing.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, here's what I mean. So, because based on the actual context of what actually went down, including the man himself coming up to defend himself, I'm going to say this, did he to engage in Jay Prince's behavior. I'm not even gonna say predatory anymore.
I'm gonna answer it one more time.
Don't answer it the same way again.
When he did not get any proper pushback. I don't
proper
know why
pushback. Okay,
if we are
but
both
why
saying,
would proper
if we
pushback?
are both watching something and the both parties are on the same course, why are you acting as if it is a different conversation?
All right, I'll be blunt then. Here's why. Because I'm actually giving credit to this young woman and the fact that she could disseminate information as she so chose to, because she actually has the agency to do so, which again, she chose when she went there and continued listening. She could have in any hold on, wait a minute.
No, stop.
You're right. No, you're right, Sharon. Hey, you're right. Anybody who's not agreeing with you is obviously a predator. Got it.
No, you are not proving no point. You just saying things. And that's horrible for somebody that knows on this channel that your words mean something, that you cannot just say things. You know that we don't play
Sharon, why do you think I'm pushing back so hard? You use that man to say that other young men and other men of various ages are fucking predators, Sharon. That's crazy word.
All right, so now use your
That was wild,
words
Shadow.
to prove otherwise. Instead of using your feelings,
Okay.
don't argue with me about
Bet.
hold
No,
on.
bet.
Hold
You're
on.
right. No, bet. I used the right words. Trev did not engage in predatory behavior. There you go.
I'm asking you to stop. I'm asking you to stop. You cannot use your feelings of you being a man. I don't give a fuck about your feelings that you think that your feelings is hurt because you want to prove to the fact that you are some goddamn.
Yeah, so we're not going to do the ad hominems. You asked for a specific point, make it.
Right, I am, but you are not.
You ain't got to shoot at me. Shoot, aim that bullet somewhere else. I don't care about it.
I didn't.
But tell me what I'm doing wrong.
I didn't shoot no shot at you. You're not listening. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm not arguing about no feelings. I'm arguing about what I'm seeing. I don't know Trev personally, but now that I do know more of him, knowing that he's a married man, I'm holding him even more accountable now, because he has a certain responsibility, being a content creator, owner, to pay attention to certain types of conversations and how the conversation is moving. He's a seasoned vet at this shit. He is not new to this.
Bet. I understand.
You can't.
I understand that part.
You just want to respond, I guess. I don't know.
Didn't you just pause, Sharon? You know what, bet. Hey, my bad. I misinterpreted your pause. Continue.
Yeah, you want to talk? Go ahead. You feel like that.
No, clearly all men are predators, and all we're just gonna do is bully women. So no, you're right, Sharon. I'm just gonna let you finish proving your point, because you don't understand how damaging your conversation is. You put a label on that man, one that was actually inaccurate, and you think I'm fucked up for defending it.
It's not inaccurate. We watched the same video and you agreed to what we was watching.
I have to this point not agreed with you. I think Venus is crazy because she's playing victim, and I think Bomb is not excusing what she actually chose to do. We always talk about giving women a choice, and then y'all are talking about the men are the problem because she made the choice. That's crazy work. That's insanity.
If you see a scammer scam somebody, are you gonna blame the victim or the scammer?
Okay, so we're talking about scamming, so it's still the scammer's fault. But now we're talking about adults making fucking decisions. Okay, so great scammer. No, great scammer. Now equated to this problem.
And again, you're not having a conversation. You I don't know what's going on. I really don't understand.
Sharon,
I don't.
Sharon,
you're right.
Sharon, could I try to articulate how I think that what you calling him a predator isn't fair?
And then I'll respond.
Yeah. Yes.
So do you think that all men are leaders?
No.
Do you think all men should be leaders?
No.
Okay, so it's only a certain group of men who had a capacity to actually be leaders and should be leaders.
Correct.
Okay, I think what Trev did, he didn't handle it like I would, right? I would have loved to be there and talk to that young lady and just see if I can make sense to her, see if I can I would have gave him much more pushback, even though I probably wouldn't have attacked him at all. That's not how I get down. But I would have given him pushback the entire time. And I pointed out on a review when he said that 3,000 sperm shit. I was like, yo, pause. Like, she doesn't have the capacity to realize that was I'm seeing the wheels turning in her head. Like, she thinking about that shit, right? And I understand you being like, yo, I just wish that a grown man would have been there and have the leadership skills that I would, and just take over that conversation and really, do what they need to do. However, there's a fine line between being a predator and also just kind of being feeling like it's not necessarily your responsibility to be that with an adult, because she technically is an adult, right? So that's just kind of where I feel like it's not fair, even though I understand and I would have preferred if Trev had a different style also, and make her understand how this nigga's stupid and you don't need to be around these type of niggas, right? So that's my take.
Or at least give her the option to see another side. So since he didn't give her option to see another side, I gotta put him in the same category as where the conversation was going at the time, because those I could go off as what the video was showing, not off of what he did 10 years ago or the 10 people or the hundreds of people that he helped in his personal life that I never knew about. I don't know none of that. I could only go off what the video is showing me. We 18 minutes in, and he did not show any proper pushback to somebody that is clearly overwilling this young lady. And it was as clear as day that this young lady is getting overpowered in the conversation.
But it's pushback. So are we saying if you
So
don't
she
get
just wasn't
pushback,
smart
you're a
enough to stand on
predator?
her own beliefs?
Now hold up.
It
Are we
doesn't
saying
matter.
that proper pushback, if you
I
don't get
just said what I
pushback, you're a
said. I don't know
predator?
why is this a confusion. This is crazy to me.
Because
I
I
don't
didn't think
understand
a
how
predator is the
I
same
really
thing as
don't
giving
understand
pushback.
how
I'm
we
just asking for
watching the
clarification.
same video, right? I'm not talking towards anything else but what we was witnessing in it. Me and Mott somehow was able to see the same exact thing. We didn't add the crazy shit about it, Mott. I didn't add no bias to this conversation at all. I'm literally going off what I'm seeing.
No, that does kind of show the bias though, Sean.
And these men are going off a bias to what they believe that I am, or what narrative they believe that I am. But yet, to this day, they have not called me a liar yet.
I have plenty of times, and you
Even
be
though we are
lying.
watching this video and we are actually having the
Sean, I did it 3 times today. Stop.
And then again, I did not even take a breath that time, but maybe he heard a breath, right, Mont? Right? Maybe that time he did heard a breath, but nobody else heard a breath because I didn't take one. It's crazy to me. So you're saying even though me and Mott disagree on things, but somehow me and Mott seen it. Me and PhD have seen it. Me and Wall Street Willie, where we don't agree on a lot of things. Me and Wall Street Willie seen it. Me and Bomb Cherry seen it. That it was no pushback on what Jay Prince was saying. We are all the ones that is misseeing this thing.
No, you can't label somebody a predator because they don't give pushback.
First of all, you don't
That's not the
listen.
same
Do
thing.
you know what the word predator is?
Hold on, please. Hey, listen, I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. If you feel like you are one, hey, that's up to you. I didn't call you one at all. I'm going by what I'm seeing in a video. 18 minutes thick. That's all I got to go off. I don't know them besides the conversation. I know motherfuckers
that's what I'm
have
saying.
a whole
That's in
week.
proper
I know
context.
I did not take stop. I know people try to misunderstand me when they had a whole video of me saying something. I know that for a fact. I'm going by the words that's being said without even mischaracterizing the words. And y'all turn it into something else.
At this point, it gotta be on purpose, maybe because y'all love men so much. I don't know.
Pause.
I don't love men that much.
Pause.
I'm just calling
clearly because you keep talking about changing men, but are not. But when you talk about men, you're talking about them in a negative aspect. Because again, you have no idea what the fuck that man said to that girl backstage. You don't know what happened outside of that conversation. You're just using your perception. Hold up, you're using your again. You just stopped me mid sentence.
Don't tell me again. Stop there. And that's why I'm going off what I can see. I'm not going off of no imaginary. I'm not going off what possibly could have happened. I'm not going off of anything but what. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like he bringing that what he could have said to the girl afterwards. I don't know anything about that.
Sean, my bad. You're right. I see where my mistake is.
Hold on, please.
Shadow, I think what's happening is.
Hold on, please. I'm only going off what we are witnessing in real time. That is it.
Yeah. So what Sharon is doing is he's just not giving grace, right? And I think that it's probably something that I think it would be helpful here if he was like, you know what, Trev, you saying that's not your intentions. You saying that it's more to the video. You saying that this is what you meant to do. I think that it's fair to give grace here, but he's just not giving any.
All right, so here's my question for all my grace.
I mean, why give him grace? Real quick. Because we don't know. Listen, so giving him grace, because right now that's what y'all want. Y'all, the women don't get no grace. The men, though, they need grace from other men. And that's crazy that and I'm not talking about you, Mark, because you do try to be fair, right? But y'all literally, some of these men are up here literally saying, hey, you got to talk to the men differently. You got to soothe it over. Be a little more nicer when you're saying it, Brownsville, because you're being too tough on them. The leaders, the men who are supposed to be the leaders.
To be fair, Bomb, you're saying men just need to be attacked. So if we're going to look at the other side of it.
I didn't say anything about attacking. I'm talking about not babying. So if you think the reverse of not babying equals attack, then that's on you. But
No, Bomb, you're right. That's fair.
I know what your real problem is. The word predator is the problem.
Are y'all familiar with the term predatory
Y'all keep mentioning the word predator, right? Which was stated, but you do know there's different type of predators. Even you men, a lot of you men say y'all predators, y'all the hunters, y'all the the ones who go out and pray and get things. But you don't like when it's said. Now, I don't think anybody said a sexual predator.
Right.
Well, the phrase grooming was used. To be fair,
I would say grooming was like y'all live.
It was specifically used.
Y'all you know what? I'm gonna pass the mic because y'all about to piss me off. Welcome to the show, Out the Mud, Cody. What's your thoughts? This is crazy.
All right, what's good with y'all? What's good with y'all, big dog? Sharon, how China treating you, big dog? Because America acting real fucked up with you right now.
Hey, Cody.
What's good with y'all? Y'all good? Bomb Cherry, what's up?
Shit, I forgot to ask. Hey, Willie, why do you think they doing this to me, Willie?
I'm here.
Slap the taste out of your mouth. Slap the taste out of your mouth. I'd like to see it.
Goddamn. My bad, shout out. I was all late on the trigger. Got me charged up into the goddamn thing. Made me forget that you even sent the damn thing. Let me read this real quick. Black Beauty Game Man, like, share, and tip the host. It'd be much appreciated. Shout out to Kim East. Great show. Hashtag Sharon never lies. Shout out to Elite Belzo. One with the $10 super sticker. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. We got Kim East. Let Diva work. God damn it. Shout out to Miss Gentify. Go complete it. Women, pay attention. Stay safe. American Tradesman with the $4.99. Ask homeboy after the show, did JP try to get her phone number or anything? Trev, you want to answer that? I don't know if Trev there. Trevor's driving around. He's moving around. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, I am. I'm over here driving around and shit. Yeah, so from what I understand, he didn't try to do that. And I don't think they have any other contact. And if you would ask my personal opinion, I don't think that he was her cup of tea, to be honest. There's a great age disparity, so I don't think that would have worked for her. I don't think that's what she typically dates.
All right. And shout out, sorry for the late entry, but Willie, he knocked you down for 15 minutes, Willie. Go ahead, Cody. Thank you for your patience, Cody. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
You got a question for Trevor? You just got a statement?
No, I ain't really have a question for Trail. I really was like, I wanted to ask. I think I wanted to ask the panel a question on the well. Well, let me say this. I think Sharon as married men and also with being married men with daughters and daughters of a certain age. You understand what I'm saying? I think our 40 might be a little different from 40. And this ain't no excuse for for nobody, excuse my friend, my English. But it's like in real life, 40-year-old single men, 40-year-old single women go clubbing with 25, 26, 28, 30-year-olds. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And they all flirting amongst each other. They all sometimes go home together. You understand what I'm saying? I think that's a difference from the way me and you view it. Me and you wouldn't dare deal with a 24, 26-year-old because we have children of that age. You understand what I'm saying? And we viewing things, it changed our perspective of so we won't go out and on a regular, we're not going out unless we taking our wife with us, and we're not going to mingle and dance up on the young 26. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? But you see it throughout life. You see it in areas, in clubs, and out to eat. You understand what I'm saying? At the bar, you see these type of interactions. You understand what I'm saying? So a 40-year-old man who doesn't have a child that's 20, 21, 25, 24. You understand what I'm saying? They view everybody as adults. We all grown. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? So they party with them, they smoke with them, drink with them, kick out with them. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? They do a lot of different. They engage in a lot of different activities with their age group that me and you particularly wouldn't. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? The only time me and you engage with people of that age group is at family functions or something. You understand what I'm saying? On these panels, but we're not going to party with these people. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? But the average single 40-year-old man is in those environments looking for women, whether she just adult women. You understand what I'm saying? Whether she 25 or 45. You understand what I'm saying? And that's why I think we missing that point, that aspect of it. You understand what I'm saying? No, and I ain't trying to offer nobody no excuse or no reason, or you know what I'm saying? But I'm saying I view this and I see this on the earth. Yeah, you understand what I'm saying? So.
And that's a good observation that I was missing too, right? I didn't even pay attention to that. I've seen so many different versions of this panel situation where it was an actual dangerous situation and not just a conversation where everybody just went home. It was a conversation where it's liquor involved and it's weed involved and it's you come into my car, let me drive around. There's a lot of other aspects into it, so I could see the writing on the wall from far away. Even if I was across the street, I'm like,
we'll be standing together across the street and be like, man, I know he ain't finna mess with this little. Because we viewing that as a child still, but they wouldn't want us to view them in that aspect. You know, it's kind of you understand what I'm saying? when we have conversations with 26, 30, and 25-year-old men on these panels, right? They don't want us to view them as a child, though we have 25. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? Children. And so we have to approach them and as a man, as an adult. You understand what I'm saying? And in those situations where is opposite sex or whatever the case may be, I just think people just view people as adult. You understand what I'm saying? And I ain't saying on that.
And I think maybe sometimes I forget that I could understand the different levels of maturity.
Yeah.
And understand that, like, I was 26 and I was always very mature. I was not the average.
You wasn't finna deal with an 18-year-old. You wasn't finna deal with a 20-year-old. You understand? At 26, you wasn't finna do that. You understand what I'm saying? But there was guys that was 26 that was willing to do that. You understand what I'm saying? You looked at them like, God damn, you don't mess with a 18-year-old, a 20-year-old.
Because it's technically legal.
And you like, man, she don't get on your nerve. Ain't she childish? Why? What's up with all that giggling? And so, but he comfortable with it. He just drew him as a dope because they not really.
You're right.
You understand what I'm saying?
But do he view him as adults, or is he knows it's somebody he legally messed with and he can manipulate? Because that's what
That's what I think.
Talking about, and when he just, Cody, he simplifies everything, but that's exactly what he mean, Bomb. But you can expound on it with the extra vocabulary. But that's what Cody is talking about. He's speaking code. He used to be not to say too many words. That's the era we grew up in. We can't say too many.
Well, you can't, and then I like this all new for me, like the pictures and the camera. We stayed away from that, and you know what I'm saying. So it's a break in, but I try not to be so because I think we all understand the plane more than the overly. You know what I'm saying. So I try to just keep it right there because it's more relatable. You understand what I'm saying? You understand the simplest term.
Hey, Bomb, he talking man and knees. Bomb, he talking man and knees right now.
Oh, man. Okay. Well, we because we got a lot of, and I'm glad y'all used the word mature. That's the word I was waiting for you to come out y'all mouth. Y'all are more mature because you have an understanding. And it is because we have children, right? We recognize that our 16-year-old daughters, they still like little girls, right? Even if they shaped differently. Even when they're 18, they still got that mindset. We can, and but the grown men who looking to just use their penis, because if he looking for a real relationship, he gets to know her and he realized, yeah, she's young, right? She still want to play with dolls. They just a little bigger, right? She want to look at the anime and dress up still.
Yeah, but don't make it about children, though. I mean, I don't think it's about children, though, Bomb. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think it's about the man going out looking for the 16-year-old or the 18-year-old that's still in the watching Disney every day and stuff. You understand what I'm saying? I don't think
what these men say. You don't hear these men say
no, that's not the conversation at this point. I'm saying I think we. Because I know you want to kick the men in their ass. I understand that part. You gonna get to kick them in their ass because they're gonna do a lot of messing up. So you gonna get to kick them in their ass. That's for sure. Hey, but now I'm saying I think it's more like with the adults. You know what I'm saying? We gonna be realistic with the conversation that we having. If it's about grown people, right? And you got grown adults, what we consider adults, whether it's by law or by the fact that hey, they're grown people. You understand what I'm saying? That their age. You understand what I'm saying? So we understand what grown is, adult people are, and I think, and I could be wrong, but I'm saying like I really think that the average single 40-year-old man is still going out clubbing, still into a different life, and it's still like that lifestyle of the 26, the 35-year-old. They still engaging in that same age frame of life. They still ain't got to that point where they buying no house. And we talking about on the average 40-year-old. We're not talking about you, Brownsville, me. You understand what I'm saying, big dog? It's a different level. It's levels to this shit. You can't fuck my hoe because it's levels to this bitch. You hear me? So y'all act like y'all gonna eliminate all levels and just put everybody on this one. We all on the 13th floor. Let's just collapse this mother. You understand what I'm saying? But it don't work like that, big dog.
You know, I just recently heard a perspective on this because my fiance was talking to me about a book she was reading, and it was a young man and an older woman who were trapped on an island together. I don't know if y'all read the book or not, but trapped on an island together, and after a while they actually started to get physical with each other. She's a lot older than him, and at a certain point, you know, he just wanted to he really started to like her, and he just wanted to make her happy. And one day she said something to him. She said, "Yo, you are such a, you're so bright. Like one day you're going to make a woman like extremely happy." And he looked at her and he was like, "What do you mean? Like, I like you. Like, I want you. I want to make you happy. Like, tell me what you want in order for me to make you happy." And she was just like, "Yo, I'm older than you, and like, you have so much life to live and experiences and all this type of stuff." But what she was kind of telling me, she was like, "Yo, like, maybe is that the appeal that older people have with younger people of when somebody is that age, do they, like when they're a younger 20s or whatever, do they just want to make you happy, or they just want to kind of like, are they just trying to please you? And is that kind of the appeal of younger people?" And I was like, I don't know.
I think it's, to be honest, I think when an older woman is attracted to a younger man, I think it's strictly for the physicality, because a lot of men in their 30s got to take those honey packs. So when they get older, they ain't going to be able to maintain anything. You know what I'm saying? Me, I'm 40. I'm about to be 45. I ain't never take a honey pack a day in my life. I'm still good. But according to the research, 60% of men over 30, they having issues.
I just jump on honey back.
You know what I'm saying? So that's what I think that is. Now, for the other side, for men that is attracted to younger ladies, that is what Cody is saying. They still out there trying to go to the club. They still trying to do all the things. They're young. They dress like mine. They older than me, dressing like mine. You know what I'm saying? And no disrespect to mine, but I ain't gonna never dress like you, mine. At this age, because I already did it. And probably when you get to my age, your style of dressing is going to change as well, because you're going to look back like, damn, I did that 10 years ago. I had that. You ain't going to want to be that in 10 years. You're going to be a different fly version of yourself, right? Because right now, you're the fly version where you at here, but in another 10, you're going to be a different version of fly. And so,
both of y'all dudes got t-shirts on though. What are you talking about?
It's just a natural. It's just a natural progression as we do as grown. And so, and this is why it's disappointing to see Trev still dressed like he's 20-something, 30-something years old. From afar across the street, we would not be able to tell Mont and Trev apart.
What?
Crazy to me.
So hold on. So you think your black t-shirt is different from his white t-shirt? I'm just trying to understand this.
Hey, Either man, his t-shirt got a button. Either man, he got a button on his shirt. Have some respect.
Hold on.
Tell this button means something. Goddamn it.
Hold on. I want to respond to that. Does somebody has something to say about my fly? What?
Say it again, Trev.
You had something to say about my fly?
Yes, I'm upset about
all
it.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something. People appreciate my fly from ages 20 to 60. Just going to say, anytime I go out, I get several compliments from all ages, all demographics, everywhere. As far as dressing, you're going to have to see the whole repertoire. I don't care what type of dress you're talking about, from the sweaters to the suits to the tailor shit. I got it all. I don't have one look. You see me look a certain way in a podcast, but then maybe you need to look at it when I had a different guest on it. I have all different types of fly. All different types of flavors. So that's one thing I ain't gonna let nobody tell me about, because I dress better than most people.
It really wasn't about you, bro. It really wasn't about you. It was about Sharon. I think you missed that. He was just trying.
Okay. Well, he can take. Well, I caught it straight. I guess I caught it straight, but yeah.
He did catch it straight, though. He did catch it straight.
Yeah. So no, but I get it. Like, so are we saying that like older.
Too, by the way, shit.
I got you. Are we saying that an older person cannot be happy with a younger person, and the younger person cannot fulfill the older person's needs?
No, we saying that that's just a minority that it does happen. Is it possible? Yes, but I think that's a minority that it does.
But do you think it's a minority because they typically not in the same environments? I think that you typically date people that's in your environment, and older people typically hang around older people. Younger people typically hang around younger people. Once we see those people outside their environments, aka the old dude at the club, that's when we start seeing the minority.
No, I disagree because I'm at the age where I'm just like at where Trevor's at, where I'm in the middle of the 50-year-olds and 20-year-olds. I'm right there in the middle. So no.
No, you not.
Yes, I am. If I go on the basketball court, you be like, God damn, what school you go to? Nah, you be like, what school you go to, man? Because you busting my ass. You got to be my age.
But
nobody
I
ever.
tell you my age, you like, damn. I just think that we don't talk enough about level of maturity. I think people really go after people that at that level of maturity. And sometimes we look at guys that's 40 and we say, you're supposed to be at this level of maturity, and they can't hold a conversation with another 40-year-old woman. And so the whole point of them trying to get a younger woman is because that's the level that they're at from a mature point of view. Y'all disagree with that?
Some men, yes. Some men are more mature than the younger woman that they go after. So I don't know
most men are not though. Most men that go for younger women are young-minded.
Nah, I don't know if I agree with it.
What I'm saying is, if you a 60-year-old going for a 25-year-old, you still gonna be trying to travel. Like you ain't doing no 65-year-old stuff. For the most part, you ain't at no retirement. You know, like you typically trying to live a younger lifestyle, and it kind of talks about your level of maturity.
You know one thing I will say.
Can I offer a different perspective on that?
Yeah.
About why older men may seek younger women?
Yeah, we would like to hear. Let's see if we can hear the red pill. Go ahead.
Now again, this is not my perspective. The person who I decided to marry was a tad older than me. Again, not my perspective. But I've spoken to many men who I asked this question, and it's similar answers. And none of it is because of I can't say none of it, but the majority of it is not because of physicality. As far as a visual sense, people who typically want to start families, if they want, some of the dudes wait till they develop themselves and then get with a woman later on in life. Now, if you wanted several children, you would have a greater chance of getting somebody who's a bit younger than a bit older. And one of the main reasons, I'd say the number one reason that men mention is because typically, if you had a woman who is older, let's just compare two ages, right? Let's say 28 versus 48, right? Let's say you go with 28. She might not have the maturity that you desire, maybe, but some women do. But what the 48-year-old would have is experience. And most men would argue that experience for women is not desired by men in general, because typically with those experiences, they become jaded. Their requirements are more stringent, and the gatekeeping is more difficult to deal with, right? So when you take all of those into consideration, men find it to be a nuisance to deal with women who are their age sometimes, and they feel like, hey, I am at the peak of my value right now. And although I'm not here to argue if men are at their peak when they reach their 30s or 40s, what women are selecting, the qualities that many women are looking for, where a man being established, a man being mature, a man know how to move around, those typically become when they're in their 30s and 40s. And those are what women.
This is ridiculous. What's ridiculous about this is that a man is talking, but he's saying what he's saying isn't how he really feel. And that's the
the proof is in the pudding.
No, wait.
Forget
Listen, that's the confusion, right?
Do that. I didn't do that.
You actually did say, you said, well, it's not my standpoint because I'm married to a woman who's slightly older than me. And then you start talking about what other people say, right? And so that's all I'm saying. And then you're saying that
that's not all you're saying, but go ahead.
That is exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're saying something while saying that you don't agree with it necessarily. That is what you're doing.
I don't. Because I wouldn't talk to a woman in their 20s. I wouldn't talk to a woman in their 20s. I'm just saying that there's a lot of ideas. There's a lot of ideas as to why men are doing this. I'm just putting a perspective that I normally hear.
Listen, the problem is this, right? You men know that all of us as humans, we know that everybody doesn't necessarily say what they really mean, right? When you want to speak for others, well, no, you're absolutely saying that you don't believe this. That is what they are saying.
And the proof is in the pudding because I don't act on that. And again, I told you, I've spoken to many men because
you don't even know what I'm saying because you listen. They say
there's an incorrect narrative of why men desire younger women, and I'm just telling. If we want to solve the problem,
it is control, though.
The first part of problem solving is identifying the problem. If we're misidentifying the problem, then we can't solve it, right? So if we want to say, how do we get men to start dating women their own age, like some of us think that they're supposed to, then we have to identify what the problem is. If we're starting off by saying the wrong problem, then we can never come up with the right solution. That's all I'm saying.
But it is control. So what I'm saying. No, we're not. We all need to come to the truth. It's a level of control, and they don't want women to be at a level of wisdom, higher level of wisdom that she just ain't going for certain things that younger women will. So that's the whole point. Like you keep just trying to talk about it. It is control. All of the things you said is I can control this one more than the other one. That's why I go after the younger women. Do you agree with that?
Man, the problem is they can't control a woman. They can't control, a woman age like PH Diva. But if they just take my class, I tell them how to do that. Right?
You can't. Do you feel like you can control these young women out here right now? Is that what y'all trying to say? Y'all wicked. Y'all wicked. Y'all haven't met these young women. Y'all haven't talked to these young women.
If you compare,
Y'all are bugging.
If you really compare controlling a younger woman versus an older woman, your money's gonna mean more to that younger woman than that older woman that gives you a level of control.
It's a different technique.
That's a fact. Myrtle just wants the pipe. That's a fact.
You know what? I need to give Mont's book because hey, go ahead and send that class.
Hold on. So let me get this right. So Trev, you saying it's more difficult to control a older woman?
No, I definitely don't agree with that. I think it's more difficult to control one of these younger women out here. I don't know if y'all understand how these younger women are.
So,
but it's more difficult to control.
So it's easy to control an older woman. So why do
I don't understand why controlling should be the premise. I don't believe in controlling a woman. Women have autonomy. They should be able to make their own decisions. I don't believe in controlling women at all at any age.
Do majority men say the same thing what you're saying, or men say that?
The majority of men would say what I'm saying, but the men that you're talking about in particular would not. The what you call them, Rimbo red pillars, they would not say that.
So, hey Trey, do you believe in submission? Hold up, Trey. Trev, sorry, I keep fucking up your name. Trev, do you believe that women should be submissive to men?
Just define your version of submissive.
Come on, now.
No. We're gonna go ahead. You're gonna give me a book on it.
I'm not even asking. Well, deference is usually submission, in my opinion. But that your definition of submission could be different. That's why I asked: do you believe women should be submissive? Even if you're talking about in a biblical sense, then yes.
Okay. But it also says a man submits to his wife, right? And that what that form is as well. Right?
So when a woman is submitted to a man in the definition used, do it give him a level of control?
I just said the biblical version of it, and as should men follow the same thing, right? Where he would give his life for his woman.
I get what you're saying. So am I asking, If a woman is submitted to a man, do it give him a level of control?
No, it gives him a level of leadership.
That is crazy. Like,
Hey, Trev, do you
Trev, I know
Leadership. Do y'all think
Hey,
leadership
hey.
and control is the same thing?
So Trev, I think that women give you control. Now that submission is I give you control. No, at any time she can be like, I'm leaving, right, and and relinquish that, right. But a woman
Right.
gives you control.
So do you ever have control if at any point that she could just leave?
Yes,
100%.
listen. A woman, somebody can give you control, then take the control back. Like so the whole point is, I just wish men to be honest and say, "Hey, we want control of our relationships. We want to
I don't think
dictate
you
our
can.
relationship." Hold on, let me land it. I just said we should just be honest. We want to be able to control our relationship. We don't want to be with a woman that's not under our control. We want that control, and there's nothing wrong with it, regardless of what people
wrong
feel
with
about
it. Yes, something wrong with it, and something.
I
The idea
don't
that
think
we got
somebody can.
men who can't control themselves, but they want to control women. Right? Just control yourself. You only responsible for yourself. And even though you're married, right? I didn't give my husband no control of me.
Wait, but Bomb, if I'm
hold on,
Bomb, I'm sorry, but she said something that hit me different. If I'm married, then I am responsible for you. Am I wrong about that?
I am what? I'm talking
If
about
you are married to someone, you are responsible for them.
You responsible for my actions, your wife's actions?
Yes, every one of them.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
See, I think we define control differently. I don't think a person can give you control. That's the difference between how I think about control. I don't think a person can give you control.
So let me have this understanding of this control part. This is interesting. If I give you the controller to the video game, who has control?
The person.
I'm talking about in a relationship, right? Control is taken.
No, okay, so that's the issue that we have. So no, I don't think control is taken. I think that's the issue that we have. So me, my and E, we don't believe that control is taken. We think it is given. They trust you so much because you have put in a history of doing things in a correct manner, and you have in the proper discernment that she gives you control and say, "Hey, I'm going to trust you." And control is also synonymous for what we are saying with the word trust.
Trev, do you think people should have control over their dogs?
To an extent, but I think it's a wild animal that can do whatever they want.
But ideally, you'd like
that moment it slips. Any moment
This
it's
is getting
slip.
crazy and crazier. First control
I
is
know,
taken,
now we
and
dogs.
now it's dogs.
God damn.
Yeah, but so
because
the reason that I asked that, right, is because if he's saying that you cannot control something with autonomy at all, right? A dog is going to end up, he technically can make any decision that he wants, but I would argue that we wouldn't say that. We say no, have control of your dog, right?
Right.
Yeah. And you teach your dog to allow you to have control. But if that dog decide in a moment that he don't want you to have control, then you ain't gonna have control. So do you really have control?
Yes,
actually, that's a very good point.
No, it's not a very good point. Yes, you still have control. Just
so your wife give you control and she take it back?
Yeah,
yes,
that means you had control. You ain't got it no more, but you had it when she gave it to you.
What? So
yeah,
that means
control is not permanent. That's y'all keep trying to make a control thing as it's permanent. You can have temporary control over something. For example, if you have an iPhone, you can mirror and you can give someone control of your screen for a short period of time.
If you talk about you can have temporary control, now we are talking about force, like Trev mentioned, right?
No, we're not talking about force.
But if somebody give you control, then they gave it to you and they can take it back. Essentially, you don't really have control. They just following you. It's okay, but the word control that's a hard.
Yeah, I think she's right about that.
No, she's not. Hold on.
I've never heard Sharon use those words before. Oh shit!
Yeah, no, I think we arguing like, so control is not permanent. It can be permanent or temporary. Like I said, if you share your stream and they say, would you like to give this person control? You can temporarily let them use your stream and then you can take those control back. The time that they had control of your stream does not mean that they did not have control in that time.
You know, even a device can go rogue, right? Even a device that you have control over, at some point you can hit a button and it's doing the opposite of what you, and that's when you got to get it fixed. But would you be like, I don't know. I think we splitting hairs here.
Hold up, so this whole panel is just going to ignore the fact
I think we women, I think we're doing a great job by letting these men think that they got control. Continue on, ladies, okay? And then when they get upset, when they realize that you're not doing what they want you to do, is that when y'all realize y'all don't really have control? Like the word.
Do you think sometimes women control men in relationships?
I think there's some ways that we can control you. You don't be knowing it. We can't say it. Wait, what is by force? Wait, I need you to listen. I took control and he didn't know it. Remember, I said control is by force.
No, so
see, that
don't necessarily mean bad.
It can be temporary.
Hold on. So I think the issue is that we add in extra words to control, like force. Like I don't think you need force to have control over somebody. And I don't think control has to be without expectations to take back your own autonomy. So I guess that's just where we defer at. So you can absolutely get control from whatever the situation is, and also you could give that control back.
Okay,
Sean, does control require
dominion? At different specifics. So like, what are we when we say control? What are we talking about exactly? Like, are we talking about you control how she dressed, or you talking about what?
It could be I
control in general. Like,
I think that's the issue too. Like, because we got to like dive deeper into the word control and everything. So, but I want to try to keep it just as surface level because it's things that a woman controls in a relationship, right? That's just what it is because you trust your partner. So you're like, hey, you gotta handle this, that, whatever that thing is.
You see how you gave the woman control of particular things in a relationship, but you gave the man control of her. So I have control of what I cook, but I don't have control of my husband. And my husband has control over, huh?
I disagree. I think and I think that he would come to you for certain things. I don't think he would just like my wife got control over me. I don't think that I'm not gonna just go ahead and do things that's gonna hurt the situation because I got total control. She cannot do anything about it. So I'm not using control in a sense where my wife doesn't have control as well.
You're not abusing control. You're not abusing the control that you have.
Yeah.
Just
because control requires dominion.
I'm saying just
how you use that control is what matters.
No, hold on. Just because I have control doesn't mean I have to abuse the control or use the control.
Right, but he what Sharon just said, he controls himself. He's love his wife. He gonna do everything that he feels right for her and his family and himself. But that doesn't mean that he control her, right? So I think that's why I want to know, like, what do we mean when we say control?
Whenever he says listen first, he's about to hot.
He said music make me lose control.
That was a lot of shoulders in there.
Too much shoulder, not enough lower body movement.
Because real control requires dominion.
I'll be making a whirlwind in that damn room.
Bomb Cherry, I got a question for you.
I've never controlled
my husband. I need an adult.
And he
Bomb Cherry, I got a question.
I was tripping. We need an adult.
I got Cherry Bomb.
We need Anya right now.
Go ahead.
So my question is, do you think that somebody, let's say that in some level of business, let's say the music industry, right? I signed a contract with you. You now own the rights to get to tell me, you know, certain things that I can do, where I can perform and all that type of stuff. Do you now have control over me if I sign that contract that gives you control contractually?
Yes. You signed the contract, giving that control, Even
though I still technically have autonomy, right? Because God gave us free will. But with that piece of paper that can be ripped up, you're saying that you have control.
But you don't have control of that person. You have control of some of the things that they do. The contract says they can't work there, there, and there, but you can't then tell that person that they can't eat this, they can't, sleep at this time. Like you don't really have control of that person.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So I
Wait,
gave
hold
up,
on. To be
I
fair,
gave up certain levels of autonomy.
Let them finish it.
I gave up certain degrees and levels of autonomy to you in certain spaces and certain, not to say full control, because that's not.
Yeah, we're not
realistic,
arguing
right?
full control.
But in certain ways, I gave up autonomy and I gave you control. Now at the end of the day, I can literally do whatever I want. I can run and jump off the side of a bridge and go swimming if I want to, right?
No, right.
But when realistically, we make contracts with each other, we make agreements, and we say, okay, this is what I'll allow you to do, and this is what I'll allow you to do, and this is what I won't allow. So, same thing.
And I signed the marriage license, and he didn't have no consensus that he could tell me how to dress, if I had to work or not. So all I did was promise to honor and just love him, give him some children.
There's three things. She almost said it.
She wanted to leave that out.
I did leave it out. Wait, I did leave. Y'all do know people like their own.
Good, boy.
Wait a minute, people.
I love her though. I love Mom Kim.
Listen, people like their own. What you call them? That obey thing, been enough, and all that other stuff. People like their own. Huh?
You know we ain't shit, Bomb. You know that.
Yeah, we all ain't shit. It's good.
Wait, sure.
I promise to give him some good
take
sex and
Obey
some
out of
children. That's all I promise. Everything else is up in the air. Okay.
Wait, you said that when you got married?
Yeah, that I was horny. I was a horny young lady when I got married. I got married to a man because he had good penis and he was handsome and tall.
Hey, Bob,
that's why I married him. I ain't gonna lie.
Our vows.
All right. Hold on.
Hold on. Me and my wife are gonna renew our vows soon. Can I have? I just need. Hold on. I need to ask Bob a favor.
No,
wait,
no.
Bob. I need her to write my wife's new vows. No, I need her to write.
Leave Bob horny ass alone, bro.
I need her vows.
Yeah, damn self.
Yeah, you need my vows.
No, keep it to your
yes, ma'am. I need that.
I'm gonna write him in the back.
You gotta chase Kulu off the goddamn show. Thank you, Shadow.
Hey, Kulu, 2:15 yesterday at 7-Eleven. I'll leave it at that.
Well, you chased them off, so anyway, I can't even have control of my own.
Kulu, get back here.
That's how we know you got problems with control, Sherrod.
Man, I'm glad we got back to a nice, relaxed conversation. And I think these conversations needed because I think it's only going to make us better as content creators, to be honest. And my brothers, they got to start understanding what the words actually mean when we saying things and what we mean by what we just breaking down the words that we are seeing in front of us instead of making it seem like we're talking about you directly when we just talking about the words that's being said. It's okay. It's okay for us to be honest. Majority of men are not sending their daughters out there without being very conscious of other men, and that's the dangers outside. We know that for a fact, and we cannot act as if that's not a true statement just so we could coddle other men and try to make men feel okay. We tell our baby girls to be careful of men from a little age. Don't go to that little boy house. So I don't know why we act as if we don't understand that. It's a weird thing.
Is somebody arguing that we shouldn't be preparing our daughters for life?
Yeah, because people like Shadow, Trev, and KT says that men are not dangerous. And they are mad at me because I called men.
Hey, yeah, why you gotta lie, bro?
Why you gotta see? You wonder why we act crazy. Hold up. We started acting crazy after you went and lied on us. No, we said not all men are crazy. And Sharon keeps painting the narrative that all men are dangerous to all women, and that's crazy.
No, that ain't.
Hold on. We understand there's no such thing as all. There's nothing on this earth as all. Only thing
I'm
that
not
is
even
a
gonna say
all.
most to
Hold on.
most.
The only thing is a all is that we all gonna die one day. That's the only all.
But most men are
And that we were
dangerous,
all
and they
born.
may not be dangerous to all the women. Like my son may not be dangerous to me, but he may be dangerous to another woman or a group of women, right?
I think it's okay to acknowledge the power we have, right?
Right.
I think that's okay. Like we should be cautious with other men, even though we're men.
Exactly.
Me and Mom finna fight.
That's what Sharon
Every
was
time I
saying.
want to give him the credit, me and him, he says some shit that makes me want to fight him.
You gotta understand.
Hey, Shadow, they weren't dangerous in that prison system?
Honestly, most of them know. Since you really want to ask, most people are cupcakes.
Oh, you know you
Have
ain't
you
been
been-
in jail because
like-
the
He
women's
must
side
have
is
went to.
savage. No, the
Hey.
women's side is savage, y'all. Like it's pure
I'm telling you,
savage.
yeah.
It stank. It smell rank. They on some lesbo lifetime. You know what I'm saying? It's nasty work on the female side. I ain't even gonna hold.
So I'm trying to figure out too. Hold on, I'm trying to
You
figure
talking
out.
about lesbos?
Shadow,
What?
hold on. So why was you on
Since you
guard
want to
when
bring
you
this
left your block?
conversation
Hold
up,
on.
be ready for it.
Hold on, no, I'm just saying because you told us you was definitely on extra alert when you left your block and went to another person's block. If these men went dangerous, why was you so on the alert?
Because there's a difference between a USP, a medium, a pin, and a camp and a low, a FCI. And when you go to different levels, because you're going to different things, you don't know who or what the situation is. You don't realize that it's actually less dangerous at higher custodies because everybody moves on their P's and Q's. Everybody actually acts with a measure of respect. And when you don't, you're dealt with because of the disrespect.
Oh my God.
In low,
So you don't
hold up,
believe,
in lows, they act different.
Okay, all right. We're not really talking about jail.
This
for
is
real.
good. So
He
if a
just
man
asked.
was going
He
to
literally just asked about it.
Hold
Hold
on.
on. He literally just asked about it.
Hold on, please. So Shadow, you don't think that most men are dangerous?
Absolutely not. I think most men are. I think honestly, most men are super soft. In fact, kind of like Davey. Yeah, like Davey. He's soft.
No, hold on. So if a man was going
That's
into
fine.
a prison,
That's fine. So that's fine. I don't think most men look at other men that way because we know what it really is.
Are we basing danger on?
Just because I could whoop this person ass, like Bomb just said, yeah, this man might not be dangerous to me because I'm doing whatever I could do, but he's absolutely dangerous to somebody else.
Are we basing, Sharon?
Sharon,
are we basing,
2 weeks ago,
we
you said
basing
most
danger
men
on?
can't even fight.
no, what we're saying is these same cupcakes that he said wasn't dangerous to other men is dangerous to
Mom finna
women.
ask a good question though. If y'all let him ask the question.
Yeah. Are we saying that danger is? So is danger based on potential, or is it based on likelihood? Right.
Potential.
Because there are a lot of things that could be potentially dangerous, like getting on a plane. Right. That's very dangerous technically to get on a plane. It's very a knife is dangerous.
A knife is dangerous. Okay, I could give you a knife. A knife is dangerous, not a plane.
Yeah, like driving is potentially dangerous.
Plane ain't
Right? It's a dangerous thing to do.
Yeah,
You wouldn't want a kid to drive.
I could say a car is very dangerous. Yes,
But-
I could say that.
So what I'm saying is, like, men are dangerous, even though we expect a certain amount of decorum from most of us.
Okay, so like put it like this: school shooters, everybody bullied that person. Nobody thought that person was dangerous. Correct?
I'm sorry,
Yeah, sure. I can go with that.
I said this. The
No, that's
person
fair.
the school shooter. Most people, when he was in school, didn't think of him as dangerous. Correct?
Yeah, I would agree.
Correct. That's very fair.
All right.
Because
And
they were
then what
parents.
happened? And then what happened? He came to the school and he did something very dangerous. Correct?
Yeah, he flipped the script and proved them wrong.
Okay, and that's why we say men are dangerous, because he might not be dangerous to me because I'm the bully, but he still is a very much of a threat. And that's all men have the capacity.
Hold on, okay.
Majority of the men that do
that.
the majority of the men that do something vicious, they don't even look like they are vicious. You like, he did that?
Okay, sure.
But
if we were to take that as fact, goddamn, Sean.
And the issue is that most people want to look at The Rock and think of him as that's what every dangerous man look like. But sometimes it's the 5'7" dude that's only 110 pounds. He is dangerous.
Kevin Hart.
Kevin Hart is dangerous.
But Sharon, if we were to accept that logic, then any man, then hold up, then any female can set up any male because it happens a lot. It's like there's a whole trope for it now. So hold up. So if we were to say, so we just tell all our kids that everybody's dangerous.
Yes.
No.
That's cool. We can say women are dangerous. I know you.
But it's just not a true statement to say everybody's dangerous.
No, everybody has the potential to be dangerous, though. Everybody has the potential. That's what you're talking about. Like, could they possibly be violent? Men, yeah, they can. Anyone can possibly be violent. Like,
but
that's
the
the point.
stats doesn't prove that women are going to do that. This is the problem. I'm not arguing no feelings. Y'all want to be bitches and argue feelings.
Sharon, the stats prove most men don't have like domestic violence nor any. Most men, people, period, don't go to jail for any type of what's his name.
Life, bro. We talking
That's
about
what I'm talking
real
about. You
life,
just use a statistic, so I use the broader one, and now you're saying this is real life. Like, come on, bro, stop that bullshit. Come on,
man. So what do you?
This is why we say you're painting narratives.
Slow down. I don't need to talk to three people at once. KT, you saying that? What is your argument, please, so I can understand?
I'm saying that like you're saying your argument is really because the potential is there. We have to say all men are dangerous, but everyone's dangerous by that standard. Everyone has the potential to possibly shank somebody. You know what I'm saying? That don't stop in men and women. And if you want to make the argument, well, statistically, it's more men doing crimes. I agree, like domestic violence. But statistically, most people don't get domestic violence or assault charges. Most people do not commit crimes.
KT, so you realize that a man can, with his bare hands, unalive a woman, right?
No, yes, I'm not arguing whether or not we can do it. Most people don't. That's what I'm saying. Statistically, how he used the statistic argument. Most people don't kill people.
People finish their conversations. Shit,
so I guess what I'm trying to say is like, and I'll give you an example, right? It was a girl in my family who wasn't allowed to have boyfriends early on, right? And I thought that was a good thing. Now, she snuck and got a boyfriend, right? As a teenager, and that boyfriend ended up being threatening everybody inside of that household, right? And he's a boy, you know, realistically, he could do something, right? Now, what is the likelihood and what is the possibility of you going your son going out there and getting a girlfriend, and now the whole family is in danger from this girl?
Well,
it's not very likely, because we gotta acknowledge we're men. We are men. We are extremely powerful, and with great power comes great responsibility. I don't necessarily agree with Sharon on everything, but we are extremely fucking powerful. You don't realize how much stronger just a normal man is than an average woman. Like the average woman can't do a push-up. Like,
yeah, but no, that's not what my thing is. Again, if we're talking about like the possibility, I get that it's a higher possibility a man can harm a woman, but the bigger possibility is people don't hurt people. Most people do not hurt people. That's the facts. That's real life facts. So that's what I'm saying. We can't hyper focus and make it about because it's a higher probability over here. The main truth is it's a probability for everybody. What we should say is be wary of the possibility.
Let me ask KT a question.
KT is based on probability and not potential.
But let them finish the conversation.
Hold on, please. Can y'all please stop trying to regulate me like y'all are me? Y'all are not me. Stop trying to do that, please. I'm tired of y'all acting like y'all understand how content creation work. Please. If I'm trying to stop the conversation, it's for a reason. It ain't for your ego. KT, what is the percentage of women getting assaulted in America?
We went through this already before. If you're gonna make it like a broad thing of like including like all like acts of crime against it, it's gonna be like a way higher percentage, right? I think it's like 60 something, 50 something. But if we getting like individual, it's far lower. It's like 20 something, like 20 something % of all.
Out of the 100% of women in America, how many of them had something happen to them?
That's what I'm saying. Like you saying something happened that encompasses a bunch of stuff. Do you think if we say somebody got raped, that's the same as a dude punched a girl? I don't think so. It's two different things. So that's what I'm saying. We can categorize all of that, and if we put it all together, yeah, like 60% of women have had some overall experience. But again, if we break it down and we looking at it on the basis of what it is, most women don't get raped. Most women don't get assaulted. Most women do not get in some type of domestic violence case.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on how we define assault, right? So if a man walks past you and brushes his crotch against you when he does it, that's technically assault, right? And so there are a lot of things that men can and are doing that's not to the level or the threshold to be, charged or put in jail or any, statistical in nature to make it to the statistics, but it's still a lot of predatory shit that men can and do be doing.
So Mark, I got a question.
With that.
So Mark, you made a statement.
I'm finna drop E.
Hold on.
I'm finna drop E.
He agreed.
All he wanted to do was damn talk.
Hold on.
You damn right. Spend your money. Nobody sent no super chat in the last 20 minutes. Speaking to the chat, y'all sent $2. I wouldn't have to do all this talking if you supported Sharon. I ain't seen no checks in a minute. Send it.
I'm done. I can't. Y'all be stressing me out. Diva, any final words?
Dang. And I came down here to talk. Okay. Bye, y'all. Damn it.
Nothing wrong with being. Let me